one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but didn't he start? Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go.
climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. This crazy.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game.
lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah, I see your place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
It's a new chapter in Valorant Esports. The Asia Pacific tide continues to rise, and after Masters 1, the spotlight is now on us. The world now knows our power, and the Southeast Asia wave continues to build momentum. This is our moment to gather strength. This is our time to prove that we do not fear the competition fears us. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It is day one of a new chapter in Southeast Asia Valorant. As we mentioned, this is the first day of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines, and this is the updraft. Welcome everybody to the updraft. Mika Fabs here leading the panel with Dax and Fluffy. And you know what? I feel like you guys should be welcoming me to VCT in a way. I feel like I shouldn't be doing the welcoming here. It should be probably like you, Dax.
Mika, welcome back. And
thank you. Welcome
look at
back,
this amazing panel. I'm happy to be here, happy to be checking out again these amazing PH games. But I have to say, man, look, Mika, we're with someone amazing on the panel right now. The single guy looking to mingle, 5'11", ASUS second tier esports caster, competitive gamer, variety streamer, miniature painter, songer, honest, caring, loving, and now panelist. I wonder who he is.
Oh, I wondered who he is. Ladies, I'm going to emphasize the ladies over here. Please meet Fluffy on the panel. Fluffy, it's good to have you here on this side of the broadcast.
Thank you so much for that intro, for what it was. Thank you again. Anyway, guys, my name is Vic, also known as Fluffy02. I'm an esports analyst and creator. Previously, I was the head coach for Oasis Gaming up until stage 1. And I'm extremely excited and honored to share my insights with you guys. This time around, more on the front end of things. And hopefully, you guys will not only see me, but the other new faces we have here on the panel for this stage.
Wow, so formal. That's so diplomatic. I feel like I should give you a round of applause at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
Fluffy. But yes, indeed, it is so great to be here, especially since things are heating up in the Southeast Asia region. But of course, we wouldn't be here without all of our wonderful sponsors. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with our mothership, Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board. And we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G5 Unli 2099 ng Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. We would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falcon is the perfect solution for Valorant players with a 65% form factor, up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, and the new ROG NX switches. Every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022. I know it's a bit of a mouthful. It seems like a little complicated, but once you break it down, it actually isn't really. It's really easy to remember. For more information about the ROG Falcon NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard, you can also head on over to our other streams listed somewhere around here. I'm sure the links are somewhere up. There you go. It's right here. For the Filipino broadcast, we have Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. While the English broadcast, we have Twitch, YouTube, and Vera Esports. So I hope you guys all tune into that. We all know, of course, that our Philippine broadcast is very, very entertaining. If you want a bit of a change of pace and maybe lots of laughs, indeed, do check them over. Shout out to them as well. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a really exciting time to be a part of Stage 2 because previously in Masters 1, thanks to Paper Rex, thanks to Sersha, who did incredibly well on the international stage, did incredible justice, by the way, to our chaotic SEA meta Dax. All eyes are on Southeast Asia right now.
Exactly. Whatever works for Southeast Asia, different flavors, different styles. But we're really seeing for them that there's more of that understanding to use those utilities, to be more tactical right now. But then Paper X just shows up and decides to win double duelist. Let's go, Jing, Forsaken. Just win it all anyway. And it really just goes to show it's not about having that one specific style in SEA that absolutely works. It's about being the best at it. And I really expect that right now because the PH scene, microcosm of these many different types. You look at the 8 teams, you know, some of them are going to be duel-centric, some of them going to be more tactical, some of them looking to go back to their roots instead. And it will just be, as Asher likes to say, a smorgasbord, a buffet of different things and different ideas.
Oh my gosh, what a perfect metaphor because it is lunchtime and we are getting hungry indeed. And I'm now thinking of a buffet. But before my mind wanders off to food, Fluffy, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this as well, especially since, of course, you coming from a competitive background. I mean, watching, of course, Masters 1 and how well Southeast Asia performed. I mean, how did you feel with all of that when everybody suddenly started screaming SEA?
I think it's great recognition in general for the C region because I think it's a region that really has always had that potential to be on the world stage. But now in this stage of VCT, especially that we're playing on the 4.08 patch, if I'm not mistaken, means that there are a lot of agents that we've previously seen in VCT that is a lot more in line with other agents, meaning that there's more options for a team to choose from. And as we saw also in the earlier stage this year, there's teams like Naos that pick up something like the KO and do something very interesting and really master that play style, which surprised a lot of teams here because we're not used to that kind of meta where it is locally compared to abroad. So my big question for this stage is what teams have adapted to the current live patch and who can take that into champions?
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. And of course, that's what makes Valorant exciting too. We have a very, very dynamic game. And right now we have a new agent in the mix as well. I'm actually interested with the qualifiers for our region. And Dax, can you give us sort of like an overview of how the qualifiers went? Any big surprises with the teams that maybe didn't make it through?
I mean, the thing is, it's kind of heartbreaking because they had so many amazing teams, especially last weekend. Top 8 didn't get to stream it though. But the thing is, we already know that there are these kind of faces that might have had a bit more of a namesake to them. Teams like Nigma Galaxy, I have to say, maybe the new Talon Esports roster, they were so close at making it, but so far, unfortunately, dropping down with only 4 slots on the line. And in contrast, really here, Mika, I think some of the more expected faces to show on up are back. You look at Team Secret, they're back. You look at Friend Esports, they're back. You look at RRQ and just like, what is this team? Who is there? And I think once you look at the roster, you're gonna understand that these are veterans who had that playoff experience. And same case for Alpha Esports, which is having that return, having that extra bit of firepower. So instead of looking at some of the teams right now that haven't really gone to this top 8 stage, the group stage, I do want to point out the fact that some of the expected front runners from the open qualifiers, they're here right now to get back to where they belong.
Well, we're gonna see if they can indeed reclaim, possibly reclaim the throne that they want. I mean, looking, of course, at our front runners for this tournament. But speaking of the tournament, we do have our tournament format ready, and this will be a single round robin with all matches being a best of 3, with the top 6 teams advancing into the playoffs and taking home the lion's share of just about $30,000 US. Fluffy, I'm actually eager to get your thoughts on this. Is there a certain advantage or disadvantage for certain teams to be playing each other just once? Can they figure out what they've been doing wrong with just once?
So, in my opinion, it depends on the structure of the team and their strengths. If it's mostly one of those really practiced teams like Naos that I mentioned, or a disciplined team like SBE, it might be a disadvantageous in a bit because you're playing so many teams and you're not limited to just what's in your pool, which last stage was just 4 teams. It means that there's a high chance that some team might find a chink in your composition or your strategy since you're playing so many teams. And that being able to be exposed to other teams might affect your future matches. Whereas in the previous system that we had for groups, you were only concerned with 3 other teams, so it's a lot easier to build strategies, anti-strat against them, and just generally learn more about that team. So it's also a challenge not only for the players, but a lot of their support staff to figure out how much information that they can take and how much they can actually remember and apply to every team.
Yeah, it's a roulette that changes around quite a lot. And the best part is, it'll keep you on your toes. I'm looking at teams like Alpha Esports Pro and Action PH to be those some kind of gatekeeping heat check teams. If you're off the day, you get one chance at them. And if you can't outfrag them or outshoot them, then you're going to be losing out in that matchup. So it really does become more of having that consistency, that you know your own style rather than competing directly against the opposition. Because your opponent, it changes every single day for the next 2 weeks. You can save the anti-strats for the playoffs if you make it to that top 6. And coming into this one, you have to be absolutely ready every single day you're playing. It's a long week, guys. We started today's like a Wednesday, right? We're going to be ending this week on a Sunday, and it's the same case for next week and beyond.
Yes, sir.
That's right. I mean, like it actually does feel like the weekend, because just we don't, esports weeks usually start like by around Friday and everything, but no, we are starting on a Wednesday because we have a lot of matches to go through. The first of which, as we bring up our match schedule, will, I believe, be Action PH versus Oasis Gaming. I actually wanted to ask you as well, Fluffy. I mean, like, knowing that these teams will be facing each other just once, I mean, if, for example, you proceed throughout our stage 2 and, you're coming across all of these teams, you can't gain enough momentum. I mean, that's going to be a disadvantage, right? I mean, if you can't gain enough momentum, even though you come across different opponents, but I mean, people are going to see what you're doing. They're going to see that they're going to use that morale as well, that low morale, to their advantage, right?
For sure. I think for a lot of teams, the easiest thing for them to do on a pro and coaching standpoint is just to focus on playing your own game rather than playing into the hands of your opponent. So for a match like APH versus Oasis, we've actually seen this before in stage 1. It was also the opening game for VCT. And aside from that, I feel like the challenge for APH here is figuring out how Oasis is going to be moving on for this stage, as they haven't actually been playing a tournament since the end of the playoffs on the first stage of VCT. But for Oasis, they have a bit more information on the APH side, as they did play recent tournaments.
Well, we're going to get discussing that in just a bit, but I know you guys are your eyes kind of wander over to that last match, because Dax, it is a banger indeed between Naos Esports and Southville Esports.
Oh, come on. There's so many implications of this matchup. First things first, it's a rematch of that amazing grand finals. And Naos had the number of Southfield Esports many, many times. And really, Southfield Esports, that's a squad that isn't known to start strong. Many expect, oh, Southfield's facing off against Naos today. Naos is going to have something a little spicy. Southfield is going to be waking up on the wrong side of the bed. So it's really interesting how maybe that script will flip coming into the following weeks. But just to maybe get a bit more of that momentum there for Naos to get that rematch for Southfield Esports to prove that they're a squad that can contend from day one. And everyone wants to see a grand finals rematch to kick off the next stage just to show how much progress these teams have had.
And I want to address the sort of like the elephant in the room, I would say, for this for stage 2. Dax, which of these teams do you think will be bringing out Fade first? How is she going to come into the picture?
This is interesting because I know there's a Fade expert here on my side, right here, right now. Amazing videos, by
here.
the way.
Yeah,
right
shaking
here,
his
right
head.
here, right? Shaking his head indeed. But I do want to point this out. It will be very interesting how Fade will be integrated because there's still a bit of those kinks to work with here for Fade. Sometimes you have that propensity to utilize your utilities way too much early on that Fade. It's just trying to see what kind of pocket strats we've been looking to figure out. And I really feel like from the start of this group stage, many of these teams will be looking to play unique aspects of the game. There might be role swaps, there might be different compositions, and it's not just about being tried and tested because you have so much room to work with. If you've suddenly figured out something amazing like Fade in your room, maybe that will work, right? With the blinds, with the teleportations, that's something you can try out here on this big stage, given the fact that this format allows us a lot of space to work with.
What about you, Fluffy?
I think that out of all the teams, TS is probably the team that's going to bring out Fade because we saw them when Neon got released that they brought out that Neon early on. I think they brought it out on Fracture. And I think that Fade fills a similar role as an initiator, but like Dax mentioned, it's very complicated to fit her in a team, mainly because every team has one duelist, which generally is the one with mobility, meaning you don't have a flash. And since Fade also doesn't have a flash, it's very hard to take angles unless you really, really consider your composition and map.
Fluffy, come on. Just because Team Secret's coach is named Fade doesn't mean they're gonna play Fade from day one, man.
It's Secret Fade for a reason, you know?
They were already there. They actually, that's why they brought him on board, right? They were preparing for this moment. We're gonna see if that indeed happens. I'm really, really excited to see who manages to put her up on the stage first. But before that, we are gonna go to a quick break. When we return, we are kicking off stage 2 with Action PH and Oasis Gaming. VCTPH will be right back.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. It's our first day. It's my first day as well. Mika Fabs here with Dax and Fluffy on the panel in our very watery world. I'm not sure where we are. I was joking earlier that this is Icebox.
Meltbox.
Yeah,
Milkbox is cool.
this is a very different side of Icebox. Could be the same area anyway. But yes, we have our first matchup of the day, and we've got Action PH and Oasis Gaming kicking things off for us. I'm very fortunate actually that we have these two panelists here for this particular series because, of course, I am pretty sure you guys know these gentlemen have a bit of history with Oasis Gaming in particular. But first up, we do have Action PH, and we are in for a lot of action indeed. You guys have given me a little bit of a primer for Action PH. They're kind of like, like a little bit of I guess superstars coming together for this one team. And Dax, we have to ask, of course, there's a new roster. You have players like Georgie and Emin on board. They managed to bring the Doctor in as well. This is a lot of chemistry that they have to work through for stage 2.
Yeah, the thing about Action PH, this is one of the best heat check teams in the scene. If you give them an inch, they will take them out. They will take the half, and you will see 9-3, 10-2 score lines in their favor. But the bigger news about this squad is the amount of changes they've had here. A Batman coming in during the APAC run, subbing in for Modsky, and he was just kept around, and we know how potent his killjoy can be from his Alpha Esports history. But I do want to mention that this is one of the squads that has an actual import coming into this one. The Doctor from Kingspan fame, from Todak fame, one of the best Malaysian players you can have right now, probably like second or third only to the likes of the Vi from Paper Rex, right? It really goes to show that APH is willing to look outward to kind of round up their roster, because it does feel like here for Action PH, when we looked at them in stage number 1, they were very aggressive, they were very dominant, but they would run out of steam to try and end the games. And if they couldn't dominate at the starts and couldn't dominate at the second half, then they were just not in the competition. So players like a Batman and the Doctor might be those grounding forces right now to keep the team in check.
So a team, it's on paper, it looks like they can pack quite the punch, but they're going to be put to the test right now. Let's take a closer look at Action PH. So many great players on one team. Fluffy, we were actually wondering how they're all going to come together. Dax mentioned that, they can start off really, really strong. They have some trouble closing out the games. Do you think that's going to change this time around?
I think from experience, changing 2 players already makes a big impact on your team. So the real question is their old playstyle still sustainable, or are they going to adapt to a lot of the changes? Because aside from just having new players, the players that they did add, such as the Doctor, are the type of players that are very cerebral, especially from his experience like from Kingsman. So maybe the addition of that will make them evolve their strategies and show more of a disciplined playstyle instead of the APH that we all know.
And it just feels like there have been those identity crises here for the side of APH. We expect Georgie to be the tip of the spear, one of the best jets in APAC, basically. But when you look at someone like Eman FPS, Eman has always been that Batman to the Robin to Georgie's Batman, right? Has always just been there for that helping hand. But it does feel like sometimes he still wants to go for that more duelist-centric role when he's playing more of the utility agents instead. So he's still trying to find that perfect balance right now. And I do feel like he is a big sign of how APH can either succeed or fail in a given game. If you see Georgie and Eman pop off together, then it's a good sign there for Action PH.
So would you say that this dynamic duo of Action PH, would you say that that's their secret sauce for Stage 2?
Has always been, even like last year, remember those Dreamfire days back when they were in GXR? Just an absolute dynamic duo. And then you capitalize on with the clutch factor of their shot caller, of one of the leaders, Are You There? He is just able to keep everything in balance. And I think Fluffy, you were able to see it also in some of the games last time, right?
Right.
That for Action PH, they were all the way on one side, but now they have more pieces to balance out on the other.
Yeah, but they will be up against Oasis Gaming, a name all too familiar to these two guys over here on my... I'm not actually sure if it's my left or my right, but either way, let's take a closer look at Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming, a team very close to these two panelists. Dax, I think everybody heard me say that you had something to say, so go ahead, take the floor.
Look, I used to be seen as the Oasis guy. The guy who knew the Chimera, the CTNX, the TFOs, and, well, the Oasis Gaming roster. But now, I kind of have to give my hat away, because I know someone here has directly worked with this amazing bunch. We can talk about how, Ripper has been one of the hallmarks of the Oasis brand, how Envy Wild Warrior have been absolutely amazing additions. Coco Marky, so reliable. But really, Fluffy, what's the juice about Oasis Gaming?
Well, they have enough time already by now from when they adopted the 2 players last December. So from the past stage and the last time anyone has actually seen them, I think that they have evolved a lot as a team cohesively. And they've also gotten a new analyst to help out with the back end things. So aside from that, I feel like what you mentioned is right. This team is really built very strong on the foundation of 4 players, which have all won VCT at one point. So they made it, they are APAC teams, which is what other teams are kind of striving for, at least in this tournament. And with the 2 players, Envy and Wild Oreo, added more recently, I wouldn't say very recently, but more recently in the Initiator and Duelist roles, both of which who at some point have been touted as the best young players for those roles. I think that they have a strong showing. My question for Oasis Gaming is how they're going to apply all the time that they've had into the current games that we're going into now, because they do know who they're playing against. They do know APH very well. They've played them multiple times throughout group stages, because they were in the same Group A, I believe, for Stage 1, as well as into playoffs. And APH is actually the team that brought them down from playoffs into the lower bracket, which ultimately got them knocked out after a couple games.
with that, actually, Fluffy, how are you feeling now about this version that of Oasis Gaming that's been able to regroup a little bit, going up against Action PH that now has players like the Doctor on their side?
I feel like though they have that familiarity from playing them, and like I mentioned, I think earlier, this is also the opening match that they had previously. That there's still that mystery factor, right? Because you're still adding two players. They have played against people like a Batman in other teams, maybe back when he was still in his former team. But an import like the Doctor might change that dynamic because I don't think that two players can change a team's overall play style, but for sure there's going to be some form of adaptation. So it's up to Oasis to be able to react properly to these situations, and I think that's something that they're hopefully prepared for.
The fun thing about this mystery is, on one side, Action PH, they changed their roster, right? But they have been playing in community tournaments. We have seen how they've adjusted to one another in the local scene. But on the off chance, Oasis Gaming, we haven't heard from them ever since their heartbreaking loss on that Icebox map against SBE. So these guys have just decided to hunker down, do some Karate Kid montages right there, and get on ready. And I know they're going to be missing Fluffy, that's for sure. But we're not going to be missing a beat with this Oasis squad. I really feel like Oasis is either going to be, one, the biggest surprise we're going to have here in terms of what they're willing to whip out, because these guys are very ambitious in the composition. Or two, they're going to be able to hunker down, basically, figure out what were some of the growing pains they had last stage, and especially now they have even more chemistry together.
Yeah, I think that's basically sums it up. They have all the tools that they need, but the real question is if they're going to be able to apply it, not just right now, but throughout the tournament. And if they can do it quickly, too, would be great.
Fluffy, I actually have a personal question for you. I mean, now you're just going to be watching your former teammates playing. I mean, how does that make you feel? Now that, because I know that we're going to be switching panelists a little bit later, so I might not get to talk to you about this. So I want to know how it feels like for you.
I hope at the end of it, I'll be pleasantly surprised, because this team obviously is very close to my heart. But APH is also a very great team, so I think it won't be a straight shot. It'll be a challenge for both teams. I think it's fairly equal, but because I also haven't seen Oasis play in quite a while, I hope that the strategies that they do pull out are what matches their strengths, and hopefully they can pull it off this series.
You know, look, what's going to be funny, Mika, is if Oasis wins, Fluffy will be happy, but then he's going to be like, but they did this wrong, and it's like, the strict parent that just wants you to do even better. And on the other side, if Oasis loses, well, yeah, I'm not going to continue that just because.
No, I believe that Oasis, as long as they keep OODA looping and communicating, everything will be good.
Well, there's so much back and forth between these guys. It seems like we're going to be picking on Fluffy a lot more on this panel. So don't worry, that's not the last of this banter that you've seen. But we have to go into our map vetoes. I think they're ready right now. And as you guys mentioned, Dax, I think Icebox is going to be quite a controversial map for these two particular teams. We're going to see if it comes up.
Now, the thing is, we've heard a lot about, we get the draft straight up, and it's Haven, Breeze, and Icebox. So controversy aside, or history aside, we have some absolute must picks here for both Action PH and Oasis Gaming. Haven has always been one of their best battlegrounds. We could see it back in Stage 1. But I'm really surprised that Oasis Gaming has let Breeze by. I'm looking at the bans. They ban Ascent and Fracture when really Oasis Gaming is one of their most ambitious squads. So from day one, well, you have to believe if you're on the Oasis side, because Breeze historically has not been a good place for them.
True. I'm also very surprised that they banned out Ascent and Fracture on the Oasis side, because that's normally maps that I think they pull their strengths from. But with a Decider map, I think generally it'll be fine, if I'm being honest.
If you make it, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. If you see APH and Oasis Gaming, Haven has to be one of the best places to face off right now. I'm looking forward to perhaps what Georgie and Marky are going to be doing against each other, how perhaps we get some of the skies, some of the chambers, and whatever kind of pocket picks. And it really feels like here that it's just a blast from the past. We're getting back some groove from Stage 1, and APH and Oasis, they are not missing a beat whatsoever in the waltz that they've had since the start of the year.
True. I think that the game one being Haven also is just such a battleground for both teams, because I think that one will set the pace or the tone for the entire series, because the momentum that you can carry off that, if you get that first win of the tournament, is such a big deal, especially like, for the mental of a lot of the players, So aside from getting that win, another thing I hopefully might be surprised by if any team picks Fade. Maybe I would like to see it.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, Fluffy. You guys mentioned about Breeze being quite a controversial pick, maybe for Oasis Gaming. I wondered, are these guys up to something? Give us a little preview here of what they might be thinking going into these maps.
Well, all I know about Breeze and Oasis Gaming is the last time that we saw them on that map, unfortunately, it took them out of the playoffs. So because we also haven't seen them since that game, they must be very confident if they're going to pick it for their first game, especially because we mentioned the new format is that round robin, and this is their only shot against APH. So hopefully, if they do pick that, there's a very good reason for why they chose it.
I think I do wanna. I think I saw, guys, that it was APH picking it, but more of the fact is Oasis letting it through. I think that's what we really hammered on to that point. But Breeze, it's such a heat check again. Action PH are gonna be looking to find those duels, find that aggression, and for Oasis to let it happen, it'll either make or break this series against Action PH.
I don't know if I need to ask you guys about your predictions right now. I actually think you have something special planned. So, you know what? I think you guys can do it at the same time at this point. Predictions. Which way is this match going to go? Is it going to go in favor of Action PH or Oasis Gaming? Which team are you guys favoring? Do we even really
no
need to
surprise. I think it's already seen right here. Very close to heart indeed. I think Oasis Gaming is my pick for sure.
Oh, come on. It's day one, and you have to believe since day one. I got the other version, man. Oasis Gaming for me. But it has to go 3 maps. If Action PH takes the first map, I am very scared for the Oasis Fam Bam because Breeze is that relationship that you know is toxic, that you know you just get hurt, but you still keep on trying to love it, to enjoy it. And I have seen this happen to Oasis last year. This year, we're gonna try Breeze. We're gonna look to make it happen. APH with such a good pick there for that second map.
True. Objectively speaking, since APH did pick the second map and they're pretty good on Haven 2, the overall map draft, at least from the last time we saw Oasis, seems like it's gonna be a challenge if they do lose that Haven map.
Well, it looks like Action PH looks pretty comfortable over here, especially with that Breeze pick. But these panelists are very confident indeed with Oasis Gaming. Let's get right into it. We are kicking off stage 2 with Action PH and Oasis Gaming. Casters, over to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for the Valorant Challengers Tour Philippines Stage number 2. We are your cast for today. My name is Phil in possession. Together with me is Eliza Taylor right here. At kami ang
The Mods. Ito na nga ang umpisa ng panibagong stage para sa ating lahat. At nandito na ako. Na-miss kong sumigaw Parang napakatagal na panahon na. Napaikot-ikot tayo sa mundo. Lahat-lahat na. Pero dito rin ang ating hantungan. Dito rin ang babalikan natin ang VCTPH. Welcome sa inyo guys. 5 times a week na tayo. Vil, kamusta naman?
Oo nga actually nagkakaroon nga, medyo nalilito nga ako kasi hindi ko alam kung ako nga pala talaga si Ray Ray o si Vil Pero Honey Glaze, kung ako sa'yo, yung screenshot mo, delete mo muna kasi may delay tayo. Pero ladies and gentlemen, nakikita natin ngayon, talagang yung mga players maglalaban-laban ulit, which is apparently yung APH versus yung Oasis Gaming since day 1. Nakita naman natin ngayon.
Talaga no? Yung Oasis Gaming since day 1, man.
Oo. Pero ang APH kasi meron tayong import na tinatawag. Si Doc pumasok na.
Si Doc? The doctor is in.
And the doctor is in and makikita natin ngayon kung makikita natin talaga kung mag-iingay ba si Marky o tahimik lang siya.
Depende na lang kung ano yung mangyayari para sa araw na ito, no? Pero ito nga, 2 matches ang mapapanood natin for today. Bardagulan, alam ko na, hindi na baraldugan ang ibig sabihin nun, guys. Bardagulan pala Na-correct na ako mga 2 months ago. But this time around, 4 top teams that we are looking at ngayon sa VCTPH is gonna be battling it out dito sa ating dalawang unang series na mapapanood natin. Obviously, nalaman na natin yung hinahing ng ating panelists doon sa kabilang side, sa kabilang dako ng mundo. Also, may English stream pala guys kung gusto nyo silipin. Valorant Esports 3 sa Twitch yan. Pero hello sa inyong lahat sa Facebook, sa Twitch, sa YouTube din as well. Going back, itong top 4 teams ngayon, APH, Oasis Gaming, itong dalawa magtatapat ngayong araw. Sabi ni Dax, kapag hindi daw nagtatlong mapa, baka makuha ng APH.
Well, actually, ganito yan. Ang APH kasi, back then, no stage 1, lagi silang may game number 3. Sobrang taas ng probability of APH in winning that game 3 sa nakita natin dito. Actually, ganito yan minsan, yung kunwari Oasis Gaming nanalo ng game number 1, then game number 2 APH, at game number 3 APH. Once na nakuha ng APH lang din talaga yung game number 2, there's a huge probability na they're gonna win dun sa game number 3. Well, nakita naman natin talaga yan dito sa mga teams natin ngayon na naglalaban-laban na to since nung stage 1 Actually, hindi nga kasi yung mga ibang teams dito naglalaban pa rin ever since last year. So, they have an idea kung paano ba sila naglalaro dito. They have an idea na kung ano-ano ba yung mga playstyle nila, pero it's really up to the doctor kung paano niya papasukan ng magandang playstyle to, knowing na this is the first time na maglalaban itong APH and Oasis Gaming ulit dito sa VCT, na nandito na ang doktor. Well, for Oasis Gaming naman, this is actually a huge punch for them though. I mean, lalong-lalo na nawala na si Fluffy kasi andito na siya sa panel.
Ninakaw na namin siya sa panel, mga gano'n.
Nag-iba
Wala na lumipat na dito sa panel Dito na siya dito niya na sinishare yung kanyang mga matitinding knowledge, man.
Man. I mean, dito naman sa APH, well, makikita na ulit natin yung mga tropa natin, sila Abatman, sila Georgie. So, nakita natin ulit yung Boracay Jet, kung ano ba ang malalabas dito, knowing na medyo mainit sa Pilipinas ngayon, di ba?
Tamang-tama lang. Summer na summer Yung mga Boracay Jet, yan talaga yung mga lumalabas talaga. Tsaka yung nag-excel, kumbaga, no? Depende yan sa dalawang teams, obviously, kung paano nila lalaroin to. Kasi may isa pang dyan, may isa pang pwedeng gawin na nakakabigla yung mga players dito. Isa na nga dyan is, of course, we have a new agent that is very much suitable for the new meta as well. So maraming factors dito to consider. May gagamit ba ng fade? Meron bang maglalabas ng fade finally? And these two teams, malalaman naman natin in the next following minutes, basically, dahil magpipick na rin naman sila. But obviously speaking, may surprise factor na pwedeng dalhin ang fade pagdating dito sa VCTPH. Lalo na kung sanay na sila doon sa style of gameplay. For example, for Oasis o kaya for APH, there can be a certain factor of surprise.
Yeah, that's true. Knowing na alam naman natin actually, para sa akin, if ever you're gonna pick a Sova or sa Fade, feel ko mag-Fade ka lang din talaga kasi because of
Fade main ka na ngayon, di ba? Hindi ka na Jet
Man, actually, best totoo yun. Ever since na pumasok si Fade, lahat ng kompe ko, puro Fade ang ginagamit ko. At saka sobrang tuwang-tuwa ako sa mga lineup si Fade. Actually, ganito nga yun Actually, mag-a-announce nga rin talaga ako Kasi,
wow, may announcement ka.
Kasi tinanong Phil, saan mo nakikita yung mga lineup mo ng Fade? Ba't parang ang galing ata ng mga lineup mo ng Fade dito? Kasi syempre, pinanood ko si Coach Fluffy.
Si Coach Fluffy lang naman yun.
Pinanood ko yung yung YouTube video niya dun sa mga lineups ng Fade dun sa Hunt. Di ba? Alam ko yung pangalan, di ba?
Prowler. First time yun. Isipin mo, 3 season ng Valorant, di pa rin alam ni Vil yung Trailblazer. Mga ganon. Diba? Tumatahon lang siya mag-isa.
Oo, di ba? Kumakahol. Ay, ba't kumahol si Phil?
Trailblazer.
Trailblazer nga pala yun. Tsaka makikita ulit natin, syempre, alam naman natin kay Breach, di ba?
Kalampag ng papag.
Kalampag ng papag. Hindi na kalampag ng papag ang tawag natin. Ang
tawag
natin doon is Rattle of the Palette.
Rattle of the Palette.
Rattle
of the Palette na pala ang tawag, mga kaibigan. Iniba na pala, pero dito na tayo, tatalo na tayo sa Espanya. Mga kaibigan.
Oo. Yun nga.
Pilipinas na Pilipinas no?
Yun nga yung napag-usapan natin, Taylor. Kasi nung stage 1 kasi, grabe yung ulan. Di ba?
Dito na siya naipon lahat, guys. Sa waiting stage natin. Pero ang unang mapa natin dito, Vil, it is gonna be Haven. And we are looking at the agent picks, agent selection na on the respective teams as well. For APH, kumuha na sila ng Sova with RU right here. And of course, Georgie going for that Jet. Emma naman with the Sky. Andito pa rin si ate mo Astra, kasama pa rin. So, pinipick pa rin siya. Despite the meta changes that we've seen, that Omen and more Brimstone, Astra is still a viable agent to pick, especially in the certain types of conditions na depende sa playstyle nila.
Yeah, for sure. And makikita talaga natin ulit ngayon, syempre, it's all about the meta pa rin talaga. Syempre, actually, yung iba nga tinatanong, ano bang, kunyari Kuya Vil, ano bang mas gusto nyo? Comfort picks or meta picks? Syempre, I mean, if ever na mapupunta tayo sa comfort picks, baka kasi magka-problema tayo sa lineup, sa composition pa rin talaga. So, we're just gonna opt in sa isang napaka-solid na meta picks pa rin, syempre, diba? I mean, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga iba't ibang players, pagdating sa isang mapa, pareho sila ng agent composition. Why? Kasi yung the best composition na pwede mong ilabas, na pwede mong gamitin sa isang mapa tulad ng Haven na to. I mean, marami silang parehong na agent for sure, knowing na pinasok ulit nila si Jet, which is apparently iniba na yung dash niya, which is
kailangan mo nang i-activate.
Which is yung iba nagsasabi na
buff daw.
Nerf yan, na buff yan. Pero if ever you are a really aggressive Jet, sobrang may enjoy mo yung dash niya. Why? Kasi literal na pwede kang mag-double dash.
Kasi once na mag-deactivate, diba, pagka-dash mo, you get a kill, it just resets all over again. So, para sa mga players kayo ng Jet, parang 50-50 eh. Depende rin sa playstyle mo kung pabor ba sa'yo or hindi papabor sa'yo. But other than that, we are seeing just one duelist on the side of APH. On the side of Oasis naman, it is actually also the same. But ang flasherist nila dito, isang Sky, isang Breach, may kasama pang Omen. So marami-raming flash ang kailangan tapatan dito ng APH from the side of Oasis. Knowing that, then na map like Haven, kapag i-entry ka, kailangan mo itong mga utilities na to. Kapag magre-retake ka, kailangan mo itong mga utilities na to. So on this side, habang hindi pa nagsisimula yung round 1 natin at hindi pa nababaril yan, feeling ko Oasis ang may lamang pagdating sa agent picks pa lang.
Yeah, for sure. Pero ito na, part 2 talagang bari na talaga nakikita natin yung mga kaibigan. So nakakita natin ngayon si Envy. We're gonna take down Georgie right now, pushing ito 4v4 situation. Well, at least yung dalawang Jet dito is down na rin talaga. Yun din yung mahirap dito sa pag-Jet ka, knowing na sa patch na to, kailangan mo talagang i-activate yung dash mo in order for you to dash for sure. So, hindi ka na instantly makaka-dash away if ever meron ka nakitang kalaban. All you need to do is commit. Yun yung pinaka-isang big factor na rin talaga, knowing na hindi mo pa na-activate yun or na-charge up yung dash. Pero 1 or starting off with that blind dito sa may A, mga kaibigan, wala sila makikita at all. So, it's gonna be an 8 take para sa side ng Oasis Gaming since day 1.
Buong buong pangalan eh. But the shock darts already being put out. Aware na aware ang Oasis dito. They're not just planting away immediately. Inantay talaga nila yung mga respective na utilities na pwedeng gamitin ng APH kung sakasakali man. Third spot the Doctor here aside from that also securing the kill instead. Envy on the other hand, meron siyang nakita towards Heaven, but are you getting a shot in the 3v3 situation ngayon for the side of Oasis Gaming? Kailangan nilang hawakan tong side na to. Itong pistol round na importante, masiset na momentum for the entire team. Envy was able to kill 3 kills on this round already. Wild Oreo to secure the round para sa side ng Oasis Gaming since day 1.
Real explosive move dito sa ginawa ng Oasis Gaming. Gonna shut down APH agad-agad. Well, dito kasi yung mga exciting factors din talaga, partner eh. Knowing na this is the first time na maglalaban ulit sila dito sa VCT, which is apparently the first time na rin talaga na makikita natin ng APH na gagamitin nila sila the Doctor. Pero kung napapansin mo, wala si courtesy dito, which is one of the biggest factor dito sa side ng Oasis Gaming lang din talaga. Well, pwede natin sabihin na malay mo sa ibang mapa, makikita natin si courtesy. Wala talaga tayong choice din. All you gotta do is syempre just trying to accept kung ano bang nakikita natin dito. Which is, tatanggap mo din talaga. Pero Marky, is he gonna commit or not? Probably not with that dash though. Pero yun nga, kung napapansin nyo, talagang sobrang exposed agad na ginagamit ni Marky dito with that Vandal na rin agad. But Georgie! Frenzy with a kill! proteksyon bago umaksyon.
Kaya sabi ni
Ano?
Kuya Georgie.
Oo.
Grabe pero
Si Georgie.
Boracay Jet.
Boracay Jet, di ba? Mainit-init. Masarap mag-Boracay ngayon, partner. Alam mo ba na
Napabili
hindi pa
ka na nga ng
nakakapunta
pool
ng Boracay? Actually, oo, totoo yan. Di ba? Kung hindi ka makapunta sa pool,
bumili ka na lang. Dali mo
bumili
yung
ka ng
pool
sariling
sa'yo.
pool. Oo. Grabe yung... Nung bumili ako ng pool, grabe yung partner, may kasama ng tubig.
Parang mahirap i-deliver yun, man. Pero eto, balik muna tayo sa game because actually, yung napapansin ko dito, for the side of Oasis, they just keep taking A. And also at the same time, yung APH, nag-5-man stack sila on C site. Unfortunately, hindi yun yung piniling site ng Oasis ngayon. So, hindi nila matatapatan. In this case, kailangan nilang mag-5-man retake. Will they be able to do it knowing na pistol lang ang hawak nila? Classic and also the friendly as well. And it's much doable, but on the other hand, it's gonna be quite difficult. Ang goal nila dito, kumbaga, at least make it expensive for the side of Oasis. Marky was able to shut down 1 and 2 already. Ripper, on the other hand, was able to get another kill. Dalawa na lang ang natitira for the side of APH. And that is RU in a Batman. Wala na silang buhay dito, Will.
Wala silang buhay dito and si Marky pinapatahimik lahat ng nakikita niya. Babas naman daw kahit armor lang. Marky with a big 3! 2-0 for that free round dito sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Pero at least, di ba, ang importante lang sa APH, mga kaibigan, if ever kalaban nila is nakabili ng barrel dito, all you need to do is shut down. Kahit si data player na may Spectre or probably may Vander, I think like that, just for you na to mess up with the economy of your enemy. Kasi ang Valorant kasi, mga kaibigan, it's not all about getting kills. It's not all about planting spikes and something like that. Siyempre, ekonomiya pa rin talaga ang pinakamalaking factor dito sa larong ito. And knowing na meron ng pera ang APH, mga kaibigan, pero sila makabawi dito sa game na to, Marky. Just trying to find the player na pwede dyang makuha dito. Pero for the side of Oasis Gaming, they tried to go here and B. Pero because of the KJ utilities dito, wala silang choice kundi mamba out na lang, partner.
Yun nga mahirapan talaga. But on the other hand, si Marky nga, meron na siyang Vandal dito na kayang tapatan din yung APH. On the other hand, Oasis Gaming, they're gonna take this slow. Kung kanina pareha sila A site, this time around, they're gonna play for picks first and maybe try to go on B. But it was a fast take a while ago on the second round as well towards B side. But aside from that, hindi nila na-check yung backside dito. Si Batman nakapitas ng isa, but immediate shutdown na nagmumula kay Envy rin as well. Still 4v4 para sa dalawang teams na meron tayo. And Ripper was shut down by Shorty on that side. Ito na nga ang rattle of the palette na inaantay mo. On the other hand, Mario was able to take on a kill before he goes down in the hands of Coco in a 3-0 clean fashion from Oasis Gaming since day one.
Speaking of since day one, hindi pa rin nakakakuha ang APH ng 1. And it's all about the utilities, man. There's a lot of utilities sa binato talaga dito. Pero yun nga, yung rattle of the palette lang din talaga ni Breach ang nagpa-mess up dun sa posisyon ng
upgraded na tayo
APH dito.
No? Ano para? Guys, dito sa VCTPH, kung dati naririnig nyo, kalampag ng papag ang tawag namin dyan.
Oo.
Ngayon, Englishero na kami.
Englishero na kami. Konti na lang, mapupunta na ako sa English cast. So,
practice
kita kasi
na
na to. Pero yun, ito na yung practice namin ng mga kaibigan ng Marky. I mean, Georgie with a blade storm. But Eman FPS! We're gonna get one though, but Georgie with another one right now. Are you? All the sheriffs of APH is actually working for the side of their team. But Oasis Gaming, what is happening to them though? Naiisa-isa sila, nape-pick off sila ng isa-isa dito sa may A. Pero yun nga lang, George trying to be really aggressive right now. Dito lang papasok dito sa may lobby daw. Pero yun nga lang, andito pa si Omen, andito pa si Killjoy, Coco and Ripper trying to stop the possible win of APH. Pero yung nga lang, that paranoia is actually really perfect. And wala man sila nakitang isa. Pero nga lang, Georgie, lumilipad-lipad pa. Eman with a kill. Coco with another one right now. Bushik ito, 3v1. Are you super low? 50 seconds in. Medyo mahirap to sa side ni kaibigan ko, Martin, kasi tatlo pa ang kalaban niya, pero ang importante, meron pa siyang pera, meron pa siyang armor dito, pwede siyang mag-commit.
Tatagal pa yan hanggang season 16. Basta si Coco Martin ang natitira. Oasis Gaming, one man remaining, that is Coco. And he's trying to look for kung sakasakali mang meron siyang ma-pick off dito kahit isa. At syempre, he has to be cautious. He doesn't know any information kung nasan nga ba yung ibang mga kalaban dito on the side of APH, which is actually a triple man stack on A side. Low on HP here is RU as well. Ang very crucial doon kanina sa round na yun is actually the guiding light coming in from the side of APH. If I'm not mistaken, or rather, Wild Oreo, at doon nag-flash kanina, walang nakita, no? So they were cautious if they have to push o kung tutuloy ba nila. Nasaktuhan din ang timing na lumabas din sila doon when the flash of the Omen happened. On the other hand, it is yet again up to one man. Nangyari na ang nangyari kanina at si RU with low HP. Depende na lang kung anong gagawin ni Coco dito.
Makikipag 1v1 sa tatlong si Coco, mga kaibigan. Meron tao sa may likod pero nga lang Coco will gonna take down RU right now doon sa may likod, pero yun! He really thought that he can get that big clutch, but a Batman with that perfect trade, ginawang puno si kaibigang Coco.
Eco-friendly naman pala.
Oh, syempre naki-eco sila, di ba?
Thrifty, no? There is the thrifty round from APH. Dito rin pala nila mahanap yung unang puntos na makukuha nila dito. Bill, sa eco pa. Eco
yun nga eh. Meron talagang mga time na doon tayo nananalo sa sobrang hirap na round para sa atin.
Meron kasi may yan yung mindset mo, nothing to lose. Kasi wala kang dalang vandal. Wala ka halos armor. Walang pera. So, what you gotta do is just get the kill. So, yung focus mo is nandun lang talaga and you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, and if ever nanalo ka doon, edi, syempre, congrats. I mean, sobrang laking win na talaga. Edi, for the side of Oasis Gaming, it's fine. They have the money. For the side of APH, of course, makakabili sila ng mga baril nila dito, and finally meron na rin talaga sila na something to lean on for them to probably get a big comeback dito sa matches ito. Pero ito na ang Trailblazer, we're gonna catch 2, and nangert-ngert na nga yung isa dito sa side ng APH, pero dito naman sa may garage mukhang magte-take ata si kaibigang Sky, pero nagbabattle naman dito si kaibigang Batman, so it's fine. Wild Oreo, Trailblazer on the way to see, wala siyang idea at all na nandun si Astra. Pero, it's just, parang kung napapansin mo, medyo nagkakaantay lang talaga yung mga players dito sa may sewers. Pero ka lang, RU, siya ang mawawala dito. Pinatahimik na Marky. Eman, meron siyang petchay dito, so pwede siya mag-ulti ngayon for them to reveal the location, the position of Oasis Gaming. Probably gonna go here in A instead. Eman FPS, mga kaibigan, pushing in pabalik sa may sewers, pero yun nga na si Marky Melodricado dito talaga with an updraft and waiting for that perfect position para makapatay siya ng isa, at buhay na buhay pa rin siya doon. Hindi ko alam kung paano siya nabuhay doon. The Doctor and Batman, are they gonna commit or not? Mukhang hindi na. They need to save up everything na meron sila. Kahit si Batman, yes, meron siya 3,300, pero it's not worth it na pumasok ka dito sa A knowing na wala pang bawas kahit armor ang Oasis Gaming since day 1.
Ito dalawang players ng APH ngayon, which is the Doctor at si Batman. Gaya sabi ni Vil, they're gonna be opting for a save. And it's probably the smartest decision that we have right here din naman. Kasi kung sakasakali, you could definitely see the economy damage na ginawa dito ng Oasis Gaming on the side of APH. Mahirapan talaga sila makipagsabayan kung sakasakali on the following round. Knowing na hindi nila nakuha rin kanina, no? Nagtuloy-tuloy kasi nagsunod-sunod yung win ng Oasis Gaming when it comes to the round. Sobrang yayaman talaga sila dito.
Yeah, and partner, nakita ko yung meron na palang pinost si kaibigang PPGL.
Meron na pinost si kaibigang PPGL.
Ang dami natin dito, party. Isipin mo naman talaga, no? Big shoutout nga pala.
Hanapin yung sarili ko eh.
Oo nga eh, hindi ko alam. Magkatabi tayo, partner. Kalma, magkatabi tayo dito. Oo. Pero yun nga, big shoutout sa mga bago sa PPGL. Dito si Laika, dito si Mika, dito si G10, tsaka syempre kay Fluffy, and syempre kay kaibigang Honey Glaze with a double E.
May double E talaga eh. Kailangan kasama yun, guys. Pero anyway, going back to the game, this is yet another eco for the side of APH. Yung dalawang save kanina na Vandal at Phantom, dito nila magagamit ngayon on this specific round. They have to make use of this, and meron dapat silang mga ROI dito kahit papano. Kasi losing that round, meaning saving that, is meant basically na losing that round. So itong round na to importante for the side of APH to actually do something.
And dito naman sa side ng A, at least si Oreo dito, hindi talaga siya nagpapaka-overcommit and he sees that trailblazer na rin. And for sure, sasabihin na yung mga kampanya pre dito sa A. Meron ako nakikita pero nga na the doctor, wala silang idea at all na meron nag-lurk din sa may C. Yan ang problema pag wala kayong enough information. At least nabawasan na rin talaga ng APH ng isang player ang Oasis Gaming ngayon, Marky. He knows nandito si Batman mga kaibigan, si Eman. And probably gonna stay and wait for them to go in. And hindi na sila magpapaka-overcommit dito. They have A already. They tried to lock down everything dito sa may A side. And for the side of APH, just waiting for that perfect execution. Whoa. Perfect entry, Georgie! Binaril sa mukha yung isa. So it's all up to
That's a clean retake, man!
Solid! Sabay-sabay silang pumasok.
Isipin mo, Vil, nung sinabi mo na kailangan nila ng magandang entry dito, narinig ka ata ni Georgie. Just the perfect flash coming in from Eman, dun sa smoke. Imagine mo yung Georgie-Eman connection doon. The smoke is just perfect for the flash to actually hop out and ma-flash yung nasa hell. And Georgie was able to hop in, get that kill on the Sheriff, get the Vandal, and be able to actually punish the players doon sa Oasis side, on A side a while ago. Ito yung replay niyan. Isipin mo, kung iikot man, ayan yung flash, tumakbo yung smoke, and syempre may tao sa heaven. Ang gandang retake ang pinapakita dito ng APH. And moving towards the next following rounds, kailangan nila to in order to be able to get back to the game.
Grabe si Georgie. Pinatahimik sila kaibigan Mark. Pero Batman, nagmamatay lang din talaga dito sa may garage mga kaibigan. Pero mukhang alam na alam ni Marky. Diyos ko po, grabe naman talaga ang spider sense ni Marky mga kaibigan. He knows na baka what if meron talagang tao doon sa may boxes. What if na mabawasan ko siya, it's fine. Kasi syempre, ang importante dyan is hindi mo man lang mapatay. At least nagkaroon ka na ng armor damage, ng HP damage. It's fine already. A Batman mga kaibigan catches 1, catches 2, nakakita pa ng pangatlo. A Batman popping off already here in garage. It's all up to Ripper. 5v1. Ripperu, kaya mo ba yan?
Naubos yung players dito ng Oasis. But on the other hand, gaya na sabi mo, iisa na lang dito si Ripper and ibang players dito ng APH talagang umiikot na. They know that, of course, yung spike ay nasa kanila, nasa garage eh. So ang gagawin lang naman nila dito, mag-aantay lang naman. So that was such a good round coming in from APH. They were able to completely just wreck yung push dito ng Oasis Gaming, lalo na dito sa garage, lalo na from a Batman. This round was made possible by a Batman.
Grabe si Batman nag-aim labs eh.
Nagpangkas na, walang takot eh, no?
Oo nga eh. Alam mo naman talaga eh, balong-balo si Batman eh.
Pero yung pinag-uusapan nga ng panel kanina, di ba? Ano yung kayang addition gawin dito ng bagong roster ng APH?
Si kaibigan doktor dito, pero Georgie, ang Boracay Jet, Diyos ko po, tinutok pero hindi pinutok. Marky nakakuha na isa, trying to go for the second one right now. Marky pushing in, taking down 2 already for the side of APH, but Ripper, sobrang aggressive niya ng position dito, pero yun nga lang, that timing,
munti ka na siya mahuli.
Diyos ko po, konti na lang talaga magkakabarino pero nga naman FPS. Slow push lang din talaga kasi ang problema lang dito is tatlo na lang sila.
Wala si Georgie dito para gawin yung retake nila kanina, yung dash, yung smoke tsaka flash dito ni Emma. On the other hand, the Conquest just connects and of course Oasis Gaming was able to secure that round. Ang ganda ng post-plant position nila dito and they were able to just secure every spot, every corner that they should look at. Wala halos sa casualties on the side of Oasis Gaming. Everything is looking good on their side. Kaso mayroong loophole na nangyayari on the side of Oasis Gaming. Kung mapapansin mo, it seems like in this matchup, specific matchup, Oasis Gaming has that upper hand, has that stronghold, but there are 3 rounds that APH was able to get. May loophole silang nakikita dito. They were able to get a thrifty. How is that possible? Yung retake nila kanina napakaganda. So there is just something that APH needs to do para maayos to and to be able to get back to the game completely.
Marky being aggressive right now. That Doctor gonna shut him down already. Pero yun nga, alam na meron pa talo sa may silong. Meron nga lang, Coco makakuha na patay dito. But a Batman trying to save their life, trying to shut down Wild Order na rin talaga. Pero nga, Envy with a big trade na rin talaga. And nakikita natin ngayon na sobrang okay lang yan kasi sobrang silence na ng Pinoy sa lockdown dito. And tamang wallbang lang talaga nakikita na. Pero nga lang, Georgie with a blaze. So we're gonna take down Ripper again. 2v2 on this game right now. Ito na ang the rattle of the papag. Ito na yun. Nakakalimutan ko na yung tawag. Diyos ko, ang dami kasi pero nga lang Coco mga kaibigan magkatapos siya na dito try to take down Ryu dito sa may gilid pero Coco super low on HP, the clock is ticking, they need to shut down Coco muna bago sila makapasok dito pero ang tanong paano nila gagawin yun? M1 FPS wala siyang blind dito, 25 seconds onto that blind, medyo mahirap to, medyo matagal pa to pero they need to go, they need to commit, they need to go in. Envy, wallbang 1 Ryu, 25 seconds on that recon bot mga kaibigan, wala siyang idea at all pero Envy ang nakakuha ngayon ng win. The kill is for the side of Oasis Gaming.
I think yung retake ng APH dito, nagre-revolve siya around the playstyle of Georgie. Especially with the help of the smokes that he can give off and the fast push na kaya niya gawin dito. Because all the utilities aside na ginagamit ng APH like yung recon and yung flashes ni Eman at recon dart dito ni RU, yung tumatrabaho is nawawala, which is si Georgie, no? Yung namatay na siya during that specific round. So,
Yeah.
I guess that they should play more around the styles of each other and use that utility to their advantage more. Kasi kaya naman eh.
Actually, sinasabi mo kanina loopholes. Yes, nakakita sila ng loopholes dito. Pero yun nga lang, ang gagawin ngayon ng Oasis is mag-adjust. Siyempre, if ever nakakita ng butas yung kalaban natin, kailangan tayo mag-adjust para siyempre hindi pa magtuloy-tuloy yung butas na nakita nila in order for them to get a comeback. But, Coco, siya pa rin talaga makakuha ng kill dito. Hindi na one-tap ni Georgie, si kaibigang Coco.
Nahuli. Siya pa yung nahuli doon. Georgie, yet again, not gonna be on this round. So, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung isa sa mga clean executions nila, laging present si kuya mo, Georgie. Ngayon, na-absent siya. And this is a 5v4 situation already against Vandals para sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Slowly but surely, they wanna go on B side. They have to clear this out each and every angle. Yung alarm bot na iwan lang sa gilid. Habang ito si Marky, nasa likuran na at nag-aantay na lang kung meron mong papasok. But Hunter's Fury was used here. Tatamaan ba ang ibang players dito? Parang hindi naman tumama.
Oo nga, wala na natamaan pero tamang zoning lang din talaga. Para syempre, talagang mapawalis kayo mga players dito ng...
Maaga yung utility usage nila.
Oo, sobrang napaaga lang din partner. Pero at least kahit papano, nakapatay sila ng dalawa. Yun ang importante dito. And for the side of Sova, using his ultimate, it's fine. Kahit medyo maaga, it's fine. Kahit wala siya natamaan, okay lang yan. Para syempre, ma-push out yung mga players sa Oasis Gaming doon sa area kung saan papunta yung APH. Para syempre, makakuha sila ng kahit siguro 1 to 2 kills, it's fine. Okay na yan. Pero,
Si Coco nakatingin sa window eh. Si Doctor nandito lang din sa may garage. Naku!
Hoy! Diyos ko po! Nakatalikod na yung kalaban mo, kaibigan!
Jose Rizal moment siya dun!
Hindi nga siya na Jose Rizal kasi hindi naman siya namatay!
Oo nga, hindi siya tumama.
Hindi siya na J. Rizal!
Sayang! Na ano eh! Nandun eh, natalunan pa. Panoorin natin sa replay ulit dun. Pero isa sa mga ano dito, ito, hindi na nakita. Pero ito yung iniisip ko kanina. Ito. Atras si kuya mo ko, Martin eh. Talagang matindi ang gimat nito. Abot talaga season 17, men.
Men, isipin mo, ang gamit mo na boga. Shotgun na yan, men. Judge na yan. Nakatalikod na yung kalaban mo pero hindi ka pa napatay. My God! Marky, run and gun!
Press W.
Nakapatay pa ng isa. Trying to go for the second one right now. Let's see if Marky, his aggression is actually really working for the side of this gaming. Wild Oreo with a 2K.
Space created.
Diyos ko po, napakabilis na nangyari. Men, ito ito ang game, ito ang style ng APH dito sa Haven. Kung ano ang ginagawa ng Oasis Gaming, dito natin nakilala ang APH. Pero mukhang ginagawa na ata ng Oasis Gaming ang style ng APH ngayon. At wala silang pakialam sa nararamdaman nila. Kasi all they gonna do is press W no matter what.
My God, Marky, he just created the entire space for the entire team during that specific round. Yung press W play niya, nakakuha siya ng first kill doon. Pagkapasok niya on site, he was still able to annoy the hell out of the players sa APH side. Ang gusto ko talagang balikan dito is the timings of the utility usage ni RU. Kasi magko-connect naman eh. Nakikita mo, once na nakapasok ng site ng Oasis, parating hindi nagko-connect yung utilities ng Sova, the shock darts, and also yung Hunter's Fury niya. So once that connects, it is actually a big change and a big chance. Ito na ang inaantay mo, Bill. Another kalampag ng papag para sa side dito ng Oasis Gaming. Paulit ito, ang dami na dahil nga paulit-ulit lang din nakakabalik yung kills kay Envy.
Abatman galawang streak dito pero wala siyang idea kung meron sa taas ng pero kala Georgie! Hinahanap ni si Marky! Marky parang langaw na lumilipad! Hindi mo mahuhuli! Kahit anong gawin mo, Diyos ko po!
Ito, may...
Buong mousepad na ginamit niya para lang mapatay si Marky pero hindi pa rin buhay pa! Pati yung katabi niya, pati yung mousepad ni Envy ginamit na niya! Hindi pati yung mousepad pala ni Eman ginamit niya pero hindi pa rin mamatay! Marky, Diyos ko po! Hindi mamatay-matay parang Yoda! Diyos ko!
Labanan ng labanan ng tatlong Y sa dulo ng pangalan.
Oh, men.
Georgie versus Marky.
Civil Sanity kasi dalawa lang eh, pero Reaperu. Men, ibang klase pag may double letter sa pangalan mo. Si Reaper, dalawa yung U.
Ganun ba talaga? Papalitan ko na rin ba yung IGN ko? Ganito pala yon.
Oo. Yung feeling ko, yung terror mo, dagdagan mo ng R sa dulo.
Oo
terror.
Dalawa, tatlo, apat, kahit ilan na para mas malakas. Ang ibang sa factor dito is Marky already being concussed. Pero hindi pa rin nila napapatay-patay talaga. Sobrang likap kasi ni Marky, para siyang uod na nilagyan ng asin, men!
Oh, Melvin, wala kang magagawa.
Hindi siya mapakali.
Kikiligin ka na lang eh, di ba? Diyos ko po, pasok ng pasok. 9-3 curse it is. Dito sa game natin ngayon. Pero, Diyos ko, Marky, palong-palo. Medyo matagal hindi naglaro ng balo.
Palong-palo, hindi naglaro ng balo. It rhymes. But, ay nako. On the side of APH, kumbaga, itong simulang round na to, napakainit na ng players ng Oasis, specifically Marky. He just creates so much space para sa entire team ng Oasis Gaming para makapasok sila. On the other hand, for APH, they have that clutch potential. Kaya nilang makapatay eh. But yung usage utilities dito ng Oasis Gaming na uunahan talaga, ang laking advantage na nakukuha ng Oasis Gaming dito. 9-3 curse, is it gonna be a 9-3 curse o talagang magtutuloy-tuloy na lang to on Oasis side? Parang narinig ata nila yung panel kanina. Pag 3 games to, baka mapunta sa APH.
Yun nga eh. Kasi nga, lagi naman talaga silang may game number 3.
Lagi
pero,
eh, no?
Lagi. Alam mo pag ito, pag kunyari ikakas na namin yung APH, parang ihahanda na namin sarili namin sa 3 games. Kasi bakit ganoon? Kasi 9 out of 10 games ng APH laging may game number 3. So, nasa side to ng Oasis game. Kasi if ever, sa totoo lang, kung magka-comeback ako, mas gugustuhin ko manalo ng game number 2. Why? Kasi meron akong hindi naman
momentum.
Pero meron akong momentum towards game number 3, di ba? Talagang wasakan ng moral. Ganito ang mangyayari dito sa game na to for sure. But, Oasis Gaming, silang defender ngayon. Let's see if magiging aggressive ba si Marky. Mananahimik ba siya o mag-iingay na?
Wala eh. Rush B magdamag, Rush A magdamag. Yung sabi ng Oasis, swap sides na tayo dito. APH, they are on the offense right now. But obviously, yung confidence nila dito medyo mababa pa. Kailangan nilang taasan. Georgie going in already on B side. No one to find around, but the blind kill, the police fire just connects the double kill. Even ito na si Georgie pero na-shutdown din ni Kuya mo Wild Oriole agad-agad. Ripper on the other hand, nasa kabilang dulo lang. Ako po nahuli din with the help of the Nano Swarm as well. Isa na lang ang natitira, si Marky na lang, Bill. Ito na ba ang pagbangon ng P?
Ito na ba ang pagbangon na rin natin ngayon si Marky at di sa mga OCPC pero kala MM1 FPS 1 tap to the head. Tamang right click lang din talaga walang nagawa si kaibigang Marky ngayon but 9-4 it is dito sa ating game. Pero ang nasa isip ng Oasis Gaming, sige okay lang naman yan kasi we still have a lot of rounds to lose bago makabangon, bago makabawi ang APH. Pero alam naman natin ng APH, ibang klase ang momentum niyan. Pag nakuha nila yung momentum nila, hindi mo talaga sila mapipigilan.
Yun nga eh, pero Georgie, parang nabati sa pinagagawa ni Marky kanina sa kanya.
Okay, nagbukas na ng monitor.
Nagbubukas na nga ako ng monitor, kanina pa ako napapatay dito. Pero matindi-tindi to, APH, they have the upper hand right now on the second half. Makakabili sila ng kanilang mga kailangan ditong bilhin. At kung mapapansin mo, Vil, yung dalawa dito, upgraded na. Ultimate Phantom agad. Tapos, si The Doctor, naka-bulldog na rin. Pag natalo sila on this round, masakit to.
Of course. Siyempre. Pero, talagang, at least makakapag-upgrade yung mga players sa Oasis Gaming, pero nga lang Coco. Protection bago umaksyon. Nakakita siya ng isa. Diyos ko po, hindi alam kung sinong babarilin niya. Are you getting the head of Coco right now? Really great entry for the side of APH. At least ako na nila yung C side. Pero, paano ang gagawing retake ng Oasis Gaming? Diyos ko po, Georgie!
Huwag na lang, pag nasa harapan niya yung kalaban, hindi niya napapatay. Pero pag nasa foot, patay. Yun
nga, hindi ko kailangan makita ka. Spider sense kumbaga, pero a Batman from the side catching one, but the Ripper with a big 3K to the head. 1v1 with a great one. A Batman versus Georgie, and still Marky gonna get that win. A really big thrifty round for the side of Oasis. It doesn't matter if wala kaming pera. It doesn't matter kahit naka-frenzy classic lang kami. Ang kailangan lang namin is syempre makuha kayo isa-isa. And sino ang talagang gumawa doon? Men, si Ripper with that sheriff on hand, catching 3 heads agad-agad.
Buti nga, hindi siya nahuli dun sa nanggaling sa window kanina eh. Once na pumasok na yung galing garage a while ago, buti siya nahuli yung 3 players dito ng Oasis Gaming. On the other hand, Marky is just on fire. Look at the kills. 17 kills, 8 deaths na para kay Marky dito. On the other hand as well, para naman sa side ng APH, gaya ng sabi ko bago magsimula ang round, masakit-sakit to. Makakapulot lang sila ng Vandal and Phantom agad-agad. Eman, with the first kill already, shutting down one of the players of Oasis. Si Envy wala na rito on the equation. On the other hand, Blazer catches one off guard. Marky was able to take on the kill. 1-1 trade lang. 4v3, make it a 3v3 right now as Coco was able to shut down one. Ripper on the other hand, nakapatay na rin ng isa. Isa-isa na namang nauubos ang players dito ng APH. They have to hold this in a post-plan position para hindi ma-defuse yung spike. Pero meron nanoswarm din na pwedeng gamitin. Meron pang turret. Ang dami nga lang smoke.
Maraming so para sila papasok dito, but Marky, dire-diretso lang din talaga. Nakakita ka ng isa, pinagano, or you mag-isa, pero it's fine.
Overwhelming.
So, gagawin ko din, pumasok lang.
Masyadong overwhelming, Vil.
Tignan mo naman yung score niyo, 28-2. Men, parang ako lang mag-jet.
Yung ya.
Diba? Diyos ko, sa lahat ng marking kakilala ko, ito lang yung hindi tahimik. Ito yung maingay.
Grabe, ibang... Pero ito talaga para sa Oasis Gaming naalala mo yung mga panahon na hindi ko na alam kung anong stage yun.
Mga panahon.
Hindi ko na alam kung anong stage yun ng VCT na ganitong maglaro si Marky.
Actually, last year, stage 3.
Alam mo naman.
Siyempre,
historian ka talaga. Pero ito
bata pa tayo,
nakakaalala pa tayo. So, ito si Marky, ganito. Yung init niya nung stage na yon, yung time na yon, nag-qualify sila sa international event, ba? Kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Pero back to the game muna tayo. 11-4 na nga ang score natin. Bawas na rin ang Oasis dito. Vil ng isa, si Coco wala na.
Yun nga. Pero Diyos ko po, Ripper! Men! Si kaibigan Georgie, tumaan lang, natamaan pa lang, naliligaw na bala! Ito na si Doktor, mga kaibigan, 1v3. Ito nga pala, welcome to the Philippines, kaibigan, Doktor. Catches 2 already.
They get the information. Yun yung importante.
Envy will be down 1v1 with a great one, but the Ripper! We're gonna take you down 4K. Oasis Gaming match point already.
What? Yun lang yung reaction ko doon, Will obviously, they got the information. The doctor na nasa garage siya dito, possibly. On the other hand,
Player
nakakuha ng
standing.
dalawang kills ha. Sobrang delikado na nun. If ever Ripper wasn't on point with his shots right then and there, makukuha pa ni the Doctor yon. But yet again, Ripper made this round quite possible. Ang dami niyang kills dito na nakuha. Aside
Yeah.
from that, yung mga trades na kailangan ng Oasis, sa kanya napunta lahat.
Yun nga talagang parang ang nangyari, parang Reaper plus 4. Ganun ang nangyari dun sa round
Minsan
na yun.
Marky plus 4, minsan Ripper plus 4. Pero
Oo nga eh.
wala eh. Double itong duo na to. Mahirap pa tibagin.
Mhm. Mahirap talaga matibag if ever sobrang solid ng pundasyon. Ayos ba?
Ayos ah. Hindi ko na masyadong nararamdaman dito yung ibang players ng APH.
Oo nga eh.
Hindi, sa totoo
Parang-
lang, obviously, nasa ano na eh. Ito na yung isang round na lang kailangan ng Oasis Gaming dito, Vil eh.
Oo. Hindi
But-
sila pwede magkamali, partner.
Yun nga, no mistakes. Aside from that, from the previous rounds, talagang completely shut
Yeah.
down.
Yes, that's true. Pero syempre, partner, this is the map na pinili talaga ng Oasis Gaming. So they really have this advantage lang talaga. Kasi if ever you're gonna pick a map, for sure you need to win it. Pero yun nga lang RU. Nakakuha pa na isa
30
dito,
seconds
pero
left.
Coco catches one. Trying to go for the second one right now, but Emma and FPS with a big trade-off.
One
Weekend
enemy
Ball not gonna
remaining.
catch anyone dito sa may C, but it's all up to Marquee. 1v3 with an
Uy.
operator.
Yung
Is he gonna
Ibon,
commit or not? Ito na yung pangalawang ibon mga kaibigan. Lumipad. Natamaan si Marky ngayon. They have an idea kung nasa ba yung isa. Pero, a Batman! Bahala na si a Batman. We're gonna get 3 as well. 5-12. Pero, ang tanong, magka-comeback ba ang APH? This is gonna be really hard for the side of APH knowing na medyo broken by sila. Well, hindi naman masyado kasi at least makakapag-drop naman si a Batman so it's fine. Pero, ito ang kalaban ng APH dito. The ones na
post.
talagang isa na yun. Once na talagang sobrang nag-commit sila ng pera, I mean talagang sobrang gumastos sila, baka dumating yung point na baka talagang makulangan sila ng pera. Pero as long as na talagang nananalo sila dito, I mean nananalo sila na isa-isa lang yung namamatay sa kanila, hindi nila magiging problema yon. Pero yun nga, bawal sila magkamali. Kasi
Last na eh.
last na to.
Huling pahapyaw na eh para sa side ng APH. You can definitely see the pressure and feel the pressure. Specifically in that round, kung hindi nyo pa nakakalimutan, no, nagkamali ng unang bato si Eman when it comes to the guiding light. So, yung mga maliliit na gano'n na hindi napapansin ng lahat, but the pressure is definitely there on the side of APH. And para sa Oasis naman, mag-iiko sila dito. They have the sheriffs, 3 sa kanila, and 2 naman sa kanila with the classic. APH, they have the advantage on this specific round. And I would be quite surprised if Oasis was still able to take this away.
Time for
Yeah.
a field test.
Quite possible. Ganun sobrang nakakatakot.
It's really scary din talaga if ever sobrang nag-pop up na yung mga players dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero yung nga lang, Marky pushing in. Nakakita siya ng isa dito pero at least buto na lang hindi siya natamaan dito kahit isa. Pero tamang pot shots natin ang ginagawa dito ng APH para syempre hindi na makapasok dito ang side ng Oasis Gaming dito lang sa may C. Tamang chup-chup lang din para hindi pa sila makapasok dito. Pero nga lang, napakadami pa utilities ang pwede iba to ng Oasis Gaming dito. Knowing na nakasama nila si Breach, Georgie, pot shots, jiggle peek. We're gonna catch one pero not gonna be able to take down that player na nakita niya. Time!
Galing mo talaga, partner. 5v5
Mas magaling
pa rin ang labanan, no? Na yung Spike still on the same side. They're playing for picks right now. Depende na lang talaga dito sa ano.
Sipin mo no? Sila Batman, sila Georgie. Nag-i-English sila dito. Oh, pushy. What are you doing, my friend?
Diyos ko.
Siyempre, kailangan nila mag-call out na English dito, di ba? Kasi siyempre, para maintindihan ni kaibigang doktor.
Oh, need
Pero,
a doctor.
Coco,
I've got your trail.
proteksyon bago umaksyon. Ito na yung Pet Chinese Sky, mga kaibigan. Oh! Diyos ko po, na wallbang pa. But Eman FPS with a big trade partner.
Eman FPS with that kill, making things even para sa kanilang lahat. Ang importante dito on the side of APH is naplanta nila yung spike. They can position themselves on a post-plant positioning here. Pero Marky, nasa likuran eh. Huling-huli dito ni Aryo eh. Akala ko mapapatay na dito ni Marky. Clearing that angle was very important and essential for the rest of the team. Envy was able to shut down one, but he's the only man remaining right now. And for this retake, it's quite impossible to see and look at already. Or it would be too difficult. But not impossible. Kaso nga lang, hindi talaga kinaya. With specifically, he's only holding a sheriff as well. Isa na lang ang kailangan ng Oasis dito. Pag ito, kumambak pa. Nako.
Ewan ko na.
Ewan ko na lang.
Oo. Sabi ni Lawrence Militar, jet diff po ba yan, Idolville? Hindi. Walang nangyayaring ganun. Walang nangyayaring ganun, man.
Pag si Vil ang naglaro, doon magkakaroon ng jet diff.
Oo, talaga. Antayin nyo maglaro dito, talagang jet dip talaga mangyayari dito.
Ikaw yung talo. Ikaw yung lugi.
Oh, alam nyo ba guys, na kailaban namin ng Naos?
Oo zero yung namin eh. Kills namin doon. Pero ababa ng Georgie. Getting 2 kills already from the start and from the get-go. Malaking factor to, Vil. Importante yung mga kills na nakukuha nila ngayon kasi buy round na to ng Oasis eh.
Yeah, for sure. Pero dalawa na lang ang titira dito ng Oasis Gaming. Pero mukhang, Diyos ko po. For Oasis Gaming, yes, nasimulan na nila maganda. Pero kailangan nilang tapusin to. Yun ang problema ng Oasis Gaming ngayon. Kailan at paano nila matatapos itong game na to na panalo sila? Kasi isa na lang naman talaga ang kailangan nila. And Wild Oreo, we're gonna go down into the deep. But Oasis Gaming, ito yung problema nila. Kasi ang kalaban nila ngayon is ekonomiya. Ano sila eh? Buy, save, buy, save, buy, save, buy, save. Literal na paikot-ikot lang sila.
Oo, parang ano lang eh. Nagre-recycle yung mga rounds na meron tayo dito. Well, quite obviously, Oasis, isa lang naman yung kailangan nila to actually win this map as well. At makikita mo yung bilis ng execution din ng APH eh. Pero isa sa mga importante tao talaga dito is si Georgie. Nakikita mo from the rounds that he was still alive. Eh talagang na-push nila ng maayos yung mga site na kailangan nilang i-push.
Yeah. And wala eh, for the side of APH, at least meron silang pera. Feeling ko, dropan nyo ni... walang ganun, man.
Pa-drop naman.
Pero, pa-drop naman.
Laban tayo dyan.
Oo, di ba? Pag nanalo, sharings. Hindi pang ganun. Laban tayo dyan. Pero, nanalo ang Oasis Gaming kanina ng Thrifty. So, there's a chance na baka magawa ulit nila yun. Pero yun nga lang, ang APH, ito yung meron sila ngayon. They have the momentum already. If ever merong momentum ng APH, it's really, really hard for you to stop that. Knowing na sa Haven sila, knowing na attacker sila. But Coco, tamang sticker lang sa mukha. Pero Diyos ko po, dire-diretso dito si Coco. Wala siya pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nyo. And, rattle of the pallet all the way sa outside garages, but Georgie ang makakakuha isa dito. Hindi pa nila napapalit yung spike. Pero yung nga lang, walang idea si Aris. Meron pala tayo sa gilid niya. Makakakuha pa rin yung Phantom dito. 2v2. Diyos ko po. Wala nang may lamang. Oh! Wild Oreo. It's all up to Georgie. Can he get that big clutch or not? Rep says no, man.
Na 50 rounds sila doon ng Oasis Gaming. Alam mo yung pinagtataka ko dito for the side of APH. Ang tagal nila bago sila nag-time out. It took a while. It's already at the match point, if I'm not mistaken, kung kailan tayo nagkaroon ng timeout. But that is the victory game number 1 on the side of Oasis Gaming since day 1. Para sa ating lahat dito sa mapa na tinatawag nating Haven. Uy, ang tagal nating di nakita yung mga player cams, no?
Oh, laki na ni Marky.
Oo, isipin mo, 2 months din. Si Marky, lumaki na.
Oo nga, laki na nila, no?
Uy! Ito nga pala kami, guys. So, para sa match na ito, tinapos nating lahat Oasis Gaming since day 1.
Actually, okay lang yan. Ay, hindi pa pala kasi Dax.
Bumalik sa atin.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Ayun, we are back. And kung napapansin nyo, kasi dati kasi may spike dito sa gilid ko, di ba?
Wala na.
Hindi kasi... nasa lanta kasi kami. Sensya na kayo guys, nagkaroon ng salanta dito sa area namin. Kaya kung napapansin nyo, ito yung... Basta yun na yun. So yun na, nakita natin ngayon yung mga games natin is actually 1-0 now in favor. Doon sa Oasis Gaming, which is apparently Haven, yung pinili nilang mapa. And di naman sa game number, we're gonna get to see these players na din talaga makabawi. Tamang comeback lang din dito sa Breeze. Well, ito kasi ito yung mapa na talaga is actually really huge. It's actually really huge factor kung anong pipiliin mong side. Kasi if ever sa side ko, mas pipiliin ko na defender side na defenders ang uunahin ko dito sa Breeze kasi medyo humirap lang din talaga ang buhay if ever attacking ka dito sa mapa na to. Well, at least game number 1, just to wrap everything up, man, Marky, this is a Marky show and a Ripper show as well. Itong dalawang players na to, sila ang sobrang nilabas nila yung performance level talaga. Kumbaga sa dance contest, pak na pak, bigay na bigay.
100% Mr. Energy. Parang mga ganon yung ganapan dito ni Ripper tsaka ni Marky, no? But it was quite obvious from the start, from the get-go, parang makikita mo na agad yung pagka one-sided ni Oasis You saw them win even their 4-0, kung di ako nagkakamali, even yung kanilang bonus round dito. And looking at how they played as well, aside from Ripper, aside from Marky, it's not quite possible without the other players and other teammates of Oasis Gaming as well. Talagang nagdala sila dito ng overwhelming factor, lalo na si Marky towards Georgie kasi sila lagi yung nagkakatapat And you've seen it time and time again, yung mga mistakes na ginawa dito ng APH. Kagaya nung, of course, with the garage, yung naka-shotgun na. And also, aside from that, syempre, yung players natin na talagang sinusubukan nila pumasok pero lagi silang nauhuli dito. And going of course with the highlights as well, makikita nyo rin naman talaga. Other than that, for Oasis Gaming, this is game number 1. We still have possibly 2 more games or 1 more game ahead of us.
Yeah, on to the highlights naman yun. We're gonna get to see again kung ano ba yung nangyari doon sa game number 1 natin. Napakadaming mistakes lang din talaga ng sa side ng APH, sa side din ng Oasis Gaming kasi wala naman talagang perfect team. Wala naman talagang perfect na round. Kung talagang sobrang hihirapan talaga tayo dito sa mga ginagawa natin talaga natin. Like what we've seen. Ito, si The Doctor. Yung kalaban niya nakatalikod na. Judge pa ang gamit na literal na nasa harapan na niya yung kalaban niya. Pero Diyos ko po, nag-whiff pa. Alam mo yun? And sa side naman din ito kay Georgie. Yeah, kay Georgie naman sa A-Long. 2 beses natin nakita yan.
Ang daming factors talaga. Una,
nakatutong si Georgie pero hindi na naputok. Pangalawa, na-run and gun ni Marky si Georgie. At kung napapansin mo it's just sobrang na siya shutdown agad ni Marky si Georgie dito sa may A. Kaya rin talaga sila nagkaroon ng opening, nagkaroon sila dito ng space in order for them na talagang dire-diretso sila sa site. Literal na sinasagasaan nila ang APH dito sa A. Ganun ang nangyayari all the time. Kaya talagang nakakuha talaga sila ng enough information, enough advantage, and syempre, it's all about the momentum na binigay nila dito sa game na to, part.
Momentum is definitely there on the side of Oasis Gaming. And mapapansin nyo naman obviously for this game number 1, kakasimula pa lang ng araw natin, kakasimula pa lang ng lahat. Malay natin, APH is a kind of team kung saan parang diesel engine na sinasabi natin as usual na matagal-tagal bago uminit, kumbaga. And this first game shows that a little bit of may babaguhin lang sila, a little bit of tinkering towards the entire group, towards the entire team of APH. Malinis lang, polished, kumbaga, ang kailangan nilang gawin dito para makatapat talaga nila ng maayos ang Oasis Gaming. Kasi if they're gonna stay overwhelmed the entire time or the entire rounds na nakikita natin like kanina, mahirap talaga It's almost as if it's impossible because you're too scared to actually push and be overwhelmed too much already. Parang ganun. Parang too much, flip table, okay. Di ba? Analysis Tapos yung sasabihin lang ni Vil,
Ayun. Nice man.
Kuwang-kuwa
Pero yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a very, very short break dito sa ating game, mga kaibigan. Once again, you're watching VCTPH Stage 2 Oasis Gaming First Action PH. We're your casters, Vil and Theater here. See you later.
stop and stare when they see me. If it's to the once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom. I just gotta flex on the lean. I just
Oo nga.
Welcome back. Wow, muntik na. Parang gusto kong ibalik yung isa. Hindi, welcome back sa VCTPH. Kami pa rin ang The Mods, ang inyong mga casters, Taylor and Vil. Right at ya. Parang asureo lang eh, no? But anyway, going back to the game, kakatapos lang ng game number 1 natin, Vil, Oasis Gaming took the victory on map number 1. Pero best of 3 series to. So may dalawang chances pa. Or kung sakasakali may isang chance pa ang APH dito.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see dito sa Breeze kung ano ang magiging labanan nito mga players natin ngayon. Well, it's time for APH na makabawi dito. With, parang kita natin sila na talagang sobrang lakas pag sa second game and third game. Ever since stage 1, ganito ang ginagawa nila all the time. Okay, yung game number 1 natin, it's just, sige, parang getting to know each other. Kumbaga sa relasyon, di ba?
Oh.
Parang yun yung, hi, kumain ka na.
Text pa lang.
Yung mga tipong ganun, di ba? Yung tipong, ganun. Yung tipong may miss you, mga tipong ganun. Pero dito sa game number 2, eto na. 3 taon na sila.
Oo. Dito na nagsisimula ang away, yung mga bakbakan.
Oo.
So,
nung
matindi
sa
to.
game number 1, hindi mo pa nakikita yung red flags.
Wala
Pero sa
pa.
game number 3,
Malinaw na.
Diyos ko po, eto na.
Oo, makikita mo na yung mga pagkakamali, yung mga ganun. Tsaka yung
Oo,
mga
yun, diba?
kulang. Diba?
Oo,
So
yun,
parang
diba?
ganun lang yun, guys. Sa map
Yung
number
hindi
2 natin. Ano?
Yung magugulat ka lang, may ambagan pa. May ambagan
Wala,
pa na mangyayari.
okay lang. Kusing-kusing, mga gano'n.
Oo, just kayong tipong, ewan ko ba?
Lahat.
Kaya wag na kayong,
Tigil nyo na yan lahat.
if ever pipili kayo ng jojowain nyo, syempre, tipong rekta kasal na. Tipong,
Ganun ba yun? Anyway, balik tayo tayo sa laro because APH, kailangan nila ditong comeback of the century. Hindi. Pero kung sakasakali naman this is just the first day of VCTPH. Take note guys, we are playing and we are broadcasting 5 times a week. And hindi lang to isang linggo na gagawin natin. It's gonna be a full-on few weeks that we are gonna be all together. So makikita pa rin natin tong mga teams natin dito. Aside from that, para sa mga nagtatanong, there is also an English stream live sa ating Valorant Esports 3 channel on Twitch. Pero sa Tagalog broadcast, we have Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube as well. So big shoutouts to you guys sa lahat ng nanonood at sa lahat ng sumusuporta ng VCT.
Yep.
Lalo na yung mga simula nung day 1. VCT supporters since day 1. Mga ganun.
Oo, diba? I mean, sobrang solid. Lalo na yung mga... Yung day 1 na sinasabi namin is yun yung last year. Yung sobrang bagong-bago pa lang tayo sa VCT, sobrang bago pa tayo sa liga na to, and knowing na nung time na yon partner, talagang naka-LAN pa tayo nun, naka-studio pa tayo nun, kitang-kita natin yung mga facial expressions.
Kita pa nila na mas matangkad ako sa'yo, mga ganun.
Hindi totoo yun. Yun ang hindi totoo. Kasi,
malalaman nyo yan pag LAN event na. Doon na magkakaalaman kung totoo o hindi. Kasi civil guys, may one time nag-heals ako, nagreklamo.
Oo. Hindi, actually, yung tipong if ever kunyari. Feeling ko parehas tayong height. Parehas naman talaga And kung magpapapicture kayo sa amin, sa gitna kayo, di ba?
Wow, ang tibay mo rin no? May gusto ba magpa-picture sa'yo? Ako nga, pinipilit mo pa para makipag-picture. Draft na tayo mga kaibigan.
Partner. Ipa-flex ko lang pala, kahapon kasama natin ang Alpha Esports.
Nga.
Isipin mo, lumapit sa akin si Kian Sanity. Sabi na sa akin, Vil, pwede bang pa-picture? Wow! Ano yun? Grabe naman pala yung feeling.
Parang narinig ko, bumubulong ka kay Ching na, post mo naman yung picture natin.
Wow! Nangyari yun, Bes? Wow! Wow, ha? Hindi ka...
May nagtatanong, Vil. Sabi ni Alfredo, para sa'yo to, kasi sabi Boss Vil Boss Vil, sa tingin mo, anong pwedeng gawin ng APH para step up?
Ano yun?
Ano daw ang kailangan gawin ng APH para mag-step up?
Yeah. They need to shut down, of course, yung mga main man na talagang dumudurog din talaga sa Action PH, which is apparently Marky and Ripper. Pero hindi naman yan one-man show. Hindi naman yan two-man show. In order for you to do that, you need to shut down the other players as well, which is si Coco, Envy, at saka si Wild Audio. I mean, yes, talaga nagpa-pop off again si Mark and Ripper, pero that doesn't mean na walang ginagawa yung iba. Kasi it's just the utilities lang din talaga yung sobrang nabibigay nila dito sa game na to. Pero for now, you need to shut down first Marky and Ripper muna. Kasi dun sa game number 1 natin, nakita na natin talaga na sobrang nag-perform sila ng matindi. So now, we're gonna get to see if makakabawi ba sila dito sa APH or ipagpapatuloy pa ng APH yung ganti ng api na gusto nilang mangyari dito.
Or maybe polish how they entry para sa side ng APH. Because it seems like the entry depends on the space being created, of course, by the duelist. Kaso nga lang si Georgie minsan talaga namapatay siya. And hindi na nakakabuelo yung ibang mga teammates dito ni Georgie. And nakita naman natin during map number 1, napansin ko din that utility usage nga, they could also polish that out. And knowing how Oasis Gaming is playing right now, if they actually consider kung ano ba yung nangyayari during map number 1, Oasis Gaming, ito tong isang klaseng team na once they go on site, they wait for a little bit more. Kumbaga, clear out nila yung site, pero hindi sila nagmamadali mag-plant because hindi naman sila yung kagaya ng ibang team na 40 or rather 15 seconds remaining bago sila pumasok. They have more than enough time to take on a site. And once they are on site, hindi sila agad nagpa-plant dito. Because once you plant, obviously, lalabas na yung mga shock dart, yung mga lineup, para sakaling ma-cancel out kung sino man yung nagpa-plant. And Oasis Gaming, since round number 1, naiwasan nila yon, pero mukhang hindi pa nare-realize ng APH.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi like what you've said, talagang once na nakapalit ng spike, doon talaga maglalabasan. Kasi tama naman talaga yun. Kasi hindi naman talaga sila maglalabas ng any utilities hanggat wala pa silang clear picture kung nasa mo yung mga kalaban nila.
Tinatap lang nila tapos alis.
That's just actually useless na gumamit ka ng isang ability na hindi ka naman sure kung anong pwedeng mangyari. 'Di ba? So, why not save all these utilities and gonna use it for your post-plant and syempre, for your retake as well. Pero ito na si Georgie ngayon, mga kaibigan, with that big dash. But si Coco, tamang mamaot lang dito para talaga hindi siya mamatay. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, a Batman. We're gonna take down one agad-agad. Georgie, another one right now. Coco is now down, pushing it to a 3v3 situation dito sa ating game. At least meron pang Viper syndrome mga players at least meron pa silang smokes. Pero double initiator naman ang meron ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan. Pero at least si Georgie Boy pa dito sa side ng APH, makakadash out pa siya if ever talagang makakuha siya dito ng mga kills. But Wild Oreo waiting for that perfect shot, waiting for the perfect head. Let's get it. Shut down Aryu agad-agad. The Doctor, the only man remaining dito sa game na to with just that classic on hand. It's not enough for you to get yung mga kalaban mo na naka-sheriff at saka sa ghost. At least na retake na rin talaga agad ng Oasis Gaming itong A-site. Well, it's not really a perfect retake, but at least a win is a win.
Yun nga eh. Last time, guys, just a quick roundup po, kumbaga balik tanaw tayo ng saglit, no? During the time that Oasis Gaming and last time they fought Action PH, na 2-0 sila dito ng APH. And the maps that they played out was actually Icebox, Ascent, and Haven. So nakita natin yung Haven map pick natin kanina, it was taken away by Oasis Gaming. So looking at this Breeze map, sabi nga ni Dax dito, Vil, kanina, it is para tong toxic na ex mo na gusto mong balik-balikan pero napakahirap. So it really depends on the players kung ano ba ang gagawin nila dito. Oasis taking that first round already. Nakapag-plant naman na ng spike ang APH on site on this specific second round. The Doctor is just waiting around the corner kung sakasakali mang may magpupush. Nag-aantay lang sila dito. They're reacting towards the gameplay of Oasis right now. Is it working? That's the question.
Pero actually, I mean, this is actually na sobrang medyo nakakagulat na rin talaga. Pero dito sa APH, mga kaibigan, at least si Georgie gonna shut down 2 na rin talaga agad-agad. But Marky and Envy with a big combo. Sobrang daming specters na nililig natin dito. Basta they're gonna get that retake ulit dito sa side ng Oasis Gaming. Pero part, I just wanna point this out. Si Wild Oreo, medyo bago talaga gamitin niya, which is apparently Viper. Kasi, bakit? Kasi ang laging ginagamit ng Wild Oreo dito is syempre, Raze, Sky, Jet, Reyna, Killjoy. This actually new na nakita natin dito na naka-Viper na si Wild Oreo.
Ganun talaga. Mag-iiba talaga yung mga playstyle ng mga teams dito. Kasi each stage of every team is just evolving each and every day. So, kailangan din nila dito mag-evolve. Kailangan din nila maglagay ng certain changes as well. And for the side of Oasis Gaming, agad-agad. Si Marky naka-operator na. Georgie dashing in already on site. On B. This needs to be cleared out. Wild Oreo spots him out. Was able to take on the kill using that Spectre as well. One man down na dito ang APH. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike though.
Yeah, pero si Envy, medyo mahirap din to kasi sheriff na talaga ang gabay niya, pero one tap to the head, you are done agad-agad. The Doctor getting tagged right now. Hindi ko siya matatamaan dito ng mga utilities ni KO, but still the Doctor with a swing with the one order to get that kill. Marky with a big operator kill, pero nga si RU pero shut down to agad-agad. Pero Wild Oreo, Diyos ko po kahit he's super low, but a Batman catches 2 agad-agad. Min! Nabaril yung paa, but Coco pushing in. One tap to the head lang kailangan dito, pero yung nga lang, Diyos ko po, nagkakalituan sila. Hindi alam kung saan lalabas, but Coco with that big kill onto that Bulldog. Still gonna get that operator pa rin talaga, pero meron pa siyang oras. Oh man! Wala!
Umasa siya na baka umabot, but on the other hand, for the side of APH, isang magandang balita to para sa kanila. They were able to play for time, specifically with the help of a Batman. Kung hindi siya nakapag-ikot doon, kung hindi sila nagsalisihan gang doon kung sakasakali man, at gustong tapatan ni a Batman talaga yung natitirang player, knowing na low siya, lugi talaga siya doon. And it was a very good decision coming in from a Batman to wait it out and to actually play for time because you don't need to peek. Especially in a post-plant situation, kailangan mo na lang laruin. It was the perfect opportunity and he took it. Oasis Gaming, 2-1. Napakalaking damage though on the economy side of APH nung round na yun.
Yes, for sure. And dito naman talaga nakikita natin ngayon, at least, di ba, nagpalit ng role si Ripper at saka si Wild Oreo dito. So, nakikita natin kung ano ba maging effect niyan dito sa mga game natin ngayon. But Georgie will gonna be down for the count dito sa game na to. NV with that Marshall, mga kaibigan. No scope. Muntik na sana pero nga lang hindi siya magiging successful doon. Wild Oreo. Muntik na sana pero nga lang hindi siya magiging successful doon. Wild Oreo nakakuha siya ng isa, but Marky the only man remaining with that Sheriff on hand. 1v3. Marky needs to push. Kailangan natin makita sa Batman dito pero nga lang Batman with a better gun, with a better armor, with a better life as well.
2-2 na.
Taken down. 2-2. At least ito medyo sobrang dikit yung
Medyo
laban
pero
natin.
sobra, no?
Oo, medyo sobrang dikit.
Medyo sobrang dikit.
Oo.
Close fight.
Oo nga eh. Parang yun, no? Parang yung nakalaban natin yung Naos, di ba?
Oo, close fight na
Oo, close fight yun, men.
Muntik kami makakill ni Vil.
Nakakill tayo.
Oh, dalawa.
Top frag
Kasi
doon. Ano ka ba?
Knife match
Men.
tayo.
Men, pag tayo nagkwento, dapat tayo yung lamang.
Okay, magpaniwala sa kwento-kwento ng iba. Wild Oreo na.
Oo.
Diba, one perfect recap para sa kanila. Perfect detection para kay Marky to get a kill. And Coco was able to secure one as well. Naubos na dito. Members ng APAC isa-isa. Si Aryo na lang natitira. He has the spike though, but not gonna be able to plan it at all because Oasis just shattered the entire team.
Oo. Pero dito sa role change ito na ginawa nga ni Wild Oreo and Ripper, talagang there's actually a huge factor doon na rin talaga na ginagawa nila. Kasi sa isang mapa kasi, mga kaibigan, meron talaga tayong mga designated roles, kumbaga. Designated na mga bagay na ito yung gagawin natin, ito yung strategy natin, na let's see if it's gonna work. Pero nakikita natin yun na dito sa after 5 games, it's kind of working rin naman talaga. Kasi si Wild Oreo, knowing dati na initiator na siya minsan flex, minsan duelist, so he needs to be really aggressive. Pero ngayon, kailangan niya munang sa likod lang kasi with that Viper, syempre hindi mo naman talaga kailangan talaga ikaw yung e-entry dyan, ikaw yung mauuna dyan. Kasi you being an agent, sobrang laking kawalan if ever nawala yung smoke mo, knowing na isa ka pang Viper, knowing na have a Viper spit and na wall as well. But Marky, Diyos ko po, kitang-kita yung haba ng baril ni Batman.
Georgie, lumalaban din eh. Pumapalag din eh. Georgie, ito na inapakan ng lahat. But just the pre-fires towards the smoke, Morgan was able to kill him. Game sense lang ang labanan dito. 3v2 situation. Aryo tsaka si The Doctor na lang ang natitira right now for the side of APH. Nasa kanila pa naman yung spike, pero kailangan nilang ma-realize na si Coco nagpa-flank lang din sa kanilang gilid kung sakasakali man na lumabas siya dito sa double doors. Pero mukhang iikot na ang players dito ng APH. Ang importante sa kanila dito, Vil, is to actually get a pick-off. Kaso nga lang, without looking on the left side, Ripper was already waiting on and able just to clear out the entire team yet again of APH. 4-2 na ang score dito, Vil, and APH side, hirap talaga.
Yeah, wala silang pera ngayon. So, knowing na attacking ka, like what I've said, I mean, if ever na, syempre, ito ang pumili ng mapa na to is APH. Itong Breeze. So, ang pipiliin ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, syempre yung side. Syempre, mas pipiliin nila yung pabor sa kanila, which is apparently defending. Diba? So, kung napapansin nyo, sobrang ganda ng composition nila as defending. You have that firepower ni Chamber, you have that wall ni Viper, and you have that double initiator setup na meron dito ang Oasis Gaming, which is apparently Envy and Ripper with that KO and Sova. So it's actually really gonna work dito sa side nila. And dito sa APH naman, mga kaibigan, pareho lang din eh. Kasi mirror match ang labanan natin ngayon.
Good timing coming in from Envy as well. He was using the ult. And during that time, pumush na nga si Georgie on mid and umakyat na rin siya. At because of that, he needed to cancel the ultimate that he has as well. And nakapagtago siya. He was able to take out the kill on Georgie as well para sa side ni Envy dito. Not only that, he was able to get 3 kills on this specific round as well. So good hold para sa side ng Oasis right now. For the side of APH, andito pa rin yung nila eh. Yung parang gusto nilang supresahin yung Oasis Gaming. Pero yung Oasis Gaming, masyado nang alam lahat ng nangyayari sa mapa na hindi na nila magawa at all. And also, they are on point when the shots come in as well. Marky not getting that shot in on halls though. Kaya kailangan nilang umatras dito kahit pa paano na suppress din ang ibang players dito ng APH. Saan nga ba sila pupunta? Binuksan natin yung pupunta sa Magalas.
Ito na. Ang ultimate na dilabas kayo ni Ripper para syempre magkaroon pa sila ng time para ma-hold pa yung para ma-hold pa yung site. Pero rotate it is. They're gonna go here and B instead. And merong isang trap. May trademark. Oh, may trademark. May trademark si Batman. Ay, sorry. Si Coco. Dito sa may entrance ng B. So, iyan ang magiging kailangan nilang i-lead on para syempre talaga makapasok. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, nag-whip ng konti dito. Half HP. Dito kay Georgie. Pero, Diyos ko po, Coco! We're gonna take down KO! At saka si Georgie as well. Pero kaya binuwan na sila hindi nila mabuhay-buhay si KO. Kasi tamang potshot lang din talaga. Tamang pre-fire lang din ang ginagawa nila dito. Narinig nila to. And if ever matalo dito ang APH, men, wala na naman silang pero next round. This is gonna be really hard for the set of APH. Coco, Diyos ko po, lahat kinukuha niya. The doctor catches one. And gonna get that second one as well. Pero shorty into your face! Sabi ni Marky. Welcome to the Philippines!
In my head, that I can't keep going. Si Marky, saka itong si Reaper. Ang hirap eh. Sabi nga natin kanina before this game started, what does APH have to do to actually be in par right now with Oasis Gaming? Dalawang factors to consider. First is you have to shut down the main players right here. Marky and Ripper is just creating this madness towards APH. Pangalawa, of course, is polishing all the utility usage and the push. Dadagdagan ko na rin ang pangatlo, men. Every time na pumapasok sila on site, they have that, they want to do the fight factor, but sometimes they miss out on important part of the takes that they are doing right now. Kaya ng mga flank din nila, kaya lagi rin sila dito nahuhuli. On the other hand, though, ang ganda ng tutok ni Doctor dito.
Okay na sana yun, pero hindi na ina-expect na meron tumatalon-talon sa Gedli niya na shorty pa, 150. Pag nakapatay ka ng isa, 200. My God, ROI na. ROI na, may kita pa, 50.
50? Napa-time out na yung APH dito. They truly need this timeout right now to sort it out, figure out what's missing para sa side ng APH. And for Oasis, yung kaban ng bayan, napakalaki na dito. May operator na rin si Marky. At pahirapan na lang talaga mag-shutdown. Lalo na si Coco, meron ding tour de force.
Oo, may tour de force na rin siya dito. So, pero talaga nating
you wanna play?
Makita, let's play. Ganun talaga. Sumasagot sila. Oo. Siyempre, hindi naman kita iiwan dito, partner. Alam naman talaga. Tagal-tagal na natin magkasama. Diyos ko po, tayo naman mag-iiwanan. Pero ito naman si Coco, mga kaibigan. Try to push in dito lang sa may elbow. Pero Diyos ko po, that trademark will gonna spot him out. So it's all up to the doctor if ever makakuha pa siya na isa dito. Pero at least, andito pa naman din si kaibigang Batman. Andito lang din sa Gedli trying to get that trade-off na pwede mangyari dito. Pero wala pang swing na nangyayari, mga kaibigan. Uulitin ko, walang pera ang APH. So talagang kailangan nilang bumawi dito using their headhunter, using the sheriff na meron sila, using the stinger na meron dito si Georgie. Let's see if ever that gonna work. Pero yun nga lang sabi ni Coco, hindi na rin talaga. Pero Georgie, tamang stinger lang, pero napakaganda dito ng ginawa ni Wild Oreo. Hindi siya dumiretso dun sa may corner. Inikutan niya. Kasi what if meron nagbabantay dun? 2v1 situation right now and are you? We're gonna be down.
Grabe, ang gandang rotations ginagawa dito ng Oasis. They know kung kailan sila lalaban, kung kailan sila pupush, at kailan sila magiging aggressive. And this was the perfect opportunity because they were on an eco para sa side ng APH. And because of this, even despite being detected by the trademark coming in from a Batman, nag-decide pa rin sila to actually push B main. Because this is the important para makakuha sila ng maayos na retake is just to swarm, overwhelm APH with the amount of people, amount of power and capability, firing power na kaya nilang dalhin dito on site. Oasis Gaming 7-2 already on the side of APH. They decided to take on an operator. So we won't be expecting this Georgie to actually push in kagaya ng mga previous rounds natin. He gets a kill though. That's very important.
Okay yan. At least magandang opening dito na ginawa ni Georgie, mga kaibigan, naka-itch na siya, which is apparently si Ripper pa. So wala nang flash. Wala nang flash ang side ng Oasis Gaming since day 1. But Georgie, kakasilipan pa sila dito, pero yung gala pareho silang nagkatutukan pero hindi nagkatamaan. Parang pinagtagpo,
Pero
ngunit dili tinadhana.
My God. Ito, may Sova drone na nakaspot kay the doctor na naman. Meron pa kasamang recon yan. Panggulo-gulo lang. No?
Oo. Pero meron tao sa Melikod, which is parang si Coco yun, pero nagkakatamaan na nga sila dito. Wild Oreo, we're gonna take down one. Two rather with a wall bang as well. Men!
Na-attach si the doctor eh. Ayaw niyang iwan si Envy.
Oh, this is like a deja vu.
Naiwan niya yung mga kakampi niya, kamo. Masyado siyang na-focus kay Envy doon to the point na yung iba niyang mga kampi, wala na ring trade-offs na naganap. And APH just crumbled.
Grabe ka naman, Bes.
Bakit?
Sabi ni Gabi Tolentino, standing. O, di ba? Mahirap naman talaga mag-Valorant ng nakatayo.
Magba-Valorant ka nakatayo, mapapagod ka lang. Kailangan mo nakaupo. 8-2 is the score right now. Yung setup ng wall, alam na nila na baka mag-beat ko. And immediately like that, a shutdown from Marky is happening. Eman was out already, Coco, to actually do the rendezvous. Tamang reset lang para sa kanila. And because of a chamber pick from their side, they can do this ultimately and immediately as well. This Hunter's Fury wouldn't connect to anyone, but the Doctor and George was able and kill 2 players. Si Ripper na lang ang natitira. Can he clutch this? Yan ang katanungan na matitira sa ating lahat because Georgie is already very low in HP. He hopped out for a bit and he gets to kill off this guy. And Georgie right now is dead but a Batman is right behind para saluhin yung kill na yan. This is exactly what APH needs. Kailangan nila ng boost, kumbaga, para sa kanilang confidence.
What's gonna be the boost na pwede nilang makita dito, pwede nilang gamitin para syempre pa talaga makakuha pa sila dito ng enough kills, enough wins. Pero at least APH slowly and surely just gonna get that wins na rin talaga kahit paano. And yes, nalikuran na sila isa and makakita pa tayo ng 8-4, 9-3. If ever 9-3, this is like what happened a while ago. So 8-4, at least talagang kailangan nila bigyan ng pressure din ng Oasis Gaming na they're gonna win that pistol round para syempre makakuha pa sila ng enough advantage sa second half. Simulan ng second half if ever, just to push it to a 6-8 if ever talaga magiging 8-4 to. Pero there's a lot of players that are actually lurking dito sa side ng APH, mga kaibigan. Una, si Viper. Sa mid, mukhang delikado pa ata si Marky dito. Diyos ko po, kitang-kita na kayo lumilipad na Marky. Pero, mabubuhay pa rin siya with all these utilities na he got. Kala ko mamatay na si Marky yun. Diyos ko po, knowing na hindi na instant yun
alam
dash,
mo si Marky,
nagkaroon pa siya ng enough time para makapag-dash partner.
Mabilis ang daliri niyan. So, yung mga ganyan-ganyan, mabilis lang din niya mapupush o yung reaction niya and reflex niya, napakabilis. And you can definitely see that in all the games, even on game number 1, na hindi talaga siya mahuli-huli ng members dito ng APH. But look at this control that Oasis Gaming has across the map. They have the chamber on halls for APH, pero merong trademark na makakadetect dyan. This can be suitable for the team of APH dahil pwedeng makaikot din yung isang membro nila dito at hindi nila bigyan ng space agad-agad yung Oasis para makapag-retake. Nakapag-plant na sila dito ng spike para sa side ng APH. It's still a 5v5. Wala pang nagkakakitaan talaga dito. But Marky was already fine. No one order. This is the doctor for the doctor right now. Pero pa sa kailangan dito, that is Ripper. And of course, with the help of Marky, killing him off in a 3v1 situation. Aryu is the only man remaining. Tinuloy ba ang diffusion? No, it's not gonna happen. Pero itong nade na to, mapipigilan siya at madedelay siya dito.
Oh! But still, Oasis Gaming gonna close out everything.
Switching sides.
onto this first half with a 9-3 score. Uulitin ko, ito ang scoreline kanina dun sa mapang pinili ng Oasis Gaming mismo.
Parang deja vu.
Pero ngayon, yeah, it's actually a real deja vu what happened a while ago. Pero ngayon, dito naman sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila, 9-3 pa rin yung score. Napakagandang simula ng Oasis Gaming dito sa tournament na to, partner.
Oasis Marky isn't so great? Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Man, isipin mo isipin mo, when was the last time you saw a player with such an ability and movement in Valorant?
I mean, Marky puts the game on another level and we will be blessed if ever we see a player with his skill and passion.
Kasi partner, isipin mo, VIL breaks records.
No.
VIL breaks records as well.
Man.
Si Soldam, hindi naman malakas yun eh.
They all break the rules. Tsaka pwede mo nang itago yung statistics mo, man. Mas prefer ko yung Magic.
Oo, di ba? I got the magic in me.
Buong script eh, no? 9-3. Meron bang curse? Pero deja vu to from game number 1. We are at the same scoreline. At ang storyline kanina nung game number 1, APH was able to secure the pistol round. Kaya nakabawi sila doon kahit papaano. This time around though, Oasis sila na ngayon ang entry. Alam mo naman kung gaano kalikot si Marky.
Oo, di ba? Parang langaw yan, mga kaibigan. Talagang palipad-lipad na napakahirap hulihin. Parang yung uod na inasinan.
Likot eh.
Oo, parang yung mga alaga nating pets. Na pinapalabas na lang natin agad. Asa, ganun ang bigil ko eh. Pero tao lang, pag ilalabas mo, parang gusto mo na ipasok agad.
Likot
ang kulit eh. Ang kulit eh. Parang si Kuya Bill, pag nilabas mo, parang makulit.
Pero, itong APH ngayon, addition of the Doctor, ano sa tingin mo?
It's actually really hard for us to determine kasi partner, game number 1 pa lang. This is the first time, this is the debut of the Doctor dito sa
side ng APH.
So, siguro, give me after this week, siguro.
Pwede,
next week,
Makikita.
next week pag-uusapan talaga natin niya.
Kasi lalo na with the help of statistics na makikita natin along the way. But anyway, going back here, Marky nawala na nga ng charge on that dash. And also on the other hand, Ripper baka meron siyang mahuli pero naunahan siya ni Georgie doon.
Na-dink na agad si Georgie dito pero yun nga, nadami siya na for you to take down Georgie agad. Pero Oasis Gaming, since day 1, gonna go down here and be mga kaibigan, Marky will gonna reveal himself. But Envy just right there for him to get that trade off. Georgie super low. Envy pot shots. So, gonna tag out Georgie pero naririnig nila. Alam nila kung nasa si kaibigan Georgie, mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, merong snake bite. May napakahirap. Saan ka pupunta? Sinong papatayin mo? Sinong uunahin mo?
Na-realize niya ata na low na yung iba.
Oo. Pero sana hindi na nag-commit dito si no? Yung away paano pero but still ulitin ko, parang ito lang din talaga yung napanood ko kanina. Ganito. Feeling ko i-play na lang ulit natin yun.
I-replay niyo na lang yung game 1. Parang ganun din naman. Pero baka iba yung storya dito. Kasi sa Breeze, ang hirap mag-entry naman din talaga. Once you play on a Breeze map, you really have to have the perfect entry kung sakasakali na gusto mo talaga yung, kumbaga, landslide na lahat ng rounds makukuha mo. You have to have that good entry and good post-plant position. And not only that, of course, these two teams that we have, ang daming teams na tinapatan nito bago nakaabot to ng top 8.
Yeah, and syempre, talagang karayom. Butas ng karayom ang papasukin mo in order for you na makapag-qualify din sa APAC, which is apparently next month yun, partner.
Naku, next month na agad.
Oo,
ang bilis ng panahon, no? Isipin mo, kalahati na halos ng taon. Malapit na naman tayo magpunta ng champion.
Isipin mo, 4 months na lang, bare months na.
Kaya nga. Teka lang, balik ko na tayo dun sa laro dahil
Spike
kinakabahan
down
na ako sa
A.
mga sinasabi ni
Uy!
Phil. Yung mga ulo ng players dito ng Oasis Gaming, kitang-kita. But Coco was able to spot one as well. That is Eman. And tamang pulot lang para sa kanila. Tamang plant lang din. For Oasis Gaming, ito na ang opportunity nila to have that post plant position. And of course, with Aryu tagging 2 players out, mawawala sila dito. And this is a good retake all the way coming in from Aryu, just Aryu himself, to secure those 2 kills and secure the defuse of the spike.
Yeah, it's all about the security na meron dito ang APH if ever. Pero, yun na nga. This is the map na pinili ng APH, pero nakuha ng Oasis Gaming ang pinakamagandang side ng Breeze, which is defending. Maski ako partner, if ever Breeze, mas ako defending.
Agad yung umpisa?
Oo, kasi ang hirap talaga mag-attacking sa Breeze eh. Kasi sa A, yung tawag dito, yung cave, yung entrance, pinaliit nila. Yung mga ganun. Lalo sa A, ang hirap mag-push sa A. Kaya if ever ako, hindi ako nagpo-push sa site eh. Naglulag ako lagi.
Pero ikaw yung Jet eh, no? Hindi ka nag-open. Oh, ang
Hindi.
galing mo talaga. Isa kang
Bakit?
tunay na Valorant player na talaga on ranked games.
Pag ako yumaman, bibili ko yung Valorant, gagawin kong Valorant.
Valorant. Wild Oreo, na-tag niya nang matindi dito si The Doctor, 17 HP remaining. And with the agent picks that we are looking at, wala namang healing capability on both sides, no? So he just gotta stick with 17 HP. He also has to wait it out and have the help of Georgie. Nandito naman si Georgie to do the trade kung sakasakali man. But it seems like it's gonna be a B push kung sakali merong matag. There is that smoke from the Viper. They might need to wait this out bago sila mag-entry or decide to actually fully rotate. Iiwan lang nila dito yung ibang players ng APH para hindi gumalaw. Nagparamdam lang sila, kumbaga.
Kaya nila magparamdam para makakita sila ng mga magandang openings dito mga kaibigan. Pero ito rin mga players sa pagkakas. Wala siyang idea at meron tayo sa may kanan. But Coco nakaisa pa. Pushing ito 4v4. Wala ng controller. Wala ng double initiator dito ang APH. Pero yung nga ng Batman! Sinagasaan ni Reaper! So may double doors.
Nag-shopping na lang yung mga players dito ng APH. Sabi niya, man, Vandal, save na natin to.
Magandahan ng
that is exactly what they're gonna do. Magsasave na lang sila dito for this specific round.
Yes,
so magiging
exactly.
10-5 ang ating score. And kanina, no, merong bumabalik tanaw dun sa round kanina kung saan nag-Hunter's Fury. Yung habang nagde-defuse yung players dito ng APH. At
pero partner,
sabi, kinancel. Oh.
Pero partner, I mean, ganito yan eh, na, actually nakalimutan.
Nakalimutan mo na yung sasabihin mo.
Actually nakalimutan
ganito talaga yun, partner eh. Nakalimutan ko na. So, balik tayo sa game.
Balik na lang tayo sa game, men. Ito. Naalala ko na. Yung ginagawa ni APH and Georgie. Yung ginagawa ni Georgie tsaka ni The Doctor dito, Kuya Vil, Ate Taylor, bakit sila nagsisave lagi, mga tipong ganyan? Kasi nga, it's really hard for you to commit on a situation na wala kang idea, na wala kang information. I mean, papasok ka sa gera na wala kang kaalam-alam kung sino mga kalaban mo. Papasok ka sa gera na tipong alam mo na mas mataas yung probability na talo ka. E di sana, isave mo na lang and bawiin mo na lang yung next round. At least, si Georgia at si Doctor ang magiging anchor para sa round na to, knowing na wala namang pera yung tatlo nilang kakampi. Hindi ka bayani.
Yun nga lang, kailangan nila makakuha ng pick-offs. And Georgie already started that off with killing Wild Oreo. Ang laking space ng mabubuksan nila dito. Lalo na isama mo pa si Marky. The problem that they have to shut down here next is Ripper probably. But there are also their last remaining 2 players from the side of Oasis Gaming as well. Ripper was able to take a kill on Georgie. 30 HP na nga lang siya dito. They still have that opportunity. They still have that possibility of actually taking a side. Kasi kung mapapansin mo, it's still on an eco. Para eco disadvantage pa rin dito ang APH. Si The Doctor lang ang may Vandal or rather Phantom dito na pwedeng gamitin. Habang yung iba, stick to the classic lang.
Yeah, tamang classic lang din talaga dito pero nga na 40 seconds in.
Kumbaga sila na yung tagakuha ng impormasyon, Bill eh.
Yan! Oh! Diyos ko po!
Natunaw.
One tap to the hip! Diyos ko po! Napakagandang crispy headshot! Pero nga doon lang sa Gedli! Pero sinagasaan na naman ng Oasis Gaming since day one. A Batman, the only man remaining with the classic on hand. And a headhunter as well. 6 bullets, 100 kada bullet dito mga kaibigan. Meron siyang rendezvous. So at least makaka-mamba out na rin siya dito if ever. Pero nga na owl drone, makikita ba si kaibigan Batman? Yes.
Nakita.
Possession is now compromised. Shot at well connect. A Batman, 71 HP. Nakasilip pa. Sumilip yung ulo ni A Batman. 11-5. APH, meron silang pera. Oasis Gaming, itutuloy lang nila ang kanilang karera. Makakabawi ba sila? Aba, sa mga susunod na kabanata.
Sipin mo si Envy, hindi mo napapansin masyado, pero 21 kills, 5 deaths na ata siya sa huli kong tingin, no? And the tag from the drone was just, obviously, it was perfect. And nothing you can do much anymore para sa side ni A Batman. And for Eman is a type of player na kayang makakuha ng maraming kills eh. Duelist to dati, men eh. Pero hirap na hirap siya ngayon to actually be able to get some kills for the side of Oasis as well. So, let's see. Eman killing Ripper, opening up the opportunity again for APH, but this is still a 4v4 situation right now, and anything can happen. It's anyone's game with RU shutting down one, but Oasis Gaming, they want to shut down people more. 3v2, dalawang players na lang ang APH, ang buhay dito. Georgie on mid already fighting for his life, and the two players deciding to actually rotate all the way to B. Tamang TP out lang para kay Batman, but on the other hand, tamang plant lang din para kay Marky. Trabaho lang.
Trabaho lang din talaga pero nga Marky nakakuha pa na isa dito, so it's all up to A Batman again and again. Second time in a row. Ano ang gagawin mo, boy? Kailangan mo manalo dito, kailangan mo mag-commit, pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, A Batman tinadtad yung mouse pero walang natamaan kahit isa. Marky, we're gonna get that kill. 12-5 already. Oasis Gaming is on a match point already. Ito ulitin ko. APH, if ever makabawi sila dito kahit papano, 7 rounds, yes, they can do that, but it's really hard. Dahil hindi na pwedeng if ever naman nanalo dito ang APH, yes, okay, sige makakakuha ng puntos. Pero ang problema nyo, pera. Meron ba kayong enough money next round para makapag full buy? Eh kasi 3 players sa inyo, literal na 0 yung pera. Itlog.
Uy, ito na ang entry ng Oasis Gaming. This is one last round para sa kanila to take on this series already. Anything can happen. Georgie was able to take a kill already at pinulot na nga niya yung barrel dito. With the suppress coming in from the KO right now coming in from Oasis Gaming, maka-cancel out yung ibang mga players dito ng AP8. Georgie, tsaka si The Doctor, itong ibang mga players talagang pumupush na rin on B side. They're moving and rotating quite fast. Ang problema nga lang nila dito, may naiwan. That is Marky. Habang yung iba, all the way to A side na ang laban.
And ito na mga kaibigan, we're now gonna see the 3 players of Oasis Gaming and APH. Talaga makakabawi pa dito, makakakuha pa ba ng isang puntos ang APH or tatapusin natin dito ng Oasis Gaming itong game na to just to close it to a 2-0 score to start their first stage sa VCT mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo medyo talagang ang ginagawa dito ni Wild Oro at si Ripper, parang I got you back. Diba? I got you back, boy. Ano yan, man? Body system sila dito. Pushing ito 3v2. Oasis Gaming, we're gonna plant the spike already. Plus that Viper Spit is gonna be so hard for them to do that retake. Walang ultimate dito si RU. Kung meron sana siyang Hunter's Fury, pwede sana, pero yun nga ang problema, wala. Georgie gonna push in with that Blade Storm. And now decaying already. Pero yun nga lang, meron tao dito sa may ulo. Kitang-kita yung ulo pero hindi tumatama! Diyos ko po! Okay, nakuha pa niya. 1v1 with a great one. Wild Oreo versus Georgie.
Walang hininga.
Piso peligro. Tapos na ba o hindi pa? And it's over. Oasis Gaming will gonna win this with a 2-0 score.
Will, feeling ko na naguluhan sila ng slight doon pagdating dun sa dulo when Georgie had that perfect opportunity to shut down Marky immediately. Kaso hindi nila nagawa. Hindi tumama yung Blade Storm. Kapag tumama yun, hindi siya mababawasan. And also, on the other hand, makakabuelo pa siya ng maayos for the next skill. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi niya in-expect na mag-whiff yung Blade Storm. And because of that, medyo naguluhan na nakita mo na sa movements pa lang ni Georgie na parang nalito na siya, naligaw na siya kung sakasakali man doon sa last round natin. And this is a series for Oasis Gaming. Tignan mo si Marky, parang nag-rank game lang yung itsura no?
What a good start actually sa Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan. They literally started off with a bang. Dahil dito sa ginagawa nga ni Marky and friends. Pero kung napansin na talaga natin kanina, nagkaroon tayo ng role switch, which is Wild Oreo at saka si Ripper. Kasi talagang ang nagsismoke naman talaga, ang smokerist naman talaga nila is si Ripper. Pero ngayon, nag-switch sila, yung initiator ngayon, yung pseudo duelist apparently, yung second fragger nila is si Ripper ngayon. Pero it's not all about the first frag. It's not all about the second fragger dito. As long as nagagamit mo yung mga utilities mo, as long as you're gonna do your role, you're gonna do your job, talagang maganda ang kakalabasan ng mga scores yung magandang kakalabasan ng team nyo dito sa tournament na to. Pero yun nga, a big congratulations sa Oasis Gaming. They started off VCT with a big 2-0. Big W sa inyo, mga kaibigan.
Nakakita nyo na Land of the Rising Sun sa likuran. No? But yet again, Oasis Gaming all the way from game number 1, ganito na yung pinakita nila It's just been consistent all along. Talagang nahihirapan talaga ang APH and it was quite obvious with the scorings that we are looking at as well. 13-5 ang nangyari para sa ating mapa na Breeze. Obviously, the stats don't lie. It's all on the side of Oasis as well. They have the bigger damage. They have the bigger headshot rate compared to APH then as well. And of course, obviously, with the fragments and objective wins. Kompleto Yung kumbaga kung gagawa ka ng adobo, kumpleto lahat ng ingredients, meron pang extra rice, 'di ba? Ganun yung dala ng Oasis dito. They have good positioning when it comes to post plants. They have good takes, especially with the openings from Marky and with the help of Ripper in clearing out the entire site as well. And kumpleto rin sila pagdating sa tutok. Lahat meron And hindi naglalak kahit papano. Ang kulang lang talaga for the side of APH is just polishing how they entry as well and getting those information and utilizing that information.
And dito naman sa mga stats nga talaga natin, like what we've said, stats don't lie. And syempre naparoon na rin natin yun. Naparoon na rin natin yung series natin. And talagang hindi naman talaga nagkulang din ang APH. They tried so hard, pero it's just, well, accept the fact that the better team, of course, we're gonna prevail. And kahit na pinili ito ng APH, yung nga rin yung malaking problema, nakuha ng Oasis Gaming yung side na talagang sobrang mas may advantage probably dito sa mapa na to, which is defending, kasi based on experience na rin naman talaga yan dito sa mapa na to. And there's a lot of mistakes as well nakita natin dito sa dalawang teams natin, pero ball down dito sa APH talagang hindi rin talaga sila nakakuha ng score, lalo sa Haven na talagang sobrang kitang-kita natin nag-pop off na hindi lang si Marky, hindi lang si Ripper, which is apparently lahat sila nag-contribute, pero
kulang
kulang sa vitamins, kulang sa extra rice.
Ito yung moment na yun na nasa harap na, naging bato
Tinrack
pa mga
na niya
ganung moments. Ha?
Yeah. Tinrack na niya, di ba?
Yun nga ang tagal niya nang tinitigan. Actually, siguro mga split, mga 1 to 2 second already na tinititigan ni Georgie, si Marky, kung ano gagawin niya. Kaso sumakto lang talaga, tumiming din yung paggalaw ni Marky doon. And yet again, Oasis Gaming takes this in a clean 2-0 fashion. para sa team ng Oasis. This is such a good start going here sa panibagong stage ng VCT ngayon. And for APH naman, they still have matches to go for. Ang dami nating broadcast days, ang dami nating matches na aabangan pa at dapat abangan. Especially on the next match later on, kung saan ang magiging casters nyo ay sina Rere at saka sina Honey Glaze. So ang The Mods ay magpapaalam muna sa inyo mga kaibigan. Maraming salamat muli. And of course, after this short break, it is gonna be the panel. So abangan natin kung ano sasabihin nila and preparing for the next match as well. Thank you so much, everyone. We are just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik ng VCTPH is gonna be the last series of the day.
Problems, they always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. To chase my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but didn't even start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hug, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them playing.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching VCTPH Stage 2, where we just witnessed Oasis Gaming get the first W of Stage 2 against Action PH. Even Dax on one of their worst maps, Breeze.
Feels like this is an Oasis Gaming roster that has just absolutely been reforging themselves. They through the fires of VCTPH Stage 1, the misdeeds, the mistakes, and just all the training in the world. It's just crazy to think how much they've really stepped on up. You've seen Wilder, you're going on the Viper role that he has played before, feeling more confident. Coco on that chamber, being more aggressive. Ripper, just an absolute beast map after map. Marky, of course, supported in the Invincible Envy. I just listed them all down because for Oasis Gaming, it's all about these parts working together to make the plays happen. And you could see that every single one of them had the impact that they needed to do.
Fluffy, I bet you're beaming with pride right now. I can see you guys, decide to take off the coats and just go full on with the jerseys to represent. But yeah, you, I bet you're proud of these guys right now, especially after, after that Breeze map and getting, again, that 2-0 versus Action PH.
Yeah, for sure. It feels good not only for the team that is close to my heart that won their first series of the entire tournament, but also to do it in a convincing way. I like that the Oasis Gaming that we're seeing right now is more proactive than reactive. It shows, I think, in a lot of their plays that they are not only more decisive for what their plans are, but they also work together. During the first map, we can see in Haven that when Marky entries, it really helps that the team's utility also falls with him and it crashes onto the enemy together. And on Breeze, which is not a map that a lot of people think would have predicted to be very heavily in Oasis's favor, but I think Oasis have enough reps on that map to have a solid understanding, because I don't think that they would have left it open if they weren't confident, at least in the pick.
Jumping into our series highlights and jumping off of that point, are you saying that Oasis has finally broken through the curse, or do you think it was also like a little bit more of Action PH needing maybe a little more time to adjust?
It's too early to say. I think it's the first series, Mika. We have so many more to go, but this is a good sign for Oasis Gaming. Now, the Oasis connoisseur in me for a long time knows that it can already change in a heartbeat. It can change in the next day. It can change once they come into the playoffs. But it's a really good show of force that they have been absolutely on point with the teamwork, on point with the control. And Fluffy mentioned it a while ago. There are these times where Marky just comes on in, the flashes are coming, the paranoia is there, and that the flank can be secured by players like Coco. And in contrast for Action PH, there's that expectation we have for APH to find those dominant runs, but they were just answered by Oasis Gaming. I do feel like it's a factor that Oasis is familiar right now with the APH playstyle, is seeing the potential weaknesses that they can take advantage of. But what concerns me about Action PH is even in those scrappy rounds, or when Oasis decides to dismantle the initial push of Action PH, they just can't really stand a chance on it. And for one thing that Action PH has always been able to rely on is their raw firepower, is as potent as can be. Case in point, Georgie. But we're not getting it from the full squad right now, and it does feel like these roster swaps and some of these role swaps right now are really affecting the potential pace they have for the game here.
That's true. Aside from that, I would also like to add that I think APH still is in that stage where they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with the new mix that they have in the bag. It's one thing to compare teams that are normally strong, like household names like APH and Oasis, but because Oasis has also been a team that between the two has been together longer, they have that familiarity that I think APH can still bring later on into groups and maybe into playoffs. I think APH is still a great team, but on the side of Oasis, I think that it's really a confident start for them. And hopefully the question is just, will they keep going, or is this just a one-off thing? Because we've seen in the past on the other side for stage 1 where APH was very dominant for the first week, but they started to fall off during the second.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be really interesting to see how APH is going to be adjusting from here on out. But we have our MVP of the series. We have Envy. Dax, you mentioned that he was pretty much immortal, unkillable in throughout this matchup. And, I think you were right. He definitely was, look at those stats, look at those numbers. This guy was definitely a beast, and sometimes you didn't even know where he was coming from, and he would just get those first frags just inexplicably.
It's like, what was his KD back in that second game? Around 4 point something.
Yeah, I think he had 5 deaths or something like that.
Yeah, it was 23-7-7, so it's like a 30-7 ratio. It's just crazy to think. And he even had a KAST of 100%. So every single time that he needed to put the impact on, he was there for the team. And Envy, just one of the best players that you can rely on your roster. He can do anything for your squad, all the way from the Hasher days here to the Oasis games right now. And I really feel like many times he will be the benchmark of the Oasis performance.
Well, we're actually going to be hearing from Envy himself and the rest of Oasis Gaming as we welcome them over here onto our desk for a quick interview, a quick post-match interview. So welcome, Oasis Gaming. I believe we do have the whole squad on standby. I think everybody is here and ready and excited to be back on the desk. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey guys,
Welcome. Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, I wasn't prepared for this kind of layout. I was like, whoa, okay. You can see my door there in the back. Whoops. But yes, Oasis Gaming, congratulations to you guys. So
Thank you.
Question. Starting out stage 2 very, very strong with that win against Action PH. Looking also very strong on Breeze, to even the surprise of our casters and our panelists. Can you let us know what some of the adjustments you guys made coming into stage 2?
We just prepare for the maps that were not that good, so that include Breeze. So we keep practicing those maps and actually all the map, and we just play our game. Our past scrims like 2 weeks ago is not going well, but I think when we're all here in the bootcamp, it's just the bootcamp buff that really shows, and we play our game. That's really good.
Yeah, the energy definitely shows, and just really curious. Because we have been putting Fluffy on the spot. I'm curious to know from you guys, how does Fluffy on the other side of the broadcast?
We're sad, but
Aww.
we really love him. He's like our giant teddy bear, and we really love that guy. But sometimes naiiwan talaga tayo ng mga mahal natin, ganun. Kaya
Wow. I feel I'm sad now. Thanks for that. We have a question coming in from Black and Blue. I sound like a radio DJ. We have a question coming in from Black and Blue. For Coco, so how good was the OODA looping?
the OODA looping, we practiced that since Waki came. Actually, shout out to Waki, our analyst. He's the one that replaced Fluffy. He helped us throughout this last 2 weeks, and it comes to show on our game.
Awesome. And finally, are there any teams that you are looking forward to going up against the most here on stage 2? Any rivalries that you want to put to rest the most?
We want to play against SB because they're the team that beat us last VCT. But I know when we face them, it's gonna be a great match and great series.
some unfinished business there. So we're gonna look out for that. Lastly, do you guys have any shout outs that you'd like to
Shout
give?
out.
Maybe some messages to all of the fans of Oasis Gaming.
Shout out to all the fans of Oasis Gaming. Thank you for supporting us since day one. And to our families, to our friends. Shout out to Fluffy, to our ex-coach. Now he left us. Shout out to Waki, our analyst, and Oasis squad. Shout out to Ate, to everyone in the core, and to the casters, analysts that voted for us to win. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys, and once again, congratulations on your win. We're looking forward to seeing the rest of your matches here at Stage
Thank
2.
you. Thank you so much.
Aww, they miss you, Fluffy.
Oh, man.
You're a
Nice
big
lang.
teddy bear.
Uso ba yung move on, you know?
Fluffy the
Aw.
heartbreaker, man.
Nah.
You could feel the emotions, just like, we miss you, buddy. Why
I'm
have
very,
you
very
left
happy
us?
that they won. That's for sure.
Aw,
I
well,
don't
you
think
know,
you're-
sometimes we have to let those we love go so that they can,
Yes.
they
And
can be
if they come
better.
back, then they truly love you. So,
Yeah.
True.
Oasis
Wow.
Fluffy return? Already.
Wow, I wasn't expecting this. I heard rumors about this side of VCT. I wasn't expecting this on my first day, but hey, what a welcome to
Welcome
me,
back.
right? Before we throw it into a break, I do want to ask, of course, on the side of Action PH, what do you guys think? What do you guys think they need to work on from what we've seen from those two maps? Dax, you first.
I think Action PH right now just needs to find a bit more of the whole team's consistency. It's just they need to find that kind of agreement of how they really want to separate themselves from the rest of the competition, because it just hasn't been as magical even before stage 2. It hasn't been as magical right now, and it does feel like there's a lot more balance, but too much balance might lose what makes you unique. You become vanilla rather than cookies and cream, rather than cookie dough. It's just whatever made APH special, they either need to reclaim it or they need to look for something a little bit different. But I do like some of the states that still have consistency from Georgie, discipline from the Doctor. Are you? I'm just still concerned about that role swap. But for APH, they need to figure out who they are as soon as possible. That separates themselves from the other 7 teams we have in the group stage right now.
True. Coming into something like this, especially on your first match on stage as a team together, I feel like it's one of those things where you really have to build that familiarity that I mentioned before. But like what Dax mentioned, as much as it's great that they are evolving their playstyle, they're bringing out the Astra and Haven. They usually play Cypher, but with the Batman coming in, they're playing that Killjoy role instead, what he's kind of known for. So they are doing the adjustments. The problem is, do they have the time to adjust? Can they adjust faster, or have they really figured out what roles they want everyone to play to get that formula going? Because it's not like, the results of this game does show that they did lose the game, but there's a lot of flashes of brilliance from the team itself. Like you see a Batman hold a lot of these nasty off angles, going for the clutches. They have really good players. It's just that they need to figure out that structure so that they can be more proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah, and I think, of course, with all of the other teams stepping it up as well, Action PH probably, has to pick up the pace a little bit and, make 2 steps forward while everybody's taking, small steps forward. They really need to close in that gap. We are headed into another quick break, but when we return, we've got Naos Esports and South Built Esports coming right up.
Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You are watching VCTPH Stage 2. We are on our second series of the day with Naos Esports and South Built Esports. My name is Mika Fabs, and joining me on the panel this time around are Azurai and G10. Welcome, gentlemen. I feel weird welcoming people over since it's my first day. It's your first day too as well, G10. How are you feeling? Aww, that's so nice. You don't need to reveal too much. Yeah. Azurai, I noticed Azurai giggled a little bit what G10 said when G10 mentioned that we've taken a lot of time bonding and everything, and I said, hey, be careful what you reveal over there.
No, they don't know the inner workings or the machinations of the VCT talents behind the scenes. Not yet.
Why am I a little worried? Why am I a little scared? But you know what? I don't think there's anything to fear because, of course, we have wonderful sponsors backing us up, just like PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. And we also want to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G5 Unli 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. We also want to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falcon is the perfect solution for Valorant players. With a 65% form factor and up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, the new ROG NX switches, every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT2022 for more information about the ROG Falcon NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard. So, gentlemen, we have quite a series ahead of us. We have Naos Esports and South Built Esports, two teams that made it to the SEA playoffs in Stage 1. Azurai, this is a little bit of a throwback to that history, with this match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they've already went up against each other 4 times in the past. Some of those were during Stage 1. Another one was, I believe, during the Open Qualifiers. That Open Qualifiers was the only time that SBE actually got a win off of Naos. And when Naos started to become that dark horse team that nobody really anticipated that they were going to become, they actually won 3 series in a row against South Built Esports, with all of those series being 2-0s. So there really is this set rivalry already between these two top teams, the kings of PH, Naos, and the perennial kings of the entire Philippines, with SBE being able to go into APAC Challengers. How well has both teams kind of evolved or adapted to each other moving forward into Stage 2?
Your little man bun is so cute, by the way. I'm a little distracted.
It's
so
I know
cute.
it's very small.
Yeah, so cute. I love it. G10.
I was just about to say. That's why I do be looking mad cute. You do. You have to.
It's so cute. G10, though, Azurai mentioned that Naos was quite a dark horse. Do we still believe that? Do we still believe that after what happened at Stage 1?
Absolutely
Can they surprise us
not.
again? Are they still that dark horse?
They're not a dark horse in terms of if they do win now, it's not surprising. They would be a little bit what's it called? They'd be a little bit more favored now to be a dark horse. So they would have to kind of play up there with the with the top half of the field, at least in first week, because I would say they kind of have a lot of expectations on them from the first stage, and they kind of have to keep that Kings of PH mantle that they earned themselves in this in VCT.
What's kind of good about that as well, right, is there's kind of these two different paths that both Naos and SBE kind of undertook after Stage 1 actually hit, wherein Naos went to a lot of these third-party tournaments and never really stopped to kind of take a breather and always just kept competing. Whether it was for good or worse, it kind of showed that Naos still wanted to see how far they can reach. And it kind of had this lukewarm reception wherein at the start, when they were joining these third-party tournaments, they would actually lose against not super known teams, maybe even other known teams, but then came in with that title that they got, the Kings of PH. That's when they actually got the champion. That's when they maybe came back to that Naos form already. And maybe they didn't, this is a team that didn't want to take a break because they really wanted to make sure that everything was just up to where they wanted to be. On the other hand, Southfield Esports, I think, has been a team that just went the opposite direction and never really joined the tournament right afterwards. I think Black and Blue might just correct me if I'm mistaken on that, but it felt like they just focused more on the back end of things, you know, watching the VODs that they had previously, played games, or rather played scrims, just to make sure that they can kind of just practice without being in the eyes of the public. So there's so much things that both of these teams have done, but very different on how they want to just reach that next step of the evolution, I say, at least coming into Stage 2.
Yeah, I want to dig into that a little bit later on. But first, let's take a closer look at our teams, beginning with Naos Esports. A team that no doubt surprised everybody at VCT Stage 1, and we have been talking about how much they could possibly improve, but what can we expect from this team, especially with this first series of the day against one of their biggest rivals, G10? It's going to be a spicy one for sure, and we're really interested to see how much this team has improved.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Naos Esports, they have such a cracked and stacked roster at the moment. Blast, Blur, Delicious, Kakarot, Kev Zimov is the new face here. But they do have, you know, a lot of experience back in their other teams, other esports. So I have very good confidence in them. But the question is, you know, their first match is going to be against SBE. This is the squad that did win the Kings of PH tournament. So a lot of expectations are levied on their shoulders at the moment. It's going to be a tough match for them against SBE, but I definitely think they have at least a 50-50 for this one.
Azrai, what about you? I mean, you know, we are continuing again this, you know, bit of a rivalry between Southfield Esports and Naos. And, you know, because you mentioned how Naos just continuously grinds, has not taken a sort of like bit of a breather as other teams might from the competitive scene. I mean, do you think that might be a little bit more to a disadvantage, whereas other teams might have been a little bit more quiet, especially after such an important tournament?
I guess it depends on like what they wanted to achieve as a team. Previously, when you watch Naos, when they came in during Stage 1, this was a team that I think, at least from how I perceive them, really focused on the micro engagements when they fought, when they competed against the other teams. Like if you saw how they played, it's so free flowing, but at the same time, just very intuitive with how they just manage all of these micro engagements. And it really did show. The problem to that was that it felt like it just fell a little bit short of what they wanted it to reach, especially when they got into the playoffs, to the, you know, the real nitty and gritties of the tournament, when they needed to beat SBE, when SBE came into that playoffs mode. We'll probably talk about that later. So I think one of the things that they definitely need to have here is just the micro engagements, plus I think the more strategies that we're kind of hoping for. Maybe, you know, their coach Backstab has kind of drilled that into them during the off season before we reached into Stage 2, but there's just so many things that I think Naos is has more to offer for us, and it is just the beginning for them.
Yeah. And it's the beginning of stage 2 after all. That's why it's extra exciting to see all of our teams, including, of course, the opponent for Naos Esports for this series. It's going to be South Built Esports. Let's take a closer look at this team. The team that shows the kids how it's done. They did proceed to the SEA playoffs. But G10, is it safe to say that this team will be dominant in stage 2?
Oh, for sure. 100%
Wow.
definitely. These are the titos of Philippine FPS. They've made their way into Valorant absolutely commandingly. So these guys, if you guys aren't familiar, are South Built Esports. This is a roster of some of the older pros in the FPS scene, dating as far back as old CS. And now they are really teaching these young guns, these really talented kid aimers, how you're supposed to behave, how you're supposed to be as a pro team. And really, it's worked so well for them. They are undoubtedly one of the best, and they were the best team in VCTPH for quite a while.
Okay, I like how you've worded the description of South Built Esports here. It feels like this team is considered now the best in the Philippines, but it feels like I'm gonna be the kind of villain to how I describe SBE,
devil's
because they're
advocate
the devil's advocate, exactly, because it feels like SBE, when they won against the matches, with the other teams here in the Philippines, with Naos and everybody else, fighting for that APAC Challengers spot, it felt like everyone else kind of just lost steam. We talked about again this Naos matchup where Naos kind of fell short. It felt like they didn't have the strategies to match up against SBE. That being said, I don't want to undermine how Ja and the rest of the team were able to just persevere through this arduous process of competing in the tournament. But it feels like South Built Esports have really yet to show, like what I said with Naos, what they really have to offer as well. Because I think right now, and you mentioned it perfectly there, G10, is that South Built Esports is a team that has so much experience already, from their CSGO roots and everything. It's always what we kind of bring up every single time that we talk about this team, because this is where they're most known for, that ability to last longer in tournaments. And another thing that I think also is going to be a very big metric here for South Built Esports is that thing where we talked about how South Built Esports group stage is not a good team. South Built Esports playoffs is a very good team. So can they kind of connect the two and make that playoffs team into the group stage so they can actually start being that super team that we know that they can be coming into stage 2?
Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to say, to tack on to Azurai's point, is that they do kind of rev up when it comes to playoffs and games that matter, and it's kind of because they're old men. They have to take the group stages a little bit easier. They have to reserve that energy. They gotta reserve their energy because they can only perform. They can only go plus ultra so much, and they can only do it when it really matters. But that could be different now. That could be actually very different now, and it's gonna be a good test of their strength, actually, this first match versus Naos.
G10, Azura, I'm going to have to take you aside afterwards, after this panel. We're going to have a little chat. Thankfully, though, we're headed into our map veto, so we can take the camera away from this panel as I scold these guys. You have said old way too much, G10.
Oh, no.
You have said old way too much. But entering our map vetoes over here, Asarai, any surprises? Anything that made your jaw drop over here? Probably not. Made you think.
Yeah, I guess I'll just point out that Ascent and Haven are starting to get banned a lot more on Stage 2. I think a lot of teams just know that if you're up against an opponent that is just, let's call it like still a basic team, they will always default to these particular maps right now. And Naos feels like a team that isn't basic anymore. They're advanced, they're intermediate, they're maybe at the expert level already. They want to go for other maps that teams might not be as comfortable with, and that's probably why we're looking at Split and Fracture. Icebox is still the go-to, but I mean, it's one of the things that you can't just, put out of there. But going back, Split and Fracture, definitely something that I think SBE might not be as good at. So now it's definitely bringing out the hurt immediately in this map ban.
So you're saying like teams are kind of like favoring pushing each other into more, out of their comfort zones a little bit, because we have, sort of like the quote unquote basic maps slowly, being banned a lot more. And now we're seeing a lot more of the more experimental ones, maybe a little bit more Fracture, maybe a little bit more Icebox. G10, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not Breeze, really. For some reason, Raf is absolutely confused as to why so many people hate playing Breeze or hate watching Breeze. I just personally dislike it a little bit. But the rest of these maps, I do agree. Experimental maps, Fracture, definitely something we need to see more of. Icebox has been kind of, it had been read to death for most PH teams, but they are starting to get a better handle on it, than before. Icebox now actually a really, really great competitive map after all the changes. I do believe that, it's good that we're getting these maps here in the group stage to see exactly how teams deal with some weird situations, I think.
I'll add to that a little bit more here. With the ones you talk about Fracture, I also want to point out that, and again, I haven't seen much of the Naos players on Fracture, and that's because just a part of me. But I am expecting maybe to see the Neon come out for Blurred, possibly. I know that on the Filipino side, Ray has said that she disagrees with me, that she prefers Blurred being on the Jet more. I prefer Blurred being on like the Raze or something. But now we can probably find that middle ground where we might see him go and pick up another duelist that actually works quite well, even though that we have seen some nerfs actually hit the Filipino agent, with everything else. But I think if it's going to be Fracture, a lot of quick map control is what's needed, and being able to get that Neon is going to be incredibly crucial here, whether it's SBE or Naos picking it up. And again, talking about the micro engagements, Naos really loves that, and it just kind of fits well into their playstyle. So I'm looking forward to seeing that, at least specifically for Fracture.
So with our map vetoes, gentlemen, which team will you be favoring for this series? Asarai, we'll start with you. I think you were favoring Naos a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I started talking about Naos, the dark horse team that I had before, especially when I saw Kev's name there, and I'm still going to stick with it. Yeah, Naos for me.
G10?
All right. I did cast Naos when they were doing the Kings of PH tournament. They were looking extremely solid. SBE, they have been consistent though. So I do think Naos has it in them. I'm personally a 50-50, but I would go with Naos as well.
No love, G10, after you threw all of that.
Look,
They're old.
I'm saying,
they're old.
they are old, but they are so good. They are so good. They're like fine wine. The fine wine.
I'm gonna throw in the love for South Built Esports. I'm gonna represent from
it's not that
Manila to the
it's not that I
Manila,
have hate
okay?
for SBE. I love SBE. I think that they are the best team at the moment. I just think that for this match, Naos has it in them. All right.
You know what? We're gonna talk backstage.
You're not
In the
even
meantime,
that old,
we're gonna head
Pico.
straight
You're not
into
even
the
that
series.
old.
Naos Esports versus the not that old South Built Esports casters. Over to you guys.
Stage 2. Yet may kita na natin ang TLS all this time between Naos versus Southfield. Ako si Rayray, kasama ko ang bagong muka ng PH broadcast, which is si Honey Glaze. So, let's give her a warm welcome. Yan, palalakpan ko na. So, Honey Glaze, aside from kanina na-excite ka nga sa Naos, one of your personal favorites ata itong Naos Esports, ano ang nafe-feel mo ngayon na nandito ka na sa PH broadcast?
Well, sobrang laking pressure, Ate Rayray. Nakita natin kung gaano kalupet ng mga naging playstyle nila ever since stage 1 ng SBE at ng Naos. So, I'm very excited kung ano mangyayari. At natapat pa yon dito sa unang araw ko in VCT. So, I'm very excited, very overwhelmed. Pero syempre, nakaka-curious din kung ano yung gagawin nila dito dahil we saw the map vetoes.
Yung map vetoes, sabi ko, I'm looking forward for more of a Breeze X Haven. Pero mukhang itong Naos, they're finally kind of moving forward to split once again. Nakita na nga natin to sa previous tournaments nila na nilalaro na lang split. And now we're gonna go sa Icebox, which is both SBE together with Naos. They're actually good in this. Then we're gonna be ending up sa Fracture. So ito yung mga map pool na out of their comfort zone. So ibig sabihin talagang pinupush nila yung edge ng isa't isa. Katulad lang ng nangyari sa finals last time sa stage 1. Pero this time around, makakabawi na ba nga ba yung Naos as what they did during the group stages nung stage 1? Or kaya yung mga katulad ng Tito ng SBE, nakapag-maintenance na si Tito Pro. Sure ako nakapag-maintenance na siya ngayon. Kaya makakapaglaro na talaga siya. Pero I'm looking forward to actually see Micro, pero looks like hindi siya maglalaro this time around. It's gonna be Pro himself together with Papi Chulo. And sa Naos side, we're gonna be seeing not Blast, but Z instead. And we have Kakarot with the KO, Blurred with the Neon. Tama nga si Asu, right?
Wow.
It's not in Fracture, but instead here in Split. At with that double initiator comp, anong masasabi mo dito, Honey Glaze?
Well, ang unang nakuha ng attention ko dito is yung Neon pick. I have learned na sobrang ganda ng mga Neon picks ngayon, especially nung naging recent updates natin. Pero balikan natin yung naging tanong mo, Ate Rayray. Ano nga ba yung thoughts ka dito for this double initiator setup? Is a laking space created ng mga utilities na ito, especially with the fault lines. Imagine yung mga 0 point pa dito ibibigay ni Kakarot. And Kakarot has been doing well with Blurred pagdating sa mga entries na katulad ng mga ganyang klaseng mga lineup natin, especially that Neon even have here that reach. At syempre, wag natin kakalimutan yung KO. Pero with that being said, fast entry din naman ang pipiliin dito ng SBE.
Biruin mo, sa pagdating sa SBE, ganito yung usual nila dati na ginagawa. Pero hindi na sila nag-Reyna and Raze or kaya Jet and Raze. Kundi, nagpalit sila ngayon. Kay Ja nila binigay yung controller. So, and now they're gonna be sticking with that race. Pero simulan talaga ng mga teams ngayon, yung maglalabas na sila kagad ng cards nila, how they'll be able to set up here in Split. Pero malalaman na nga natin kung sino ang mas lamang, sino ang mas sikat. Like nyo para sa SBE at i-heart nyo if Naos kayo. At ito mga youngsters versus mga Tito, manananggaling nga sa kabilang bang-bang. Pero Honey Glaze, kitang-kita mo, binabaha na tayo dati. Ngayon, dati ulan lang yan. Ngayon, binabaha na ngayon between na sa rekto. Yung rekto kasi bahain yan kung nakakapunta ka doon. Malapit sa university ko dati. Nung umuulan lang to last stage, ngayon, bumabaha na
At least, diba, parang okay pa rin naman sa mga agents natin na bahain dito ang pwesto natin. Pero again, this is the first map of our series between our rematch na magaganap dito ng Naos and SBE. It's a very overwhelming match. Especially dito, ang Naos, sila yata yung pumili dito ng split. So, I'm very excited to see dahil nung stage 1, they were able to have this split map dito sa VCTPH, pero nung nakita ko rin in the local tournaments, they were having a hard time. So it will be a great question dito kung bakit at ano ang dapat ilabas dito ng Naos to win out their game dahil it's a big contender na makalaban nila dito ang SBE.
Talaga nga, nakaka-excite. Alam nyo guys, dati ko pa sinasabi to sa inyong lahat, mas excited ako sa stage 2, hindi ko alam kung bakit. I just feel like something is resonating within the teams, within the teams, within the players. Kami mismo ang casters, personally, this is my favorite. Dahil aside from last na to,
sadly, ito din talaga yung showcase ng mga teams. Dahil kung napapansin nyo, each team, wala talagang kahalo-halong mga re-rosters at all eh. RRQ lang naman yung nagkaroon nag-build sila ng bagong roster after ng Stage 1 qualifiers, and the rest, sobrang minimal lang ng APH. So talagang mas stronger na sila this time around. And may kita na nga natin, makukuha na nga ba ng Naos ngayon ang series against SBE o ang SBE talaga ang magpapatuloy ng pagiging actual kings of PH? Pero sinimulan kagad ni Blurred, pero naka-counter lang siya ngayon. At iba ang naririnig ko, kundi yung mga English casters natin at hindi lang yung in-game. Kahit si Flippy, pinauna na kagad si Blurred, pinakitaan niya how it feels. But that's the time coming from Delicious at papasok na nga sila kagad towards
in hell.
Ang dami na kagad nilang inuulan dito. Alam natin sa lahat ng mga pangyayari dito here in Split. It's a crucial map para magkaroon ka ng magandang defensive mechanism here in mid. Kung hindi, ito yung ipipenetrate truly ng ating attacking team. Pero ano nangyari dito? They flipped out all the way from mid na nakagulantang sila dito sa mga naging executions, sa mga nakakapag-defend here in B-side. So very unfortunate dito dahil nagiging okay na yung pagpasok nila all the way from mid, pero hindi sila naging expected kung sino ba yung mga nandun sa B-side. So 1 point lead na kagad dito ang SBE, and a good starting para dito kina Jap.
Talagang great start mula sa SBE. Read din kung gaano nga ba naglalaro kagad yung Naos. Pero mag-alala guys, it's just a pistol. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes you lose him or her. Pero Flippy, walang kagad. Walang si Papi Chulo ngayon ang nag-cypher. So medyo,
truth be told, that's all we can do. We can speculate. It is the first day. I think this could be a potential litmus test for Southbuild also, because we know them as one of the most disciplined teams, if not the most disciplined. And they love to flex their, well, mostly superior
split. Pero right after APAC, nagkaroon nga sila lang sudden changes. Same goes sa Naos. They didn't stick with the Omen anymore here in Split. Instead, they're gonna be sticking with that Astra. So talagang marami silang ginawang pagbabago during the last few weeks before we actually start sa Stage 2. Pero naghihintay lang ngayon ng Naos ng oras. Kasi Naos the time.
Pero will it be the time na makapasok sila dito here in A? Nakaabang na dito kaagad si ASUS, pero will he be able to get in that kill? Dahil nakaabang na din dito yung mga fault lines. That is a good hold ni Flippy. But unfortunately dito, dalawa kaagad yung nawawala. Cell will be going in for the trade-off. Nandito naman si Kevs para maka-follow up. But unfortunately, dalawa na lang silang natitira. So this is a 3v2 scenario. Let's still say na makakakuha man ng space dito si Say, but will he be able to dominate in A side?
Talagang, mga tao pag ako kinakabahan. Wala yan, guys. Ako ay mabait ako ngayon. Walang OT-OT. Oh, Ja pulls off and gets this good spray down with that paranoia. Sumakto sa muka ni Z together with Kevs. Ibang pangalan, naging Zayna tsaka Kevzimov ah. Ayos ta. Nakatuwa to ah. Pero SBE still was able to get that round, pero nga lang not bad for an eco onto the side of Naos dahil may tatlo silang napitas. Pero that's just a good hold. Even if suppressed ang mga miyembro ng SBE, they know how to come up with that knife itself. Talagang nilalabas nila agad yung lahat, pating sa tutok, pero advantage nga ng barilang meron tayo. Pero si Azizo, nakabaki na kagad. Tapos yung Naos, naka-full buy na rin ngayon. HG.
Tingnan. Tingnan natin, Ate Ray, kung makakakuha ba ng maganda positioning na dito si Blur. Dahil nakaabang na siya here in mid. There's the balls na ilalabas niya. He will be securing in vents. Pero syempre, we all expect the worst case scenarios na nakapag-wall nga dito kagad si Flippy all the way from vents. So let's see kung ano ba yung magiging delay dito. Ano ba yung magiging decision made dito nila Blur. Dahil nga nakaabang na rin kagad dito yung Sky, sina Pro with the Trailblazer. And there might be a case na baka maipit sila dito in vents. Lalo na't dala pa nila dito yung Spike.
Nagko-collab daw tayo kasama yung English. Yan ang pinamagandang collab. Hindi nyo ba alam? Release na namin yung single na yan, guys. Nagko-collab daw tayo kasama yung English. Ay, ano kami?
May pinapalis nga si Azuray dito
this is actually the English broadcast, by the way. Pero, going back, Blurred with the Neon. Ano na, field jump na yan si Blurred. Kasi si Neon, di ba, siya isang Japanese, pero Zay was able to get with a 3v2. Papi Chulo and Aziz na lang kagad natitira, pero mukhang alam na nga nila kung nasa, pero nakapatis pa kagad si Papi Chulo, and that goes in against Blurred, at si Zay na lang ang natitira, si Wazilay, pero Papi Chulo was able to spot him, and that's it. On towards the full buy ng Naos, SB still takes this. Talaga nga namang sabi nila, we're the kings of PH so far for the first 3 rounds. Biglang na-trap out kagad yung Naos. And so far, sa nakikita ko sa 3 rounds, Honey Blaze, binabasa lang nila talaga nila overall itong mga taga-Naos. Good entry ang meron kay Zay, but you gotta check the corners every time. Naghintay lang si Flippy doon. At Papi Chulo, tinuloy kasi ni Z. Minsan guys, kailangan sa mga bagay-bagay, dapat chine-check nyo muna bago kayo mag-commit. Hirap na, masaktan sa huli.
Mahirap ba talaga nung commit, Ate Rere? Paano ba dapat ang commitment na yan?
Ay, hindi ko alam.
Pero balik na tayo. It's round number 4, Ate Rere, kung saan eco round. Punish na naman dito ang Naos dahil nga sa mga nangyari kanina na hindi nila na-check-in yung corners. Nakita ko sa instant replay na nag-abang lang pala talaga si Flippy. And Delicious dito, hindi niya in-expect that there is someone on that corner. So, na-sheriff siya dito ni Flippy. But look at this. Tour de force ni Say. Will he be able to get in a kill? Dahil dito si Jan nag-aabang into that corner. Pero, there's a follow-up naman ng ating Cyril Blazer. So, I gotta say na makakaligtas sila dito. Pero let's see kung makakaligtas ba si Say or he will be able to get in the pick-off. At yun, agad ang answer dito ni ASUS.
Talagang si Aziz ay nakapitas na naman. And so far, itong mga taga-SB, nakikita na natin yung good holds nila. Pero sa Naos, pag nasa-shutdown sila, ang malaking katanungan, paano nga ba sila makakapag-survive? But that was a good slide mula ay Blurred. Pero nga lang si Kevs na ipit kagad and flip it together with Papi Chulo. Sila lang parating nasa B-side. Yet, they're just able to get the upper hand against Naos. Hindi maka-entry at all si Blurred. Hindi kagad makapag-pop off si Kakarot. Even if Zay tries to go for a refrag, din talaga nagiging posible as Ja finishes him out, and it's a straight 4 rounds mula sa SBE, and Naos is stuck on a pinch so far with that double initiator.
Well, ang hirap din naman kasi talaga makatapat dito yung double sentinel setup ng Southbeat Esports. We have your Flippy, pero balikan natin yung replay natin na parang walking by the part lang dito si Zay. Yes, we all know na meron siya third or fourth dito, pero he cannot react enough para makuha niya yung pick-off na yon all the way from Ram. So that is our overwhelming series ng 4-0 kaagad laban dito sa Naos. Pero let's see kung magiging worth it na nga ba. Itong full buy sila with their rifles, and they are deciding to rush into B. This is a good one. Lalo na't ang makakatapat nila dito is the Cypher. Nandito yung mga traps, nandito yung spokes, but Flippy is doing it to eliminate in one. Dirtito going in for the trade. Unfortunately, kay Kevs, nandun naman yung mga easy pick-off na gagawin dito ni Papi Chulo with that angle. But look at the ultimate here. There goes the Rolling Thunder. Papasok na dito kaagad si Kevs para mabigyan ng lalo opportunity makapag-plant in the spike. Ja will be using in the Shrouded Step Paranoia para makukuha ng isa. At effect na nga dito sa gitna. Kevs is already down 5-0 na kaagad for SBE, and Naos still not able to dominate in the split map.
Actually, I'm quite surprised na ganito yung performance ng SBE. And bearin mo just because of Flippy, together with the Papi Chulo holding off kagad ang angles ng Naos, napipitas kagad sila. Flippy lang at Papi Chulo ang kailangan mo. Flick Chulo connection. Hindi makapag-entry at all ang Naos. Yes, nakapasok sila sa site. Pero nagiging problema ng Naos is that kahit makapasok sila ng site, pitas na kagad ang tatlo. And this is the huge problem that you have when it comes sa comp na meron yung Naos against SBE. Yung SB, tignan mo naman, no? Mas relied talaga sila sa defending side kasi meron kang Papi Chulo, meron kang Flippy. Isang slow orb, isang trap lang mula sa Cyber Cage. Hindi talaga makakapasok ang Neon mo together with Kakarot or maybe si Zay. Pero the rest, pagdating sa Naos naman, if they just get the perfect timing with the smokes coming in from Delicious, tapos ito si Blurred kagad with that, alam mo naman, neon wall, kayang-kaya naman. Pero they just need to eradicate yung timing mula kay Flippy and Papi Chul and it's gonna be okay. Kasi kahit sa aim duels, medyo nawawala yung Naos eh. Talagang minsan nawa-watch me Flippy eh. Nagwi-whiff eh. Talagang hindi gumagana. But ngayon, after this short pause, maybe Naos may come up with something now. Okay guys, reset tayo. Buhayin natin ang mga sarili natin and let's keep the games coming.
Nakikita kasi natin dito, no, yung Great Wall of Flippy Chulo na nahihirapan sila pumasok pero hold on, we have the bolts, we have the smokes. Let's see kung makakapasok nga ba dito si Blurred with all of those reckless dashes in all the way from A main. Hindi siya nakakuha ng pick-off dahil nga ang daming bumulaga sa kanya kaagad. There was the blinds, there was the nades na binabato dito nila ASUS. So now, they are punished enough na 15 HP na lang. And na-drink dito ang natitira for Blurred. So let's see kung magwawagi ba dito ang mid-side natin since we have your Delicious already in vents. Sana makakuha siya man lang ng pick-off dito para maging worth it yung ating eco round for Naos. And again, kapag naka-eco round kayo, you just need to punish truly the economic advantage dito nila Flippy. But with 5-0 rounds kasi, parang feeling ko, enough pa rin yung may matalo silang rounds dito to have enough rifles pa in the next ones.
SBE! Si Aziz! Naghintay lang! Naghintay lang si Aziz! Naghintay lang! Marunong siya maghintay! Na-pick off kagad si Blurred. Tsaka si Kakarot, tsaka si Zay. Lahat naipit. Kevs na lang, together with Delicious. Pero nakita na nga nila si Delicious at hindi na naman gumana. Yung tutok, nawawala talaga. Wala sa Naos. At 6-0 on a spree. Na kagad ang SBE. Medyo kailangan gumising tong Naos. Antok pa! Ano ba kinain na to? Kumain na ba yung Naos? 354 na. Parang hindi pa natin nararamdaman yung energy mula sa kanila pero talagang nahihirapan lang sila with that double sentinel. I think hindi nila maka-coordinate medyo nang maayos yung double initiator nila. And I think with this duelist comp nga na meron sila with that neon, yun nga, with that Flippy and Papi Chul and aggressive utilities ni Aziz, mahirapan talaga si Blurred. So, kailangan niya mag-find ng opening dito. At yun, tumakbo na siya. Tatakbo, tatalon, sisigaw ang pangalan mo, sabi ni Blurred. At nakapasok na kagad siya sa B-Tower ng walang kapitas-pitas mula sa side ng SBE.
Sana'y makapasok na siya dito ng site. Sana magkaroon ng advantage siya dito. Si Kevs na makakuha ng advantage dito kay ASUS, but hindi ito may bibigay dahil Kevs, just the nick of the timing and the Trailblazer will be getting in the info kung nasa na nga ba dito si Blurred, and Blurred is already pinned down all the way from B Tower. Tapos nandun pa yung mga nades. Tingnan natin kung makakasurvive pa sila dito. And yes, they will dahil Kakarot nakakuha ng isa, will be using in the ultimate. Pero let's see kung makakapasok nga ba sila dito dahil Ja is already down. We have no more controllers given for the side of SBE. So they will be having the site. It's all up to Flippy to at least eliminate in the numbers. Pero it's already a 4v2. Ate Ray Ray, paano pa kaya ito? Well, sinagot ako kaagad ni Flippy. 3v4 na kaagad tayo. And our B side post-plant take na lang dito for the side of SB.
Magiging madali lang ba to sa SB? Kasi si Papi Chulo, actually, pwede siya pumitas. Tapos pwede niyang kunin kagad yung kanyang ultimate and neural theft. Pero nga lang, si Blurred agad na angle ni Blurred. He can already identify kung nasan sila, pero sana di siya mag-whip. Pero speaking of, nakita na niya. Alam na niya kung nasaan ang pinakahuli, which is going to be Papi Chulo. He still gets one. It's gonna be 1v1. Buti na lang si Blurred is right up ahead against Papi Chulo. And now was finally nakakuha na nga sila ng 1 round against SB, and somehow, ito na ang kanilang road to actually making this into a tie. Ito na ba yung oras sa kanila? Pero napaka-helpful talaga nung ultimate coming in from Kakarot. And after that, nakakuha na nga sila ng impressive entry papuntang B-side. Pero tatandaan natin it was still a 1v1. Medyo masakit pa rin sa Naos yun pagdating sa economy nila. Kaya kita mo, may mga half armors mula sa mga members nila. At on a spree ang SB, may bebe buff kasi yung SB eh. Nagko-comment na naman si Nolin. Siyempre alam na natin anong mangyayari kay Ja niyan. Talagang binigyan niya yan ng malupitang bebe buff. Kaya ganyan. Pero at the same time naman ang Naos, nagigising na rin. Ano lang, medyo inantok lang kanina. Ngayon energized na sila dahil kay Kakarot. Kaso still, it's a 5-round difference dito, Honey Glaze. So medyo, ano pa rin to, sketchy kung gaano makakaganda yung Naos.
Oo. Sa lahat ng mga na-explain mo dito, Ate Ray, talagang kitang-kita natin na hesitant ngayon ang Naos. We have here Flippy on that corner, pero hindi niya na-expect na masusulyapan siya dito ni Kev. So now, 1 member down, no more walls given, no more slowers, pero we still have your 1 sentinel already waiting here in B side. Chilling like a villain nila siya dito para makakuha ng info yung kabilang members natin here in A. So, ano nga ba ang magiging decision nila dito? Dahil we still have here the Cosmic Divide. Agad nakapag-rotate dito, but this is the debating tactics ng Naos para makapasok na dito here in A. At hindi man lang nabawasan dito si na Breach. We have here Blurred already inside the site. At dyan, wala siya kaalam-alam na nakapasok na dito si Blurred. But he was still be able to get in that kill. There's some post-plant situation na kaagad dito for the side of Naos. But unfortunately, we still have here the neutral trap na magagamit na ngayon ng ating Cypher. So, with their positionings compromised, they need to quickly go away from this side. So let's see kung makakuha nga ba dito si Delicious, and Delicious, he will be able to secure in 1. Nandito na kaagad yung Rolling Thunder. Maabisuhan na nga lang dito si Pyro na dadalihan siya. We have here, di pick off na nga rin all the way from tower, but it's a 2v2 scenario. Unfortunately, they say hindi na siya magsurvive, but that is a good trade-off given to us by Kevs. We have no time intended for Papichulo to defuse in the spike, and that is another round to secure in for the side of Naos.
Ooh, sheesh. Mainit. Mainit ang Naos once again. Pero yun lang, siguro that's the crucial thing about their comp right now is that late, pagdating sa post-plant, hindi sila nakakapag hold off. Kailangan nila mag-buy ng time, di ba? Yet SB is just really careful kapag pupupunta sila sa actual site. So, binibigay muna nila sa Naos, yes. And they can just maximize their utilities to actually keep things going pa for the retake. So, talagang disiplinado ang SBE. Pero itong Naos, nakikita na nga natin mag-iinit-init. Nakapasok na nga sila kagad sa cage ni Papichulo! At lahat nakatingin. But there's just the refrag mula kay Delicious at kay Kevs. And pattern nga. We're down with a 2v2 at kailangan nila out? Yep, alam na nila information. So, tatakbo na nga sila kagad papuntang A-site, diba? Every time that Naos tries to go aggressive, napipick off sila kagad ng SB at matutumba kagad yung gusto na lang i-execute on towards the site. But then, after just making necessary movements, nag-mid-take muna sila, aabangan na lang isang pitas. Mapipitas sila si Pro, may pag-asa silang may panalo to against SBE, but looks like Ja is actually smart. He goes to A-site, and now, hihintayin niya si Kakarot together with Kevs. Pero, meron pa sila. Pwede gamitin to ni Kakarot para lang makakuha ng information. Pero, kailangan sa saktong-sakto. And the discipline mula kay Ja. Alam na nila! A good timing mula kay Kakarot as they now know where he is. They tried to go for a podcast, pero nailagan lang ni Ja. And now, he was able to anchor the side. Taking down Kakarot together with Kevs. And SB still wins that round. Pinaglaruan lang ni Ja. Alam mo saan mahilig si Ja? Sa 10-20. Nagtitipi-tipi lang. Gumigilid-gilid lang eh. Walang nangyari. Sa side ng Naos.
Parang nakipagpatintero na siya dito sa fault line ni Bridge natin. And unfortunately dito kay Kevs was able to go in for the white spade. Pero ready kasi yung crosshair dito. Parang siya na mismo yung dumikit sa crosshair nito ni Chia. So now, with that being said, so much punishment na naman ang nagbigay dito sa Naos. Split ang mapang pinili nilang ito. So it's already 7-2. With that one-way smoke, magkakaroon ng opportunity dito ang push ng B main. There's a body-body system na gagawin dito ng SB to secure in that ultimate orb. So much delays na naman ang may bibigay natin dito for Naos. And again, they are pushed down in an eco. So mahihirapan na naman sila makakuha ng advantage dito laban sa SBE.
Talagang hinapahirapan sila. Eco na naman muli sila. Kasi every time na nanalo sila sa 2 rounds nila, isa lang parating natitira. So expensive pa rin yun mula sa Naos. And 9-3 curse ba to? or 10 tours. Abangan natin. Now was the time ba talaga dito sa split? Tatandaan natin map pick to ng Naos, yet nahihirapan talaga sila. Sabi ni si sayang yun. Magkano din yun?
Nag-react na din
out
ako.
muna. Magkano yun? Medyo nasayang yung isang bullet ni Zidon. Hindi tumama. Nag-ano lang sumayaw lang sa Gedli yung si Ja. Pero although may konting may konting ouch, may konting kirot.
30
Dalamhati
seconds
kagad
left.
sadness ang nangyari kay Ja. Pero buhay pa rin naman ang Naos. Complete pa naman sila. Pero kailangan nila mag-focus sa mga hawak nilang sheriff. Pero the anchor itself, si Aziz, hintay lang siya. Marunong siya maghintay, parang sa Aldab.
Kanina pa tayo dyan sa marunong maghintay Parang medyo malalim na yung pinangugutan natin dyan Pero malalim na rin ang pinupush pala dito ng ating defending team. Poppy Chulo with a 4K! 3K lang pala, may secure niya dito laban sa Naos. And it's already 8-2 scoreline. Pwede na nga dito ang 9-3 curse at pwede nga dito ang 2-10, ang 10-2 curse. Pero masasabi ko lang dito is sobrang ganda ng usage nila of utilities. Lalo na dito yung ginawa ni Pro with the guiding light here in A. Na nakapasok ba sila all the way from Benz? Yes, pero nagkaroon sila ng delay, nagkaroon sila ng hesitation dahil wala na nga sila mapupatunguhan pa dahil doon sa mga blinds na magkakaroon pa ng possibility dito si Pro. Ang gusto lang naman ni Pro dito is makuha yung info at yun, doon sila nag-succeed. We have here so much hesitations na yes, again, for Naos. Pero by round nila ito muli. They need to secure in this one para ma-inflict nila yung 9-3 curse laban sa SBE.
Talagang 9-3 curse nga ba? Or talagang SBE, binabasa ang Naos. Kasi when you only have that one duelist, which is going to be Neon, it's 50-51 Lalo na itong SBE, they have this comp, the double Sentinel 1 on the defending. It's really hard. Itatrap ka lang kagad ng Cyber Cage or that slow orb, it's over para high blurred. And siya lang kasi yung isang miyembro na kailangan mag-clear out ng mismong site. Or maybe at least pick of one member mula sa SB. So, ayun yung mga oras na medyo mahirap. At tignan mo, nag-slide na kagad si Blurred. Mahilig siya sa 10-20. Buta na lang sumakto kagad yung flash ni Kakarot. Mula din kagad kay Kevs. Tapos meron pang setup mula kay Janicious. Ang ganda. Dapat ganito na yung ginagawa na lang execution kanina pa. Utilize Kakarot together with Kevs. And it's gonna be possible. Natumba na sa isang iglaps ang mga miyembro ng SB at Papi Chulo na lang together with Pro. Pero si Tito Mo Pro, sumisilip pa. Kaso may nakaabang mula kay Blurred. He still gets him. At isa na lang kagad natitira si Papi Chulo with the clutch. Nope! Zay shuts him down. And now, once again, we'll be able to secure. So, pwede ba itong 9-3 curse or 8-4? Kasi kung 8-4 to, not bad for the first half ng Naos against SB. It's still okay. Lalong-lalo na double nga ang iba ang tindig ngayon ni Papi Chulo together with the Flippy Honey Glaze.
Dagdagan mo pa ng voice usage of utilities dito ni Pro with those guiding lights. Pero dito sa paggamit niya nga ng kanyang mga seekers, hindi ito naging sagana sa kanya dahil there was one member ready enough to go in for that kill. Now, it's a last round in this half. Dapat makakuha sila ng maganda pang momentum dito. As you said, maganda yung 8-4. They just need to control in the utilities na meron sila with Kevs and Kakarot. Sabi mo nga kanina, napakaganda nung timing ng blinds dito ni Kevs. They just need to make sure na covered nila yung mga angles dito. Na pagpasok, na pag-dash dito, pag-slide in the Blurred, makakasecure sila ng any angle na hindi ito mababantayan ng ating Neon.
Ano yan Talagang si Blurred nga ay isang Japa-feel yan, di ba? Japanese, tapos half Filipino kasi si Neon ang kanyang gamit. Ayan, bago na pala ang siyang talagang totoong import from Japan. Yan, si Blurred. Pero sa SB, ayan, yung mga si Flippy, si Tito Mo Pro na naka Sky. Si Tito Pro ano yan mahilig din yan mag-karaoke. Pag nagkasama kami ng mga tropa natin, si Tito Pro, basta may karaoke, hindi magpapalipas ang mga kantahan yan pang 80s Nadyak lang tayo. Oy! Nasa edad ba ang pagkanta ng karaoke? Zay gets Flippy. Ja takes down si Kevs muli. At may mga trade-offs, pero napakahalaga nito sa Naos kasi makakapagkuha na kagad si Kakarot ng kanyang Pero yung oras, kailangan niya magbilang. May
Totoo
Papi
nga.
Chulo pa. 7 seconds is on the clock. Mapipigilan ba nito? Yes. They try to plant it. Ay, na-plant naman. Akala ko wala, hindi ko marinig eh. Sorry, mahina. Pero buti na lang si Zay nakuha na rin si Aziz. Si
Nako.
Jana lang with a 9 HP and a 3.
No, nag-pop up si Zay dito sa pagkakataon na nagamit niya yung 34th niya. And it is a security of our 8-4 scoreline. Nostradamus at Ray. We have here the following round na naibigay nga natin dito. Yes, for Zay. Dahil 3K nagamit niya. Na-kill niya dito laban sa side na nga ng SBE. Hindi siya nag-aanilangan na gamitin yung 34th niya. And every bullet counts na nagamit niya dito was able to secure in those kills. Kahit na Siko lang yung nakita niya dito kay Jad, doon kay Flippy. Hindi siya nag-anilangan gamitin ito dahil why not? Kasi makakasecure sila ng numbers advantage, makakapasok sila ng site. Hindi man sila, well, nagkaroon sila ng time para makapag-plant in ng spike. So, very unfortunate dito for SBE dahil wala tayong makikita ng 9-3 scores. Pero fortunate enough for Naos, 4 rounds lang naman ang kailangan nilang abulin dito kay SBE. So, they need to have their momentum na ma-hold nila yung SBE from the attacking side dahil they have enough advantage, dahil they have so much blinds. Kahit na isa lang yung sentinel nila dito, ang laking factor nito, Ate Ray, sa mga fault lines and even have those 0 points.
Honey Glaze, talagang it really started as rough, like rocks sa Naos, pero unti-unti naman silang nagiging comfortable already. And that was really big. They keep on going sa B kasi alam nilang medyo mas structured yung A side pagdating sa SB side. So, if they just concuss and flash out si Papi Chulo together with Flippy, they know that it's possible. So, importante tong pistol round na to. They win this, maybe they can actually have that good comeback against SBE. Knowing na tong comp ng Naos, they can literally shut down si Aziz with that concuss, with that counter knife, and also with that flashes. So, very important ito sa Naos. But on the other side ng SBE, they just need to remain calm, composed lang sila. Si Aziz naman mainit with a 10-8. Pero si Papi Chulo, 14-4!
Diba?
Nasa 3 point plus ang kanyang KD. Sorry, hindi ako magaling mag-math, pero mas
Same.
magaling kapag nagmahal kami ng tunay. Yun!
Ito yung winner sa akin, guys. Bago
Nawala
ako
ito.
pumasok dito sa VCT, ito yung winner sa akin ni Ate Rere na magkakaroon siya ng mga hugot dito within our lines ng casting. So, ready ako. Nagulat ako dito sa pagpasok na kagad ni Blurred. Hindi siya nag-aanilangan na Tirere doon yung mga gravity well. And mapipin down dito si Aziz is already down. There goes the blinds. Mainit dito ang Naos. Habulin nila dito yung kabilang members natin at maiipit sila all the way from garage. And 2 members down already, or rather 3 members down already for the side of SBE. At ang layo pa nitong dalawa. Ang layo ng iniikutan nila. Pero thankfully enough for them is hindi sila makukuha ng trademark dito ng ni Zay.
Guys, si Honey Glaze yung kasama ko. Sa mga nagtatanong. Okay?
Sabi ko
Si
nga,
Honey
choco
Glaze.
butter nga.
Ako, ang gusto ko lang talaga ay siya. Ay, sorry akin. Sorry, mali pala yun. Mali. Ayan. Balik na tayo dito kay Josh.
Ball game.
Ay, game. Mindset. Okay. Ayun, tatawa din si Honey Glaze. Oy, nakuha na nga kagad. Wow, nagpaka-aggressive lang sila. That was a good read mula sa Naos once again. Nag-agre lang. Press double. Yung defending natin naging attacker. Si Blade tumakbo lang. Sabi niya tara jogging. Ayan. Tara gym body style. Kaya mo, Blade tumakbo lang. Pagkatapos mag-shop sa market, sabi niya kakaroon tara. Flash natin to. Yun lang. Narinig ko yung comms nila sinabi nila sa akin.
Magkahiwalay talaga kami ng Discord ni Ate Rere. So, nagkakatagpukan na lang kami dito sa cast. Pero ang ganda nun hindi natin na-expect dito. Alam mo yung buff na W ni Blurred? Na mabilis ang kayo takbo ng mga agents natin kapag gamit nila yung knife lang. Pero sa kanya, sobra-sobra dahil nga neon ito, followed up by Kevs, followed up by Kakarot. So, hindi in-expect ito ng SBE. Dahil nga Naos, they weren't able to secure in the dominating place in the first half. Pero, with that kind of situation na hindi nila ina-expect nga yung dominating plays, makakakita naman tayo ng surprise attacks ng Naos. Katulad na lang din ang nangyari for the first round in this half. Pero look at that aggressiveness din dito ni Jalicious, immediately using in the smoke para ma-delay pa further dito ang SBE. But this is again, the eco round ng SBE para at least makuha nila yung mga pick-outs na kailangan nila dito. Pero there's no one waiting here in mid. So, ano kaya magiging decision dito ng Naos? Lalo na't open up for grabs dito ang vents. And there's no trademarks. Ang trademarks natin dito ay nasa A tower lang.
Shoutout nga pala kay Georgie. Good afternoon sa'yo, Georgie. Ang init talaga ng Pilipinas. At Jelicious.
Mainit din si Georgie.
Uy, alam na ni Jelicious. Oh, may mababawas ba? Ayun, na ano siya. Oh, sakit niya. Bigate damdamin Ja was able to get him. At na-trap nga, walang pag-asa. Uy, counter ba tong Naos? Don't tell me. Pero they can just delay actually. Okay, Blurred gets him.
10 seconds left.
RGX ba?
Nice
Uy, walang natamaan. Uy, Papa Chulo, pwede delay to ni Zay. Naku, they plant, they delay him. Yep.
Makapag-plant.
That's it. Oh, 1v1 with the great one! Zay with the 3K! Hey, buti na lang. Nakahinga pa si Zay. Ay! Nakakagulat yung mga pangyayari. Kahit ako nahilo mismo kanina ba ako titingin eh. Ang daming trade-offs, ang daming naka-classic. And that's just it. Naos was able to secure that round pero not bad for once again sa eco round. Kita mo naman pinakabatayan ni Papi Chulo. Sinayawan niya eh. Nagpatintero. Pero to si Zay.
One enemy remaining.
Nag-discipline para alam niya mag-out si Papi Chulo. May spray pa oh. Woo!
Gusto ko nga yung ginawa nila dito, no? Southbit Esports, they left Papi Chulo behind dito sa B. Kaya naman nakuha nila yung pick-off na yun. They have the numbers advantage. Pero it was a very costly round for Bird. Bakit siya dito? Unfortunately, ready kagad si Flippy doon sa pick-off na yun. Pero through the smoke, bumabaral kagad si ASUS. Sobrang dami nang nabawas na health dito for Kakarot, and Kakarot slipping away to survive. There's one member down already for now. So let's see kung ano yung gagawin nila dito. They have a lot of members here in A. They can potentially go in for the flanks, pero kasi parang ramdam to ng SBE. Tingnan mo, nakaabang sa kagad si Pro dito in sewers. There's also Papi Chulo waiting all the way from the back. So parang ang gusto na lang talagang gawin nila dito is A site ang puntaryahin at wait for time para magkaroon ng madaming anxiety, madaming pag-overthink dito ang Naos na ano ba talagang gagawin dito ng SBE?
Marami pang pwedeng surprises ang yati the SP, but as what I've said, very important nga sa Naos to actually win the pistol, to actually win the next round. But makakuha ba tayo ng nice score mula sa SB? Flippy. Sumilip lang si Zay. Ayaw na pakawalan ni si Silip lang. Ayaw pa pakawalan. But Jalicious on the other side goes in through the smoke. Pero alanganin to dahil nakamove na kagad ng SB. But are they actually aware that there's somehow someone na nasa likod nila? Pero kasi hindi sila mapipitas nito ni Jalicious. At isa na lang ang next sa pag-asa sa kanila, which is going to be Jalicious 4v1, ay 5v1. At ayun, alam na kung nasaan siya. Aziz will be able to take him. And 6-9. Nice! Mula sa SB, leading by 3 rounds against Naos.
Nare-realize ko lang dito si Kels na parang ang risky ng mga times na gagamitin niya yung mga utilities niya. Parang always caught on timing na papatay siya dito ni Jan, nila Papi Chulo, nila ASUS, na nakapasok na sila inside. He was able to use the full time to delay. Pero yung mga blinds, di-ready niya na kaagad. Yun ang naging problem niya na nakapag-push na pala dito with the shrouded steps si Jazz. So, with that being said, parang kampante para naman tayo dito for SBE na mapagpatuloy yung momentum nila. Pero we need to keep up the pace for the side of Naos. Tour de Force, pwedeng gawin agad dito ni Zay. 2 more orbs remaining for this guy. Pero this is a huge problem dahil nag-aabang na kagad dito ang SBE all the way from outside of garage. They might potentially wait in for that push and they will wait in for the push. Dito naman, parang mahuhulog sa patibong at Ray si Zay. So let's see kung magpo-push in ba talaga siya or mag-aantayan na lang din tayo dito. Pero narinig niya na yung Trailblazer and this is a huge advantage for SBE to make Zay go out of the way, open up the space here in Garage. They have the guns advantage. So, tingnan natin kung ano magaganap na nga dito dahil there is the blind. Zay dito, wala mapapala dahil magtitipi na nga kaagad siya. There is a follow-up naman dito for the full time to at least give up a lot of delays pa. So, with that kind of delay, pwede natin masabi na mas maganda yung magiging situation dito for Naos.
It's gonna be hard sa SB then somehow. They're delayed. Pero alam na nga nila kung nasan si Zay. Predicted ni Flippy. And sumunod na nga kagad. And Aziz gets to! Oh, grabe naman.
Oh my gosh.
Tap! Tinap-tap lang sa ulo. One shot, headshot. Headshot sa ulo. Walang choice ngayon ng Naos, Kakarot and Delicious. Alis muna tayo. Save na lang tayo, pre. Sabi ng Naos ngayon. At grabe yung pagsabay-sabay ng SB doon. Alam mo yung kanta ni Marian Rivera? Sabay-sabay tayo. Itaas ang kamay. Pero ginawa ng din talaga ng SB doon is that they just took off those angles and they are already aware kung nasan si Z kasi. Kaya after getting that good wallbang, sinabayan na nga nila ng flash mula High Pro and si Aziz, miraculously, tinatap lang. Sana all ganyan mag-vandal. Pag ako nag-vandal, hindi ko magat saan tumatama eh. Sa kilikili lang ng kalaban ko eh. And finally, SVE, tatlo na lang before they can finally grasp this against Naos.
Grabe yung comeback ng SBE dito. All of the times na nag-iintay tayo for other tournaments na lalaro dito ng SBE, pero this is the final time na makakapagbigay sila dito ng dominating plays laban sa Naos. And napag-usapan nga natin dito kanina na it has been a good run for Naos to control in the group stages from the last stage, from VCT Stage 1. Pero nakikita natin ngayon, no, they make a lot of difference. Sa SBE dito, gusto na lang talagang maging aggressive dito laban sa Naos. Even though that we still hear the tour de force here by Zay, aggressively pushing kaagad dito here in Garage. Pero he knows for a fact na pwedeng abangan na naman siya dito nila assist. There's also Flippy, there's also Pro all the way from mid. At nagbibigay na kaagad siya ng sound cues dito na baka dito pumunta ang SBE here in and commit in mid.
Commit and commit is what they need to do. Pero inaasim ni Z. Pero alam na kasi ng SBE na dyan siya parate. Pero on the next try, this time, oh, nice one! Ang ganda nung, buti na unahan kagad ni Zay, kasi pwede siya matakbo ni Aziz. And Delicious tries to play along with the Papi Chulo, with the Bulldog. Alam mo yung Bulldog? May sounds yan. Rawr! Ganun yan.
Tumatawal pala yung Bulldog, no?
Ganun talaga yung kapag pinuputok yung Bulldog. Ganun. Rawr! Rinig ko yan eh. Sabi ko lang. Share ko lang din. Kasi sharer ako eh. Kaso, may isang pitas na nga kagad ni Resta ni Flippy. Back to zero yung Naos. Kaya mo pala. At, nice concuss. Pero nalabas na nga ni Blurred ang kanyang daliri. Pero nga lang, Pro was able to take him down. Nawala ang kuryente. At ngayon si Z pinaglalaroan na naman sila with the 2 force. Pero alam na nga din na may nakapasok na hindi tumama. He tries the second time. He was able to take him down. And we're trimming it to 3-3. They need to plant it. And they were able to be successful when it comes to that. Kakarot together with Delicious at si Zay na lang ang natitira. Pero ma-predict na nga ba nila nasaan ang mga pwestuhan ng SBE now that Jazz been healed. And Flippy's on the off angle. He takes down Delicious. At Kakarot na lang. At si Zay ang natitira. O, tapon natin tong flash. Pero nga lang, Flippy still gets it. At si Zay na lang kagad ang natitira after risking this shot mula sa towers. And may enough time pa ba? Out na si Zay. Takbo na tayo man. Hindi na posible. Tatandaan nyo 2 rounds pa lang ang napapanalo ng Naos on the second half. Even if they have that double initiator comp, SBE still is very powerful. And si Flippy, grabe, sobrang outstanding ng performance niya with that Sage. Alam natin usually kasi Honeygliss kapag dito sa split, si Pro yung nagsi-Sage. Tapos si Flippy Sky. Pero ngayon, na nag-change sila, they try to come up with something. I think this adds to a lot of firepower mula kay Toto.
It really does. Nakikita natin ngayon, no? Second frag all the way from SBE, si Flippy. And I gotta say na isa ito sa mga magiging favorite plays ko dito. Give it to us by Flippy dahil most of the times nakikita natin na medyo magkakaroon ng delay or magkakaroon ng hesitation based lang Sage. Pero look at this guy. Together with Ja, together with assist. Parang bigyan mo lang kami ng info assist. Kami nang bahala sa mga refrags. Flippy dito, mga kaisa na naman. It's a 4v5 at the very moment. And they have another problem here for Naos dahil nandito yung mga Trailblazer won't be getting enough info, pero at the very least, they can still hold into the side. They have enough utilities, yes, pero magiging problem nila dito is paano nila makokontrol sina Papichulo and Ja all the way from mid since we only have here that breach to wait all those pushes na mangyayari na nga dito. At parang ina-exhaust lang nila dito yung mga bolts, yung mga concuss ni Blurred para magkaroon sila ng open opportunity na makapagpasok ng dead ng mga kupunan nila dito here in B-side.
This is a very harsh na pinapakita ng SB against Naos. Blurred is just shot down all over again, pero si Aziz is just waiting for that perfect opportunity. At napakadali na naman pumasok sa site. Dahil si Jelicious, wala na nga tayong smoker ngayon. At si Aziz,
30 seconds left.
Satchel in. Satchel out. Sabi na, mababawas pala ako dito. So baka mahirapan ako. But that was a good pick-up mula kay Zay. Flippy is just gonna go down. Tapos yung spike din. So alam na kagad ng mga taga-Naos saan na magko-commit ang mga taga-SB. And it's gonna be a 4v4. But not yet done sa side ng Naos as they need to come across this problem. But speaking of Keds and Kakarot, they were able to take out those flashes. At Papichulo together with Ja with the 2v2. Pero masyado nagmamadali. At si Kakarot na lang against si Ja. Sino nga bang mangunguna? But then Ja was able to take him down. And it's already a match point mula sa SBE at ang Naos. 4v2 na yon. Yet medyo nagkaroon ng konting kamadalian nga mula sa side nila. Hindi pa tapos because we all know firepower ng SBE ngayon na nasa momentum sila. It's really hard to take them down. And biruin mo, Papichulo and si Ja lang nakapag-cross papuntang side pero na-shutdown nila isa-isa ang mga miyembro ng Naos at isa na lang before SB can finally take this into the first map na pick ng Naos. Tandaan natin. Kasi Aziz nag-entry na, walang umabot, bigla siya na-suppress, hindi nagamit ang lahat. Kawawa naman si Aziz. Gusto lang naman gumamit ng utilities.
Oh no. Sayang lang din dito yung kanyang ultimate, pero at the very least he was able to open up space. Ang magiging kasagutan lang din dito ng Naos is to delay them further, and na-delay nga dito ang karamihan sa kanila. So tingnan natin kung ano pang gagawin nila dito dahil nakaabang na dito si Kuya Kemsmo. Gigil na siya at ready na gamitin yung Rolling Thunder niya at nag-aabang na lang siya dito for any kind of commitment from Naos dahil there's also one waiting as follow-up. Nandito si Kakarot with the 0 point pero timing na naman dito. It's just all going in favor of Aziz. Oh no! Dito na makikisagutan sina Aziz. We also have here Kevs para magamit na kagad yung Rolling Thunder at hindi pa rin nakakapasok ng site dito, SBE. And they have no more utilities pa para magamit for the post-plant, Ate Rayray.
This is... you take down Kakarot, no suppress anymore. Pero, Blurred tries to go in. May kasabay pa kagad ng mga utilities just to eradicate kagad ang SB for actually committing to a side. And Kevs also works out with it. Pero nga lang, Blurred, walang nangyayari. Hindi niya na-take down si Papichulo ni Yukoan. And now, the first map goes into the hands ng SBE. Medyo anticlimactic yung nangyari doon, but still, it's Papichulo we're talking about with this Cypher here in Split. And all in all, kung ang Oasis kanina, sobrang compact ng kanilang mga plays, I think sa SBE side, ang compact din talaga ng ginawa nila, SBE. Diba? Sobrang ganda ng execution nila here in Split. We usually see Split as something na kind of kailangan pa mag-improve ng SBE, but I think this is one of the maps and I think one of the games ng SBE na sobrang linis ng lahat ng ine-execute nila against Naos.
Yeah, nakita natin na sobrang ganda ng mga holes nila. They are commendable enough to have El Flippy and to have N Papichulo na makakuha ng mga pick-off. Once na umarangkada ka agad dito ang Naos, na mag-decide sila mag-rush into B side, into A side. Pero unfortunately for them, is nag-aabang lang din for a crossfire to happen dito, all in favor of the side of SBE. And we are going to be seeing here the post-game stats na naging favorable na nga dito for SBE. 6-13. As you mentioned, Ate Rayray, dalawa lang yung rounds na nakuha ng Naos for the holding grounds nila as the defending side. And SBE dito with just their players of Papichulo and Flippy, just gotta say na nandoon yung momentum nila ng early game ng ating first half at na pagpatuloy nila itong klaseng momentum at commitment na dito. Consistency for the second half dahil they were able to win out their rounds, win out their duels dahil hindi sila nag-aanilangan gamitin yung mga utilities nila YC at yung mga na-mention pa natin kanina, Ate Rayray, laging timing na pipick off si Kuya Kevs dito for the side of now. So very unfortunate. So I'm really excited kung ano ang magiging situation nila in game number 2.
Yeah, this is gonna be the hard situation as what we have. Pero alam mo, I just like to point out, pagdating sa objective wins, 3 lang ang SP. So, usually, pagdating sa frag wins, dun nila na ipapanalo. So, the additional firepower that they have ever since nag-switch nga sila kay Flip with that Sage and kay Pro with the flash coming from the sky, I think it added a lot of adjustments sa SBE and now they're far more confident pagdating sa tutok. So, they know how to stop Naos. They're actually aware how to stop them. And yung comp na meron ngayon yung Naos, it's actually a good one, to be honest. You have that Neon, a double initiator, KO together with a bridge. Sobrang ganda. But I think they just lack something. Parang ano lang yan. Gusto mong magluto ng sinigang, pero kasi may nilagay ka na repolyo. Kaya, hindi pa siya tamang-tama pagdating sa actual play. Actual na gusto i-execute ng Naos. But that comp is really something. It has a big potential if you take a look at it. Pero I think overall, yung comp ng SB is something na mas na-execute nila ng maayos. Pero yun, itong rush play, kayang-kaya naman ng Naos. Pero sadyang yung SB, they know na itong mga taga-Naos, may mga times na they want to be aggressive. So sabi nila, let's try to come up with a play for picks, a more disciplined way to actually get this and we can take them out. Pero at the same time, I think si Aziz, sobrang nag-improve siya with his raise and that's what I've been waiting for all this time. And buti na lang din si Ja, nilagay nila sa Omen kasi kailangan nilang maglagay ng it's not gonna be micro anymore muna so far here in Split, but at least si Ja, it really gave them a lot of someone who can be anchoring a certain side. At kita mo naman yung mga 2v1s, si Ja ang nagpapanalo. That was really important. So we can really say talaga na isa talaga si Ja sa mga particular players na kahit bigyan mo siya ng duelist or ng controller, kaya niyang mag-frag ng sobra at kaya niyang mapaipanalo yung mga rounds na very important sa side ng SBE. But right now guys, di pa naman tapos dahil first map pa lang yun. Pupunta tayo sa malamig na icebox and we're just gonna be throwing on a short break. Once again, ako si Rayray, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, guys. And see you right after the break.
Solid na yan. Grabe si Aziz dun. Ibigay niyo na kay Ate Rere.
Tots, mangyayari ako na nagsasabi sa'yo, promise. Hindi lang talagang, Hoy, hello. Dito na pala. Welcome back here in VCTPH Stage 2. First day, we are your shoutcasters. I am Ray, and of course, join me here, si Honey Glaze. At aside from may mga naririnig ako sa aking mga nasa pagilid-gilid, nagbabalik tayo sa Naos versus Southbuild Esports. At very first map nga natin ay naipanalo ng SBE 13-6 in favor of them on a map pick ng Nawas. But as we're gonna go in to Icebox, I think both ng teams na to, Hadicase, ay magaling talaga sa Icebox. Pero yung split, medyo nagulat talaga ako sa nangyari from Nawas, especially with their revelation ng comp nila. But here in Icebox, I think it's gonna be different this time around. May mangyayari bang surprises mula sa Nawas, or still SBE might be winning this Icebox?
Very excited din kung ano yung magiging lineup nila dito. There has been a lot of times na parang may mga situational plays sila na nako-caught off guard sila dito sa bawat pasok ng SBE. So sana hindi na ito mangyari at sana matuto na sila sa mga pagkakamali nila para magkaroon sila ng commitment dito and our pressure na nakita natin for Naos that they were able to aggressively push down as defendings nung second half laban sa SBE. Pero ano nangyari? Parang na-push back lang din kaagad sila dito ng SBE na kaya rin namin pala ganito kahit na may ibibigay kayo, ibubuga kayo under your sleeve. So now in the map of Icebox, we are expecting here so much composure for Naos. That, as you mentioned, Ate Ray, ganado for both of our teams dito ang Icebox na ito.
Talaga nga namang naririnig pala tayo kanina, Honey Chris. Oh my goodness. May sinabi ba tayong mali? Wala naman.
Kumakain lang po ako ng gummy
Wait lang, inaano ko yung isip ko kung may sinabi akong mali kanina eh. Pero wala naman ata.
Kaya sila tumatawa sila sa comment
medyo
section.
kailangan throwback ka. Naririnig pala yung tawa natin. Nakakahiya. Naririnig pala tayo. At syempre mga marites.
Girls,
buti na lang hindi tayo narinig. O, buti na lang pala nakamute ako kanina. May sinabi ako eh. Sinabi ko kay Honey Glaze na ang ganda ng makeup niya. Ay, yun talaga yung sinabi ko sa kanya. Yung mga iba.
Ako yung hindi nakamute kanina. So, kinabahan ko yung naririnig.
May sinabi pa naman ako na napaka-importante. Sabi ko kay Honey Glaze, inom siya ng tubig.
May inom naman.
Okay pa dyan ha. Medyo masaya.
Chismis yarn.
Chismis yarn. Maritas yarn. Alam mo, ito Mga pangalan natin. Ako si Marites. Ikaw dapat si Tita Baby. Di ba sa kada pamilya, meron kang isang tita na pangalan Tita Baby. Diba? Kahit anong mangyari, meron kang Tita Baby na kilala. Kahit kapitbahay mo pa yan, kahit ano pa yan, nanay ng ex mo, basta may kilala kang Tita Baby sa pamilya is mami ko ang tawag sa kanya ng mga kamag-anak namin ay Tita Baby. Shoutout nga pala sa nanay ko na si Miss Baby. Hello sa mami ko. Pero going back na natatawa ko. Kinakabahan ako, may sinabi talaga ako eh. Pero going back, SBE versus Naos, I think Icebox talaga is a good comp and you can actually just be free, especially with the changes that has been happening. Important pa ba mag-siege this time around? But I think, yeah, important pa rin siya papunta ng B-side. Will you have that KO once again? Kasi Naos is one of the teams that has been utilizing KOs all over again dito sa Icebox. So it's very particular to see them actually popping off with that KO. But then, SBE, diba? Ang tagal nila. They've been a secret all this time ever since natapos sila sa APAC run nila. Nagpahinga sila and they try to come up with something different already. So, yun yung mga changes na meron yung both ng teams na to. But it's just the first thing we're talking about. Some debut lineups mula sa pares the teams. But at the same time, there's still a lot of secrets dito, Honey Daisy.
Kaya itong mga sikretong bato ay may bubunyag na natin in the map of Icebox. Dahil again, as you mentioned, we have here so much under the sleeves dito for the side of SBE para may pagpatuloy ito for a 2-0 or makaka-comeback stronger naman dito ang Naos. Dahil lagi natin ito sinasabi at Rere na baka maging warm-up game lang dito. Yung split na naka-caught off guard nga sila. Pero this time, they might have here the popping of potential na mag-iinit na nga dito. Katulad ng mga ginagawang plays dito ni Bird, baka kasakaling ibigay sa kanya dito yung Jet, magkaroon ulit siya ng uptime na bigyan niya dito yung momentum for the rest of the members na makapasok inside the site, makipagbardagulan in A side, may makuha nila yung mga specific angles na dapat nilang kuhanin from the defending team at ito ay magiging problema din laban sa SBE. SBE kasi they started off strong as the defenders. Nakita ko ito from their last run in the APAC Challengers na they have been winning out their rounds pag nandun sila as defenders on the early stages on the first half. Pero pagdating ng kabilang team natin dito na makapagbigay naman ng kanilang advantage in the first half, sila naman dito yung makakapagpatuloy ng momentum. So, battle of momentum lang talaga dito, Ate Rere. Pero we are going in to our agent selection. As you mentioned, Ate Rere, mukhang sobrang crucial pa rin talaga ng Sage pick dito mula sa mga kabilang teams. And let's all welcome back here Blast here in the side of Naos as they are the ones defending. I think Kakarot din ay nandito rin on their lineup at gagamitin nga nila yung KO.
Narinig nga na yung usapan natin. Yung kaya sis. Sinabi ko lang naman ang galing ni Aziz kasi to. Sorry. Okay, now going at this. Oh, we're gonna be seeing Blast here. Hindi si Zio makikita natin. So, si Naos talaga, they go with it, nag-rotate talaga sila between Z and Blast usually. But on the other side, ang SBE, I'm excited also on what they have. They're still gonna be sticking with this type of comp, pero dami nga talagang nagbabago eh. Parang siya, dati
Sabi ko
mahal
na.
ka niya, ngayon hindi na. Diba? Daming nagbabago. Diba? Just how fast the night
Tama yan.
changes talaga. Ang meron
Alam mo ba kung bakit magbabago, Ate Rere?
bakit? Ano yung mga pagbabago?
Nawawala ng consistency. Nawawala
Uy!
ng commitment.
Ay, no po. Yung consistency na yan. Huwag natin, yan. Kaya dapat,
Huwag na natin
guys,
elaborate.
kung walang consistency sa'yo, dapat hindi ka maglalagay ng expectations. Yun.
Ayan.
Leave no expectations. Lalo na kung wala namang label. Hindi, balik na tayo ngayon. Nagiging love guru na naman tayo ngayon. But as this time, I'm so excited to see. Between Naos and SPE, ang SB, they're gonna go with Ja as the chamber. Flippy, with that Sage once again.
Uy,
and
with
double
micro.
initiator sila. Walang duelist! Anong duelist? Duelist sa Icebox. Hindi tayo magdu-duelist. We're not gonna sleep on that double initiator guys dahil walang duelist ngayon sa SB. Ang Naos meron isa si Blurred from Japan at tignan mo, surprise siya. So wala talagang mapipick off si Blurred so far with the utilities that he has, but he needs to go up against this. So ang Naos, they have that double, wala silang stage. Instead, they have that Killjoy, but then they still have Blurred with that Jet.
Parang pimple kanina si Assist na napapag-uusapan natin na umasbang yung ulo niya
si
dito ni Blurred. But unfortunately kay Blurred, hindi niya na one tap to the head dito si Assist. It was a good opportunity dahil taken aback dito si Assist na nag-aabang nga pala dito si Blurred. Pero we have here again the lineup wise dito ng SPE. It's a surprise lineup for even us casters dahil wala silang bullet. So kanya-kanya na tayong push dito. We have here the 0-point Blurred with that one tap to the head. Naman dito kay Ja. Nandito yung mga walls na kagad committed by our following Vipers. Pero look at that. Walang commitment. Dito, Ate Ray ang SBE. So, aatras na lang muna sila. Sabi nila, back off na lang tayo muna dito. So diretso lang tayo here in B. Nag-aabang naman dito si Blast. So, let's see kung Blast can make a change for Naos and have the momentum striking back again for Naos, our Kings of PH.
Kings of PH, a big statement that we have right now. And there's just some few of the delays. Pero makakapag-plant, pinigilan, pro na lang, pero may pa-line up. And Kakarot gets in. Grabe naman, na-spoil tayo nung barracks. Patay na agad si Pro, di pa napapatay talaga. Ano nga ba ang totoo? Mahal niya ba ako? Hindi. Ay, mali. Natalo na ba yung SB? Natalo na. Spinol tayo ng barracks. Wait pa lang ako eh. Pero ganda ng nice opening mula kay Blitz. Yan ang Japan. Kira Meko, Asega. Ano yan? Nag-comment tayo ng anime. Hinabol pa ni Blast kagad si Micro doon. And si Pro na lang kagad ang natira. So, Naos is quite aware then at the same time that SE doesn't have that duelist comp. So, they're really looking forward to actually make Asim out of them. Pero, Kevs, medyo iba yun. Nakaabang yan si Ja. Na ROI yung ginastos ni Ja sa round na to kagad.
Lahat tuloy follow utilities ang kupona natin dito from SBE. But with that being said, mukhang dediretso na sila dito here in B side. There's one tagged in already by the Aldrone. May toxic screens tayo. Enable kagad nila dito yung toxic screens and even have here the swarm grenades. Pero papasok mo lang din kagad dito sa Blast. Laban sa kanila, we have our micro already down. Nandito naman din yung mga walls. So even have the ability na makapag-plant in the spike. But Blast is just doing it together with Delicious para ako na bahala dito sa likod mo, Tol. Ako na makakakuha ng pick-up. But unfortunately, for the remaining members of SBE, isa na lang din ang nakikita dito. It's all up to Pro, but Pro is already down. And let's see now here, makakasurvive pa nga ba dito si Assist, and he won't be surviving any further any another day dito laban kina Blast. And Blast with a clean 4K to start off the round dito sa Icebox.
Init naman pala ni Blast. 4K and a dream. 6-1. Okay. So, we're seeing him actually getting that good hold and the setup sa may B site. That's why he was able to get some information as to where SB is. Naglalaro lang Naglalaro Sinta. Si Delicious together with Blast.
Enemy remaining.
At we only have one remaining mula sa SB earlier on. So, these are the good plays when you have that Killjoy also. Although I think preferred ko yan lang din talagang Sage. But when it comes to Naos, they're far more comfortable with putting that putting Blast as that
Killjoy, no?
Killjoy instead. And dati di ba walang gumagamit at all ng Killjoy here in Icebox, but there are teams who can actually use it. And I think nag-a-apply yun sa Naos. At di mo may lockdown kagad. Ang mga Pinoy hindi sanay sa lockdown, tagal nang walang lockdown eh. Pero pagdating ata sa kay Blast, ready na kagad siya sa lockdown.
Pero speaking of as you mentioned, pwede silang gamitin dito yung lockdown for post-plan. Pero I think hindi na rin naman nanaisin ito ng kabilang team dahil nakaabang na kaagad dito si Nakakarot and even have here Delicious to delay them any further. Look at that Poison Cloud and even have here the Snake Bites para hindi sila agad-agad na makapag-plant. We have Rja waiting all the way from backside para makakuha ng pick-off. Pero nice walls already committed here. Micro dito for the engage. Dito naman yung mga trade-off nila laban kina Kels, but we have here the blind as well. Wala na magiging follow-up dito kina Kakarot. Pero magpapatuloy naman dito si Ja to go and for those pushes. Lockdown as we mentioned earlier. Kakamitin na kagad dito ni Blast. But unfortunately, isa-isa silang naubos dito. Lahat sa mga crosshairs na may ibibigay dito ng SBE. So now, it's finally a 1 point for SBE.
Great advantage sa SBE to. At the same time, medyo hindi nagamit sa magandang side ang lockdown ni Blast. But then, sa mga nagtatanong, kasama kasi Honey Glaze, guys. Yung bago nating addition sa PH broadcast. Yan. Di ba, Honey Glaze? So, Honey Glaze, bakit Honey Glaze ang pangalan mo? Ayaw mo talaga ng Boston Cream? Hindi. Corny ka na. Ano na, corny Ray? Balik ka na lang sa hugat. Hindi ko talaga kaya mag-joke kasi pinaglalaroan na ako. Pero looks like, si Jelicious, nauna talaga yung ano yung barracks eh. Na isusulat. Yan ang sinabi nga ng Biblia. Pati ngayon ang Biblia ng barracks. Biruin mo, si Jelicious patay na bago pa siya mamatay. Tapos si assistant, di ba? Ang galing. Naisusulat. Di ba? Ang magic mula sa side ng barracks ngayon. Pero SBE, Flippy Pro, Micro, together with Jack na lang ang natitira. Pero buti na lang may rest mula kay Flippy. Araw-araw bang may rest si Flippy? Kada round may rest. Kanina sa split may rest din. Parati kada round si Flippy. At ito ata yung kahalagahan when you put Flippy with that Sage. Kasi he knows that every round he'll be able to get that 1 kill. So that's also important for actually getting that orb. He also plants the spike. So they're making sure talaga that every time they're outnumbered, at least ready naman yung yung rest mula kay Flippy.
30 seconds left.
Pero speaking of Flippy dito kahit Sage, itabi nyo, ako na papasok, ako na magpa-plant ng spike, ako na lahat. We have the walls already engaged, pero parang hindi yata siya makakapag-land ng spike at hindi nga. Nako, may isa siya dito ni Blast and Blast gets in the kill. Nandito yung mga lineup wise ng ating mga shock darts. Won't be committing any further dahil dito makakakuha naman ng kill kina Pro. They won't be able to plant in the spike. Wala na silang time, but unfortunately, napapatay pa nga sila dito ni Kakarot. It's a 3K for this guy and a 3-point advantage na muli for the side of Naos. They are the ones doing it this time sa mapa ng Icebox.
Ooh, spicy. Naos. Ito yung advantages and disadvantages when you have no duelists at all. Pero pagdating naman sa mga casters natin, nag-uusap kami ni Dax, okay lang naman daw na wala ka talagang duelist here in Icebox. Pero pagdating sa PH teams, I think very kailangan pa rin kahit isa lang. Pero sa SB, they just need some moments and where they can actually get that good read against Naos. Tapos, if they're far more comfortable with it, I think kasi ASUS can just pop out that flash. Then Ja already tries to get with that chamber since he's really mechanically skilled. So, yun lang may kailangan ng SB. But at the same time, Naos, let's not eradicate itong good anchor mula kay Blast and mula kay Blurred. That always get the first kill and that's very important para lang madelay ang SBE. At kita mo naman, nakaabang na kagad 3. Nahatingin ang 3 sa SBE. Delicious tries to play along. There's also this pick coming in from a Blurred. So pag sinuingan nila kagad si Giant together with Pro, that's gonna be it. Tapos may pop flash pa mula kay Kakarot. Finally securing. Blurred, kailangan check yung corner. Ang ganda ng flash mula kay Kakarot. At nakapitas na nga kagad siya. But that's Micro just getting on against Delicious. But Blurred does it once again. Blurred from Japan gets assist. At Pro na lang together with Micro ang natitira. But alam na nila ngayon at delayed na muli ang SBE. Naos just tries to play along and buy time para lang hindi sila mapitas ng SBE at all.
Ito yung hinahanap natin. Timing is everything for Naos to control inter utilities. Kakarot dito all the way from the back. Oh! Micro win the 4K with a WhatsApp of the Shadow. 65 HP compared dito kay Blast 150. Let's see kung makakakuha ba siya ng kill dito. And yes, indeed, Blast still remains standing tall for Naos to secure in that fourth round advantage laban sa SBE dito. And SBE, ano pa kaya ang dapat nilang gawin dito, Ate Rere, no? Dahil ba kulang sila sa duelist kaya hindi sila kaagad nakakapasok ng site or talagang nangunguna lang din sa mga utility setup kasi dito ang members natin from Naos. Let's look back into our replay kung saan sobrang ganda ng timing dito ni Kakarot with that blind. Nandito rin yung mga mollies niya to eliminate and so much pushes na mangyayari na nga dito for SBE. And now, look at that. Dito na nga makakabili na ngayon ng mga utilities ng full-on rifles ang SBE. So, will it be worth it? Dahil look at this. Si Blur dito, meron ng hawak agad ng operator. So, tingnan natin makakakuha nga ba siya ng kill dito dahil nakapasok na kaagad dito. SBE all the way from garage.
Now that Blurred, nakahawak na siya ngayon ng operator. Maybe this is a way to finally shut down ang mga taga-SBE. Is this it? Pero there's also Ja with the 2-4. Diba? French na ako.
Yes.
Against Naos, pwede siya may pag-duel ngayon. Pero as the setup goes in, mukhang aware na kagad ang Naos. All of the utilities that they've been going! Pero si Blast, nakita lang yung map! Nagpa-no-cap talaga si Ja against him. Sinabayan na nga kagad ang Hunter's Fury. There's also Micro with the Viper's ultimate. At ngayon ang Naos, medyo nag-alangan sila right after that pick-up against Blast na usually problema ng SBE. Ngayon sa B-site, Naos is on the retake with a 4-man. Walang ultimates available. Pero meron pa pala si Kakarot. Sinurpress na nga kagad yung extra utilities na itatapon sa kanila. But now that they've been revealed, they need to buy time and they need to pick it up already. Kailangan na nalang makapitas dahil yung oras na kakount. At every time that nade-delay ang Naos, biglang nawawala ng momentum. But as they try to go for the pick-off, hindi na nga magiging posible ata to kay Kevs as Micro takes him down. And SB, marami silang ginamit sa round na to para lang talagang ma-secure yung actual site. But still, they're able to win this against Naos. Maraming nasayang na ultimate doon sa Naos, especially kay Kakarot. Pero yung time talaga wala na. Wala kay Blurred as he tries to just take it off.
Ang nangyari lang dito talaga, Ate Rere, no? Pinaglaruan nila ang Naos sa loob mismo ng Viper's Pit dito ni Delicious or rather ni Micro para magkaroon sila ng unfortunate events na hindi sila makakakuha ng magandang duels laban dito sa SB. And speaking of duels, hindi man naka-duel dito kagad si Blurred laban kay Assist. And Assist dito talagang ginantihan si Blurred. Ako naman ang mga one-tap, ako naman makakauna. So now, one member down already for Naos. They will be trying to at least wait out the pushes na gaganamit dito ng SBE dahil nga malay natin mag-commit pa sila dito here in mid para makapag-abang na ng mga sudden rotations dito ng Naos pero full-on commitment na lang ang gagawin dito ng SBE. As in looking towards it, magkakaroon na kaagad sila ng mga walls already in. There's also the Rendezvous pero let's see kung makakapasok ba sila dahil nandito na kaagad yung pang-suppress. There's also the Beacon Balls. Assist dito, gets it one. Hunter's Fury to delay all the way from backside. Hindi pa sila nakakapasok ng spike ng site pero magiging problema ito for the side of SBE once na magkaroon na ulit dito ng opportunity si Blast makakuha ng mga pick-offs. We have Delicious all the way from backside pero unfortunately dito nag-aabang si Micro. There goes the Molly. Kevs dito, all the way from backside, papasok na lang din siya for the 3-take. But will it be fortunate enough for them? Dahil naka-eco round na dito. Ang Naos and Flippy just gets in that head from Kevs. And it's all remaining to Blast para makakuha man lang ng isang kill. Mukhang hindi na yata sila makakauna pa. But unfortunately, kay Blast dito, it was a flawless round given to us by SB.
Nakakahabol ang SB. They already know ano ba yung usual na nagiging problem nila. You pick off Blast, that's already big. You pick off, you get the timing against Kakarot, it's gonna be okay. So, tong SB, they just wait for their utilities to actually shut down yung angles ng Naos. And it's gonna be over sa Naos. Pag napitas sila, minsan nawawalan sila ng form dito sa Icebox. And we've seen that sa mga iba nalang games here in Icebox. So, ito na ba yung oras talaga na makakabawi na ang SBE? Or somehow, Naos still is gonna stick sa kanilang grassroots here in Icebox. Dahil kaya naman nilang tambakan yung SBE in a way. Pero nga lang SBE, with how they have that chamber kay Ja, together with the firepower mula kay Aziz with that KO, it's really something different also. Pero si Micro, nag-extend, waiting kung meron man mag-aasim sa kanya ngayon, pero mukhang wala. Talagang nag-default play lang muna ang mga taga-Naos. Look at them just sticking sa angles nila as usual. Dahil kapag inasim nila yung SB, alam nilang malulugi sila dito, Anne-Grace.
Was really confused kung bakit ginamit kaagad dito ni Kakarot yung kanyang blind. Pero it's a big possibility pa rin na ito yung pang bait out nila na ready na for a push dito ang Naos. So, gusto nila pwesahin dito ang SBE to go in B side instead. Pero look at them, they are compiling here in mid. Kung saan nakaabang na dito yung Sova, Kevs dito with the shock darts already ready. There's also the recon bolt, pero wala naman siya dito makukuha ang info. Pero we have your assist with that 0 point. Wala rin naman siya makukuha dito. Pero with that poison cloud, pwede sila makapasok dito, bulagain dito si Kevs. Pero mukhang hindi ito yung gusto nila mangyari. Blur dito makakakuha ng isa. Nakatalikod sila ang laban dito kay Kevs, and Kevs was able to go in for 2K. Pero quickly traded off. There goes the rest. There goes the wall. Pero Kakarot dito with that specific angle was able to eliminate a member from SB. Pero sa ay! We have your Micro all the way from A. Na nagulat dito si Kakarot na bakit biglang may kumikiliti sa akin sa likod. So that is such a finisher move for SBE. Nakahabol sila Ate Rere to a 4-4 scoreline laban sa Naos.
Oh gosh. Panalo na sana yung Naos doon. Inasim nila. Napag-respa si Flippy. Tapos di nila in-expect may flank mula kay Micro. Ayan. Akala nila nag-all mid sila. Nakulangan ng info. Tapos, pwede na sanang i-delay ni Kakarot pero swinningan na siya ni Flippy. Sabi ni Flippy, I'll just try this. And now, after that 4-1, mukhang 4-4 na nga tayo. SB been winning for 3 rounds. Eco na naman ang mga taga-Naos. Same ang ginagawa ng Naos sa B-side. Dalawa sila parate. Delicious together with Blast. Tapos nag-rotate lang sila together with Bird. So, SB is really aware with this one. So, what can be something na merong papalitan ng Naos? Dahil nabawasan na naman si Blast. Expected na naman si Delicious rather here in the B-side. So, talagang na medyo complicated to for Naos, to be honest, dahil it's all the same. So what will be something that Naos needs to show off? Kasi yung SP, di ba? Alam naman natin that every time na yung card nila, unang card, malalaman kagad ng kalaban nila, they switch their gears. And that's how they did it so far.
Grabe.
And kita mo, isa-isa. Nag-audition sila kay Ja. Ja got talent.
Nakaabang na siya eh. Talagang ina-expect niya dito yung magiging rotation dahil nga nagbigay na sila ng motibo dito sa Naos na magko-commit na sila dito here in B. But unfortunately, yun na nga, na-bait out sila dito din siya na nag-aabang lang dito all the way from yellow. Pero this is a good opening kasi for SBE na makakuha ng mga kupunan natin, makakuha ng side. But unfortunately, then ulit, nakaabang naman dito si Blurred. But we have a 2v3 situation. Still doable for Blurred and the rest of the members of SBE. And nakaabang na nga kagad dito si Micro. But unfortunately, ready na to the trigger dito si Blurred. There's one member remaining pero this is a good eco round if I may say for the side of Naos. Pero as we mentioned earlier, Ate Ray, ilang rounds nang nananalo dito consecutively ang SBE. So ngayon, alanganin sila sa eco, alanganin sila sa mga buy sila dito. And yes, it was a good round for Naos, pero ano nga ba ang nangyari nandito kasi yung mga ready enough SBE. So now, let's go back in the replay.
Mga nagtatanong dito, ilang taon na daw ba ang mga taga-SB? Mga titos na yan. Yung iba nagme-maintenance na. Joke lang. Nasa tamang edad pa rin naman sila. Mga kasi edaran ni Ray, na joke lang. Bata pa ako, tatandaan niyo. Kasi edad ko lang si Annie Grace. Tita lang, medyo tita lang. Kasi mahilig ako pumunta sa Mary Grace, kung alam niyo Mary.
Wala akong alam dyan.
Doon
Ate
yung
Rere, ikaw lang
mga
yan.
tita. Ayan, doon kumakain ng mga tita sa Mary Grace. And right now, Aziz, alam na nila kung nasan si Aziz usually. Nasa bid, nagpipick. Kaya nabawasan na nila. So maybe Naos can just take their time to actually get that good read also. Kasi that's usually their problem. Kapag nakakuha sila ng momentum, medyo nagiging maasim. Pero buti na lang, mas discipline na sila. And
oh my God.
Mawawala. Ite-take lang naman kagad ni Micro yung smoke niya. Nasaktuhan pa kagad ni Kebs. Yan ang RGX Phantom buff. At blast na lang na naghihintay sa may A-set kasama ang 6-man ng Naos, ang turret. Si Z talaga yan, guys. Si Z yan. Hindi yan yung 6-man na turret. Si Z yan, naging turret. And now they're waiting for them to come at it. And Ja tries to spray right through, but Kebs gets him. At si Pro na lang ang natitira. Tito Pro against 5. 5v1. Will he actually get the clutch? Nope! As Kebs gets the fourth. And Naos, papantayin na nga nila. So, nag-change na sila ng gears ngayon. Hindi na nila, si Blas, hindi na nila pinagsasama with the Delicious. Instead, he needs to take this with Blurred. So, that's also, or with Kakarot. So, that's also somehow a good way for Naos to actually get yung mga good anchors. And mukhang napunta sa bait ang side ng SBE as they tried to take along here in mid. So, those are the styles na pinapakita ng parehas na teams. But overall, ang init ng laban sa Icebox. Kung ang Icebox, malamig siya. Pero kapag nahanap mo na yung para sa'yo, magbabaga ang pagmamahal.
Oh, magbabaga, Ate Rere. Nakatapat sa atin yung araw dito sa Icebox eh.
Oo nga eh.
Yung mainit talaga.
Nasusunog ako.
Mainit at nagbabaga ang pagmamahal natin dito sa larong ito. 5-5 na kaagad ang ating scoreline dito. Still doable for SBE dahil they have enough economy to begin with. Kanina pa nila na ipapanalo yung mga rounds sila dito sa ating first half, even though na napangunahan ito ng Naos. Pero sabi mo nga dito, Ate Rere, parang nag-switch ng gears dito ang Naos. So parang they wanted to go in slowly, pero most passively aggressive dito laban sa SBE. At yun na nga rin ang nakikita natin ngayon. They are passive-aggressive, but they are also consistent sa mga pickups na gusto nilang gawin at nangyayari yun. One member down already for SBE at wala pang rest dito si Flippy. But now with one hand na lumitaw all the way from that box, Kels dito makakapagbigay pa ng opportunity for Flippy na kumuha pa ng isang killer, kumuha ng isang orb at i-rest dito si Chia. But let's still see kung ano bang magaganap dito dahil si Blast. Sabi mo nga, Ate Rere, napakaganda ng mga holds dito ni Blast all the way from sides na hindi siya nihayaan ng kabilang team natin dito ng Naos na mag-rotate agad-agad. Pero let's see now here dahil ang SBE makakapag-plant. Micro dito makakaisa. Delicious hindi ready sa kanya. There's also the toxic skills para magkaroon ng advantage dito. But unfortunately with that lockdown, mukhang kailangan nila lumabas sa kanilang mga nilulungga na dito. Yung mga push na gagawin nila. Blur dito all the way from top side. Nandito naman din si Blast to go and further. Flippy is already down. Nakalabas naman dito ang SBE, but we still have here Pro gets in that kill, 33 HP, yes, but they have so much vision dito sa ating Spike, kaso nabawasan agad sila dito. It's all up to Assist now. Si Assist dito na walang kamalay-malay na dinedefuse na pala yung Spike. Blur dito with the 3K, clean enough for them to secure in another leading point advantage laban sa SBE.
That was really important. That round was something. Buti na lang si Kakarot tsaka si Blurred sabi, uy bro, watch mo bro At aware na din sila kagad. After taking that suppress, Blurred inasim na nga lang niya kagad and there's just a swing coming in from Kakarot. And predicted na nga nila kung saan manggagaling si Aziz. And finally, Naos, kung tinake lang talaga nila yung time nila as always, kita ba naman? Hindi na din sila medyo nagmamadali. Nakuha nila to against the Titos of Valorant. And yan, si Jadicious does his own thing. Trinay niya mag-asim. Naging successful. Sumunod na nga kagad si Ja. Releases, finally, that Viper submit. So, mapapabayaan talaga ng SB ang B-main. Pero sige, nagsagutan sila. Magsagutan tayo ng Hunter's Fury ngayon. Ganyan ang mga Tito. Tito na dito si Kebs eh. Galing sa kabilang bang-bang din. Kapag alam nyo, galing siya mula sa Fractals. Pero ngayon, si Kebs kukuha ng informasyon, makukuha niya si Yazis, most likely saan ba to si Yazis? Nahuli na kita, alam ko na kung nasaan ka, mag-aasin nga ba siya? Sino pa panalo sa tutok? Kevs does it! At 3 na lang kaagad natitira sa SB, but Flippy on the other side gets down Blast, and it's going to be a 2v3 as Micro will be successful muli sa kanyang Viper Spit. Pero ready din kaagad si Blurred with that Blade Storm. Kevs also is up there, waiting na lang siya sa may recon niya. So sabay-sabay tayo magre-retake. At kailangan nila talagang maging disiplinado ngayon as Micro can try to come up with them. At hinihintay nila si Je mula sa backstab. But here it is. Delicious gets down Micro, and that's just it. Blurred with the Blade Storm. And Naos gets this with a 7-5 against SBE. Okay, so they can just actually take their time always. Be disciplined. That's how you get against SBE here in the first half. And eto na nga ba, hinintay natin Naos the time. Game 3? May bumulong sa akin kanina. Ito ba yung tunay na Ray-Rakers? Parang di ma-de-deny ni Honey Glaze ang Ray-Rakers.
Ma-witness at ma-experience ko na rin ang legendary Ray-Rakers dito. Pero balikan natin yung instant replay natin natin Ray-Ray kung saan halos pumapabor na eh. Kina Flippy dito, kina Micro na nakapag-Viper Spit na sila. It was winnable for a 2v3. Pero yun nga, naunahan dito ma-pick off si Micro. Pero hindi nga rin naman din kasi ito magiging bad for him. Since 2 HP na lang din pala siya on that round. And nakakagulat dito yung pwesto ni Flippy dahil bigla siyang tinirador ni Blurred doon sa corner na yon. Pinapantayan niya lang naman din yung spike dito. So very unfortunate dito kay SBE dahil patuloy sila ng magandang rounds. Dito ma-counter lang nila yung 4 rounds consecutive na naipanalo dito ng Naos. So now, in the flipping of the sides, Naos, kailangan na lang magpatuloy dito para makakuha nga tayo. Grant us a game number 3 dahil mapa ng fracture natin yung pinaka-last map. So I'm very excited to see that one. Pero balik muna tayo dito kung saan will it be a turnaround momentum for SBE or Naos dito, Ate Ray? Sila pa rin ba ang makakakuha ng momentum at commitment nila?
Ate Honey Glaze.
Sabi kasi nila Ate Ray.
Ano ba guys? Tita Ray, Ate Ray, hindi ko alam. Pero mas maganda pag Ray lang. Ray lang tawag ko sa yan, guys. Pwede ding iisipin ko na sana eh. Pero parang pinigilan ako ng konsensya ko sabihin. So, hindi ko na sinabi. And this is very important for SB to actually tie this up. But looking at the stats itself, Flippy and Micro, they've been really popping off. And there's just some assist mula kay Ja, kay Aziz together with Pro. But Blurred right now has been very consistent here in the second map compared sa kanya performance kanina sa split. So nakita tayo ng more dynamic and tempo mula sa Naos side. At si Blast has been popping off on the first half pero medyo na shutdown na siya nung SB finally realized that Blast has been their problem. So here in the second half, when Naos is on the attacking side, will it be something different?
Will it really be something different na for SPE? Lalo na't ngayon, they need to keep it up. Lalo na't we have her Naos na hindi ito same amount of aggression na binigay ng SBE kanina na mag-push in lang sila immediately into a site, get an info, or kaya paglaruan nila yung pusot damdamin, isipan ng Naos dito. Kung saan ba sila magse-stay? Delicious dito, or just waiting in kung ano yung gagawin nila dahil they're waiting. Nagbigay sila ng pang-bait out na poison cloud dito here in mid. So, we can see na SBE dito, pwede silang magkaroon ng pag-overthink na pwedeng biglang umaregresibo dito ang Naos at yun na nga siguro ang gagawin nila. Pero nabulaga sila dito ni Jiao with the one to the head of the Headhunter. Assist naman dito for the trade-off. Assist goes in for 2. There's the wall para magkaroon pa ng commitment dito ang SBE to defend in the side. 2 remaining members na lang dito for Naos at walang kabawas-bawas lang dito for SBE. So sabi na lang dito ng Naos, takbo na tayo tol, pwede na dito sa B side dahil nagkumpulan na sila dito sa A.
Nabasag ng SBE yung strategy ng Naos going into A side, and this is quite harsh. We only have Kakarot together with Kevs. And Kakarot still has the knife, still has the flash. But then, after getting some information, it's really hard for them to get this post plant against SB. Dala-asimin na lang sila ngayon. They know that they're undermanned. They tried to go with the top, but it won't work anymore. Fleepy gets Kakarot. And SB, ito na yung oras na hinihintay nila. A 7-6-1, possibly 7-all against Naos. And they're slowly unlocking the code. Dahil tatandaan nyo, if natalo ang Naos dito, hindi pa rin nila ma-defeat ang current top 1 of PH pagdating sa VCT, which is SBE. And I think, dati ang Naos based lang sa mga games nila before sila ma-acquire as a Naos. Usually problem nila APH roster. Pero after that, I think SB talaga yung isa sa mga teams na kailangan na lang talunin. And now that it's not doing well sa kanila on the second half, magiging game changer ba to ng SB against them once again? Or maybe Naos can just, once again, good read lang ang kailangan, still keep up with the momentum. But, Delicious, na pick off kagad ni Aziz. Talagang narinig mo na yung flash, alam mo na katapusan na Dalamhati tigati sadness.
Pinasok mo yung English word. Sadness. Pero gusto ko yun yung ginawa dito na assist na hindi siya nag-alilangan na gamitin kaagad yung flash niya na alam niya na bahagyang magpupush dito si Micro, mag-aabang ng ibang magiging aggressive push naman dito from the other side. So now, with that pick off, wala tuloy controller dito ang Naos. So anong gagawin mo kapag gusto mo na makapag-commit na into a site pero wala kayong pang-cover up ng angles, wala kayong pang-cover up ng mga specific entries dito from the retake. Pero look at that, Flippy with just one corner in season 2. No more positionings given for the side of Naos para mat-retrieve pa nila yung spike. And look at this, oh no! Sasaksak pa tuloy dito si Pro! Dahil sa katumiting, and that is assist na, and that is Kakarot knifing it out. Pero nandito naman yung ganti ng mga nangaape. We have your assist for that following kill. 7-7 na Atirere. Equalize na kaagad ang ating scoreline. This is a good one, especially for SBE.
SBE tying up the games. Guys, always check your corners. Yung nandiyan na nga para sa'yo, di ka ba tumingin? 30 seconds. Uy, sinaksak ko. Alam mo tawag kay Kakarot? Taga-tondo yan. Tondo things. Wala ay Kakarot. Yan ang tinatawag ko na tondo things. Okay lang matalo sa round. Basta may saksak.
Nakakataas kasi ng pride yun, Ate.
Ganun ginagawa ko lang talo. Basta may saksak, walang gantian. Hindi makakagantian. Promise for fur, no cap. Ito si Blurd mag-asim to. From Japan! With love! Ayun, na Spectre. Na-crouch ni Ja. Si Blurd. Ayun. Kailangan dahan-dahan lang.
Expected na rin siguro nila na magpupush si Blurd at Rere, no?
Oo, alam na nila eh. Eto na nga yung bebe buff ni Aziz, oh. Shoutout nga kay Miss Christina. Grabe talaga yung mga comment. Yan talaga yung bebe buff. Yun ata yung pagkakaiba sa Naos tsaka SB. May bebe buff yung SB. Paano ba yan?
Paano ba yan? Paturo naman.
Kevs gets down. Ja. Unyap, Kakarot, and si Blast, and si Kevs. Kaso, ang tawag dyan, KKB. Kakarot, Kevs, Blast. Diba? Hindi na kanya-kanyang bayan.
Galing.
Pero Blast, kapag this one, very important to, may shock dart. Pero hindi niya inasim. Nilabas na si Zia ang kanila nga 6-man. At hinihintay ni Blast kung may mapipick off. Pero yun, nakakuha ng information kagad si Kakarot na merong isa na nagtatago. It's gonna be Aziz himself. But Pro! Dito mo Pro nakapag-maintenance! Gets the tap against Kevs. And we only have Kakarot. 22 HP and a dream. Yung spike nasa kanya at low on HP and Aziz gets him on that full buy. SBE still wins this against Naos.
with just the one tap to the head using it the sheriff. Balikan natin yung rinse and replay. I need this one dahil si Jan dito nakapag-abang lang after getting in that kill laban dito kina Blurred. He was able to go in for another and throw all the way from backside. Nagkatingan siya ni Kakarot, yes. Pero kasi sa mga naging rodent gun dito nila Micro, wala na tuloy naging opportunity ang Naos na makapag-plant in the spike. At gusto ko rin dito kasi yung pag-iintay nila ng sound cues na papasok na pala dito yung Naos at siya kasi lang nila gagamitin yung mga walls. So, na-delay sila further, nakuhaan pa sila ng info, the bomb was already compromised, the spike was already compromised, and there was no other way to secure in a kill, lalo na napalibutan na kaagad dito si Kakarot. So now, with a specific timing, mukhang impact ni Ja ang binigay dito sa Naos na ma-delay sila dito sa pag-push here in B. Kahit isa lang yung nag-aabang. Si Micro lang ang nagde-defend ng B side. Pero kasi sa nga nagiging subtle push dito dyan na nakakakuha siya ng early kills, hindi ito isa sa mga asahan ng Naos. So now, gagawin na lang dito ni Micro, use in the snake bite para madali sila sa pag-plant in ng spike. Pero little does he know na meron na palang nakaabang sa kanya dito. They will be trying to plant in the spike. Matatag in siya ng outround dito. Delicious already waiting under mid. So, he needs to pop off that sheriff laban sa kanya. Pero nakabang dito si Micro sa kanya. And now we have a no more powerless member from the side of SBE. Dahil arakada na kagad sila dito for the retake. They won't be holding any much further. But let's see now here. Micro with a specific angle, with a specific flick. There goes the wall na naman dito ni Flippy. At wala na naman tuloy makatarungan na pag-defend na pag-defuse ng spike dito. Kevs na lang ang natitira. Bully na lang siya pero banantuhan ni Micro ng laway niya. 3K for Micro dito sa B side and another point lead for the side of SBE.
Yung laway ni Micro. Grabe ka naman, Honey Glaze.
Laway isip!
Yung laway pala ni Micro. Medyo nasty ka dun. Sorry. Grabe ka naman dun, Honey Glaze.
Mali.
Hindi na naman yung sa Honey Glaze ka. I think this is the problem about Naos. Alam kasi ng SB, I think every stage 1, there's something about Naos which is sobrang aggressive nga nila maglaro. Maasim sila maglaro. Sometimes when they get the momentum. But SB right after, sabi nila, let's just calm down. Let's not contest yung mga aim duels against Naos. We can win this. And kita mo naman binibigyan nila parati. They let them push, but they retake perfectly. Yun ang meron yung mga Titos of Manila against Naos. And kita mo, masyadong nagsistretch out yung Naos. Will this be the biggest problem that we have? Buti na lang si Bird na isalalay na naman niya si Jelicious. Saan pupunta si Jelicious? Nawawala ata siya sa mapa. At si Pro, nabawasan na nga si Tito mo Pro, pero they haven't planted the spike yet. But Kevs gets the good protection with Kakarot. And we only have Flippy, Micro, together with Ja. At finally, they're getting the kills and Delicious gets to 3! Sayang di natin nakita sa kanya ang highlight yon. And Naos is taking it back all together. Sabi nga ni Celine Dion, di ba? It's all coming back to me. Alam niyo mga kanta ni Celine Dion na magtatanto talaga ako ilang taon na. Ay, nako. Na-flash yung mukha yun ni Jelicious Buti nabawi sa PK. Ano? 1.
Oh, yun o.
Natuhog! Natuhog! Naging
Barbecue.
Naging kwek-kwek. Bagbayad ka na ng piso pero 3 ang nakuha mo. Ganon yun.
Alam na ang gawain dito ni Jelicious. Pero Jelicious, mangunguna na nga ba ulit dito makuha yung point advantage nila laban sa Naos. It's an 8-9 score line. And again, it is all in favor of SB. Ilang puntos na lang ang kailangan nila para makuha itong game number 2. At makukuha pa nila nga agad dito si Kakarot. Immediately popping on the Viper Spit para makuha na nila dito yung B-side. Pero tama nga ba na ito ang gawin nila dahil si ASUS dito nag-aabang na nga dito all the way from mid. There's na Molly. All the way from backside, sabi mo nga Ate Ray Ray, ang mas gusto yung mangyari dito ng SBE is go in for the retake. At meron pa dito, Aldrone, so they can possibly delay and so much much advantage dito sa Naos. Dahil si Kes sumaba na together with Delicious. Wala tuloy Vipers dito. Babasito, 0.5 pa rin at makakakuha nga ba sila ng kill. We have learned together with Blast. Oh my gosh, hindi. Dahil si Pro ay nawala ka agad. Hindi pa nakakakuha ng pagplant ng timing dito makapagplant in the spike. Dahil nangangambal pa silang may nakakabang na nga sa kanila to go in for those sprays. Pero they have the Cloudburst. They can plant in the spike, pero ang bubulagasin lang dito is yung robot ng Den, the assist. He will be trying for the push and even through the smoke. Mapapatay niya pa rin dito si Blast. Flippy dito tumawag ng kakampi, but hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat na 3K for this guy to clean this out for 2-digit point advantage for SBE.
I think yung recon lang talaga ni Tito Mo Pro yung naging problema ng Naos. Hindi nila na pitas, hindi nila kagad na takedown. Pagka when we take a look at it, pagka-release kagad ng Vipers so ultimate ni Delicious, nakita agad ko nasan sila. Hindi lang isa, kundi dalawa ang na-reveal. Pwede pang tatlo. Sabi ni Pro kay Delicious right after taking that Vipers ultimate. And now, it's gonna be just 2 rounds na advantage naman ng SBE. Di pa naitay ng Naos ngayon. And next problem is Micro eradicating Naos dahil hindi sila successful sa B. So talagang mag-i-A sila most probably. Hinaharangan na ngayon ni Micro at nagpa-pop off talaga si Micro. Dinuraan kasi ni Micro kanina ang mga taga-Naos, sabi ni Honey Glaze.
Nakalimutan ko na eh. Inulit pa ulit yan. Hindi ko na kagagamitin yun.
Sorry akin. Sorry.
Pero with so much popping up potential kasi dito ni Micro, after niya madura, dito, kanal Delicious, we have now here so much hesitation for Naos. Pero it's still a good one para at least magkaroon na din ng hesitations dito ang SBE to have enough composure. Magantihan nila dito ang Naos dahil Naos dito hindi pa nila kinocommit in yung toxic screens. Pero bubulaga pala sa kanila dito is yung wall lang din ng Sage. So what will be their decisions? Dahil nakalabas na yung mga utilities sila, they can either push into B side or maghanap sila ng mga magiging subtle push. Pero with that mid take na ginawa dito nila, Kakarot, Delicious just gets into very sweet of a kill. And this is a good opening for Naos to take in B side. Makapag-plant in the spike si Ja dito with the operator at hand will be able to get in one. Dahil dalawa na lang sila dito ni Micro. Let's see kung ano. At sino pa bang aabangan dito ni Micro all the way from A side. So they need to decide kung magsisave ba sila dito and they will. Dahil nga hindi sila pwedeng mag-aksaya pa ng mga eco rounds dito ng kanilang economic advantage laban sa Naos dahil it will be a big of a risk. Kung gusto nilang masecure pa ito, a 2-0.
I think magsisave na lang si Micro together with Ja. Kailangan, ito yung mga important rounds ng SBE. Kasi kapag yung Naos, they finally go into a 10-10, they are finally getting that time where they can take down SB. So, nag-retaliate na talaga yung Naos as what we can see. And I think, nagiging confident na din talaga si Delicious together with Blurred to actually get those aim duels. Kasi kanina medyo hesitant pa talaga siya eh. And natingin ko din na nasusubaybayan ng SB, saan ba pupunta yung mga katulad ni Blurred together with Delicious? Kasi usually, nakikita nga natin sila yung magkasama parate. On taking up on those sites. But at the same time, I think if SBE just knows who's going to be the pin persons na nag-eradicate ng mga members nila, they can get this against Naos. But Blurred, nakita niya yung ulo. May nakita siyang ulo na ito yung ulo ni Tito Mo Pro! At alam na nga rin kagad kung saan manggagaling ang lumilipad na CCTV. At aware na sila sa isa't isa. Pero wala pa namang talking stage mula kay Pro.
Wala pa talaga label. Wala pa commitment. Nagulat ako na ipasok mo pa talaga siya,
Siyempre,
Ate
may
Riri.
papasok talaga natin yan. Sorry, akin. Babalik na tayo sa Valorant ulit. Ayan.
Okay.
Ayan ang tunay na standard. Valorant, ang tunay na bebe. Kung di kayo makakahanap ng bebe, sa Valorant kayo maghanap ng bebe. Joke lang. Valorant lambingan. Admin ako dun. FYI. Sa mga di nakakalam. Pero wala pa rin hanggang ngayon. Pero punta na tayo ngayon kay Pro. At least, hindi makagalaw ngayon ng Naos. Talagang pinipinch sila ng SBE. into telling them that wala pa silang free way to actually get into a site.
Grabe. In-exhaust nila dito, Ate Rere, yung Hunter's Fury, no? Para kumuha lang ng info, pero wala tuloy sila makukuha dito dahil papasok na kagad si Blast with that lockdown mollies para makagantay man lang dito for the 3-take. Pero sa pag-pick niya dito kay ASUS, he was able to deny an assist from that following retake. They were able to plant in the spike at aasahan na lang natin dito yung mga lineouts, yung ating mga snakebite. We also have here the shocklers to deny and the defuse of that spike. So, they need to have that pick off. They need to secure in numbers advantage dito, SBE. Pero ang problema nga lang dito, si Kakarot nakakuha na ng isang micro dito, pangalawa pa nga. Pero that is a good trade-off, Kakarot, for the 3K. There is the Southdown hope for SBE para makakuha ng ganti. But that is a 3K as well for Pro. Siya na lang dito ang natitira laban kina Kev. Pero Kev dito, hoy! Ano ang nangyari? Hindi siya nakapag-defuse it ng spike and it was a good enough momentum then for Kev to deny that 11-point advantage ng SBE. Good round indeed for now.
Nag-iinit! Si Kakarot with a 4K! Naging super saiyan na ata si Kakarot eh. Eto na eh. Ito na talaga iniintay ko kay Kakarot pag super saiyan with that KO. Pero mo 4 kills. Pero nga lang, sabi ni Tito mo, Pro. Siyempre ako din. Gusto ko rin makakuha sana ng 4K pero di nga naging successful as the time is ticking. But finally, Naos the time na nga makabawi and Naos the time na ba mag-fracture against SBE as they're gonna be taking over a lot of heartbreaking rounds against SBE, but we're down with a 10-all against them. Kakarot goes for a plant once again sa top tube na sila nagpa-plant parate. Mas magandang opportunity talaga to para pwede nila makover yung mga post plants. Lalo na't alam nilang SBE, wala silang comp pagdating sa duelist. And Delicious, kinuha na nga kagad si Flippy and there's just Kevs taking down Ja at ngayon si Blurred from Japan takes down Pro si Aziz. Naka-Blade Storm lang yan. And Kakarot, tumalon-talon na. Bugoink. May sound effects yan. Micro. It's just gonna be over. And Naos switching up their gears. Dalawa na lang bago nila makuha to against SBE.
Si Blurred yung tipo ng character in anime na main character. At Rere nakita natin 2K for this guy para ma-deny nila dito yung retake na gusto gawin ng SBE. Ano ba ang nangyari dito? Mabilis ang pag-commit kaagad here in A site. Hindi sila nagdalawang isip, hindi sila nag-overthink pa masyado kung ano ba yung mga mabubulaga sa kanila dito. Dahil wala namang ibang duelist pa dito for SBE na pagkakuha ng kill early out. They have here Ja, yes, with the chamber. Pero at the very least, they need to keep chamber alive para mapigilan nila dito yung magiging flanks. Yung magiging lurks dito ng Naos. At hindi naman ito nagaganap for Naos to have in lurks dahil nga they just need to go inside the site, rush in, go in for that pick off, plant in the spike. Tapos alalayan na lang nila dito yung mga kailangan mag-line up. At sabi mo nga gustong-gusto dito ng Naos na makapag-plant and top side ng tube para may mas maganda silang vision dito. Diba? Ang ganda dito ni Delicious na siya mismo yung isa sa mga nagiging sakit ng ulo ng SBE kung paano mapipigilan dito ang Naos sa momentum nila. Kaya naman nag-time out sila saglit dahil importante din na may-utilize mo yung mga timeout dito at Terere na para hindi magpatuloy yung init, yung kumukulong tubig dito for Naos to secure in a possibly a overtime or even a game number 3. 11 is na nakagana scoreline.
This is very important. Sa SBE, they lose this round, it's gonna be an eco. Naos still has a lot of money, kaya they can still last out for the next 2 rounds bago pa magkaroon ng overtime. O talagang napakatindi ng labanan nila sa Icebox. And I think tama naman talaga na Icebox is really something na parehas magaling ang tulisan. But getting that setup, Micro hindi niya matatimingan kagad and there's just Blurred. Pero nagkatinginan sila ni Pro! Nagkagulatan! At apat na lang kagad agad ang natitira mula sa side ng Naos pero sinabayan na nga nila agad ni Kakat with an ult. So hindi nila malalabas. Medyo suppress ang mga taga-SB but after taking that, mukhang they're finally going in for that retake. Si Ja may 2d4 siya na pwede niyang gamitin. Aziz also can just pick up one and he'll be able to secure his ultimate. Pero all of the utilities kompleto pa ang SBE. Si Ja, tinatry niya mag-asim. Pero speaking of that wall, finally, Aziz gets down one. At walang way ngayon na mga taga-Naos kundi mag-delay ng mag-delay. So nga lang, isa na lang natitira sa kanila. That's gonna be Kevs. And Micro gets him down. And it's gonna be 11-11. Make a wish. As pantay pa rin ang laban ng Naos together with SB dito sa Icebox.
Ang nangyari doon, iba yung nilalaro nila, Ate Rere. Gusto nila laruin dito, protect the president. Si Flippy dito, hayaan nyo ako makapag-defuse. At yun ang nangyari. Sumugod sina Micro, sumugod sina Aziz. Nandun nga din si Jack kahit meron siya tour de force na sobrang nadedelay siya dito sa pag-pick. Pero this is an instant repick kung saan kailangan natin makita dito na bulaga si Blurred sa cloudburst niya mismo. At ito yung mismong binimension ko na protect the president now. Flippy, ikaw na makapag-defuse. Kami na bahala dito sa mga sumusugod na member for the pushlan. Pero look at that, the utilization of their skills. At Raider with those blinds, hindi tuloy nakakuha ng magandang position, ng magandang angle, composure si Blur dahil bumalaga kagad dito si Flippy. There's a wall para ma-deny pa dito further push na gagawin na nga ng Naos and they are just waiting in for whatever happens next dahil they need to exhaust in the utilities pa dito natitira for SBE para naman chillin lang silang papasok into the site at duwas na lang yung iisipin nila further para magkantiyan ng SBE dito dahil 11-11 na Ate Ray. Pero ang wish ko lang din talaga is umabot tayo ng game number 3, Map of Fracture.
Mahirap ata sa Naos if mako-continue na mapitas sila. Blast tries to come up with something. Pero there's just a trade coming in from Flippy. Kakarat na lang together with Delicious. After masuppress kasi, tumitigil ang mundo ng Naos. Disiplina ang kailangan nilang gawin. They planted up top. It's gonna be dangerous. Low on HP si Kakarot together with Delicious. Pero Delicious still gets the head of Pro. Si Aziz na lang ang natitira. But we only have Kakarot. He spots out one. And is already quite aware where Micro is. 14 seconds. Kakarot, what will be the magic that he needs to show off? Dahil yung spike nasa kanya. And he can just play along with Micro.
No time.
Ay, wala nang oras. Oh no, hindi siya aware. Pinaglaruan na lang siya ni Micro and it's gonna be the match point ng SBE. At iba yung gears. Panalo na sana, pero nga lang, pinaikot-ikot ni Micro. Si Kakarot, parang ginawa na sa'yo.
Parang kanta ni Sarah Geronimo, Ate Riri.
Oh, ikot-ikot lang. Pero kasi, Micro has been really popping off. Alam mo, na si Micro, you don't usually see him in some maps. Usually si Papi Chulo, diba? Nag-rotate sila. Pero once that he's back, every time na nandito siya sa Icebox, nagiging important talaga yung ginagawa ni Micro. And ngayon, ginawa niya to. Match point na ng SBE. At Rayrakers ba ang mag-a-unleash as we're gonna be having that first overtime pa lang? Or it's over already sa Naos dahil pitas na naman si Blurred. Alam na nila kung paano nila isa-shutdown si Blurred. From Japan with love. At Delicious, Kakarot, Blast, and Kevs na lang natitira. At na low on HP pa si Kakarot. No heals alive because Pro gets him down. And it's up to the 3 members left of Naos to take this. And Jack will be able to be successful kay Delicious. At isa na lang ang natitira. And it's gonna be Kevs taken on by Micro. And still, top 1 versus top 2 ng PH. Hindi pa rin mapunish ngayon ng mga taga-Naos ang SBE. Clean take 2-0. Still Kings of PH ang nasa kamay ng South-built Esports.
Dito ka naman sasabi, Ate Rere. This is the counter of the Rayrakers. Wala tayong game number 3. Another 2-0 for the second series. mabibigay talaga natin ito sa lahat ng mga efforts na binigay dito nila Flippy, even have your Micro, sa lahat ng mga opportunities na sinesecure nila with the use of just their utilities. Ang laking bagay na naidedeli nila dito yung Naos sa pagplant ng spike dahil nga sa mga walls dito ni Flippy. So, kudos to SBE dahil sayang nga lang din, we were excited for game number 3 dito sa mapa ng Fracture. But then again, it was a good one indeed for even have your Naos dahil na-push to 11-12 scoreline na ina-expect nga natin dito na makapag-overtime.
And ito na ba yung bagong meta? No duelist
duelist?
already? SBE started it already here in the PH scene, and is it gonna be the game changer we're looking, not just for SBE, pero applied sa ibang aspeto ng mga teams. Talagang when Blurred is gonna be clearing at least 1 or 2 sa SBE, they just take out si Aziz's knife, then someone will gonna be picking him. Yun yung usual na naging problem ni Blurred all over. Kasi nagiging distracted kasi siya. So talagang yun yung mga naging punishable rounds kung saan it's just SBE taking control over Naos as they try to somehow get the lead. It came from an 11-10, pero from that 11-11 at some point, SBE they won already yung mga rounds kung saan nila na pick off ng maaga si Bird. And that's just it. 13-11. Sobrang dikit sa Icebox. So napakadaming talent talaga ng mga PH teams, especially in Icebox. But this is just the beginning between SBE and Naos and against them going up against a lot of teams. Dahil bukas makakita nga tayo ng laban ng SBE versus Team Secret agad. At meron din tayo makikita nga laban pa ng Naos against other teams sa mga ibang dates. But overall, Honey Glaze, I'm really happy sa performance ng parehas na teams na to. But think, pagdating sa SBE, itong mga changes na ginawa nila at ine-execute nila ng napakaayos is already a sign na gusto talaga nilang manalo muli dito ata sa group stage.
Init nga ng panimula nila, Ate Ray Ray. No? Isipin nyo guys hashtag no duelist, no problem. SBE dito, nakita natin na mainit yung mga unang following rounds nila dito, especially the fact na kina-counter out sila immediately ng Naos. Pero given the fact na meron silang composure between the defending side, nakita natin na nananalo sila pagdating sa mga retake. On the other hand naman dito, nagugulantang kasi ang Naos pagdating sa mga utility usage sila dito ng SBE laban sa kanila, even though that they even have the Viper Spit. Inaabangan na lang natin dito yung paggamit nila ng out-drone to secure in their info. Pero this is one of a good setup na ginawa nila Kevs dito to eliminate in the push na mangyayari na nga dito in mid. Ito yung nakakagulat din na nangyari dito here in A site na hindi nila inaasahan naman may nakapasok na pala ng site, pero that is again a good of a half na may ibibigay natin for Naos, but unfortunately, hindi nila ito natuldukan. We have here SBE na nanguna na nga pagdating sa mga retake nila, nanguna na nga sa pagde-defend ng pagbibigay ng mga surprising attacks dito with their aggressive pushes, especially Ja, who can just flicker away and even have here so much frags pagdating naman dito sa mga nagiging follow-up ng kabilang team. But that is, again, SBE winning out their games in the map of Split and a map of Icebox. Pero this is a good one na nagkaroon naman tayo din ng tondo things dito for Kakarot. Natalo man sila ng game, pero at least may na-knife, may nasaksak, may nataga dito si Kakarot in the side of SBE.
I think, aside from si Honey Glaze ang counter to Ray Rakers, na marami kami best magkakasya Honey Glaze, wag kayong mag-alala. I think it's also good to pinpoint here na I think this is one of the problems na kailangan ng Naos they have to face is paano nga ba sila nagko-close ng series kapag nawawalan sila ng momentum? How will they be able to come back kapag natatalo sila? So I think this is one of the solutions that they need to tackle on in this group stage. And I think kapag nakuha nila yung solution to that, they will win all over the series na meron sila. And I know it's hard really to contend against SB and lahat ng teams excited na kalabanin sila. But I think, as for Naos, ito lang yung mga kailangan nilang solusyonan. Paano pag natatambak sila? Paano pag nalalaman? Paano sila i-shutdown? How will they be able to reset from it? Get that consistency? Kasi nandun na sana, that 11-10 was really important. Yet, hindi nga nila nagawa ng paraan. But let's see what will be their improvement as the games goes by here in the group stage. Dahil tapos na nga muna tayo sa araw na to. 2 series lang. At bukas muli, babalik ang mga totoong bakbakan. We are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rayri and syempre si Annie Gleaston. Right after the break, we're gonna be seeing the panel. So see you guys tomorrow here in VCT Stage 2.
victory over Naos Esports with a 2-0. Azurai, I know you just came from that series. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a breather and start off with G10. You know, you said there was no doubt that South Built Esports would be one of the most dominant teams, and there you go. Here they are. Totally understand that. You know, it is very, very close indeed between South Built Esports and Naos. And Azurai, having just come from that series, having been on the edge of your monoblock chair, I mean, you know, how... Of course! Of course! I hear everything! Oh, we shouldn't go there. But yes, having been on the edge of your monoblock chair, I mean, like, what do you think about how much, you know, these teams have improved, you know, in just a short span of time? You know, of course, it's very, very early indeed, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, what you've seen today, there are some mild changes from what you've seen from stage 1.
Yeah, again, there was already that tweet that mentioned how SBE just kind of went around the fact that Duelist is just a mindset, and that Icebox map was a perfect example of that. There was so much, I think, preparation put into motion by SBE that we just saw put into play at the very start of the group stage. This was, by all intents and purposes, a statement from them that this is a team that not only will perform in the group stage, but can perform differently from what we saw from last time. Because again, last time, it felt like South Built Esports relied on certain players to make things happen. But this time, everybody definitely put pieces in together to make everything work out. That being said, on the Naos end, I think Naos is kind of doing the same thing that was expected them to do, which was to kind of experiment a little bit, figure out things in terms of different compositions. They have a lot of players that are very flexible. And we did see a really good chunk of that come into play, whether it was Split or Icebox. It didn't work as well, I think, on Split. You did see some glimmers of what could have been, but not enough. And then Icebox, I think it just got a little bit bamboozled to how much utility was left for SBE to always utilize throughout the entirety of the rounds. And it was a very close endeavor, but at least this time it's SBE that won that series.
At what point do you think on Icebox was there any particular round that you think Naos could have turned it in their favor, especially since it came very, very close within the last 2 rounds?
Ooh, was that for me? Okay.
Yeah. I think G10 is still meditating and absorbing everything for now. Yeah. We can hear you, but of course we have some magic going on. So
that's the thing, though.
We are. This is actually telepathy happening, but we just have to make sure because, of course, you know, that can't transcend to our audience, our little panel desk telepathy over here.
Yeah.
So, but
absolutely.
I think, you know, we still need to work through that. So, just curious, Azurai, going back to that question about now, you know, especially in those last 2 rounds, especially when everything was just all tied up, was there anything you think they could have done differently under that amount of pressure?
I think the question was different initially, where I think the question was, what was, if there was any chance that I thought that maybe there was a play that Naos could have done or was doing that might have actually given them the leg up against SBE. And I think that's a perfect question to kind of ask, because I don't think there was at some point. There was some really good rounds that we saw from Blast where he was defending the A site. We saw, I think, some rounds from Kakarot where he was just entry-fragging out of his own mind. But we didn't really see that kind of just mesh together perfectly. It was more of, again, now it's just going back to them just relying on certain individual players to make things happen. And then when that doesn't work, they kind of just botch the round. So I don't know if that's something that they can remedy moving forward, but at least in that series, it really was kind of one of the reasons why I felt like they fell just a little bit short from SBE.
Yeah. G10, I think you're finally back. I think you're finally back. So I'm pretty sure you have a lot of thoughts to add to that while you were meditating and taking everything in.
Yeah, I mean, that second map was a doozy. I was watching it and like I had no idea if SB was we're going to be able to pull ahead. It was so close, 10-10, until SB took the lead. Naos tried to taking it back, but just they weren't able to clutch the match point. They could have brought it. There was a point I think there where they could have brought it to to overtime. We could have had overtime in game number 2. I think that point in in the last round, right before everything went wrong for Naos, I think there were a couple of decisions there that I think would have been better, but still, all of that being said, SB just played out of their minds the entire series. And as Asarai said, it did look like there were star players definitely activating with Naos Esports, but SB, they were just so consistent and consistently great that just kind of outshone all of the star power.
Jumping into our series highlights, I think that's a good point to note because of the consistency, and that's what we usually see with more experienced teams, with teams that have had that discipline, have all of those years to to build on that. Because with younger teams, of course, we can see like a little bit of that urge that isn't quite there yet. And G10, we were talking about how South Built Esports are part of the old guard in a compliment. That's a compliment, by the way, in a good way. They're part of that old guard. So these guys, they've seen everything pretty much at this point.
Yeah, they've seen everything, they've done everything, and they know how to practice, they know how to mesh with each other as a team. They're not, they don't have a lot of ego because they've been in the scene for so long. All that's pretty much stripped away, and they really tried their best to improve and practice as a team. And that's something that a lot of teams do find a little bit difficult, especially when you're changing members all the time. But SB, they just have it, they have their formula down pat, and it pays off in what they've shown today. Naos definitely had, I think, a lot of creative and good ideas during Icebox, but SB, their bread and butter, just kind of shone through there. Absolute just teamwork from them.
Yeah, and Asarai, I believe our MVP for this, as we'll see a little later on after our highlights, will be Micro. And there was a very particular moment, exciting standoff, so to say. I think it was between Micro and Kakarot, was it?
Yeah, I think that was for the final. Yeah, that was the final round, I believe, or one of the defining rounds for SBE there. And
yeah,
we'll see it later because I want to get in depth on that. And I don't know if you caught what I mentioned to Raf, but it felt like Kakarot just kind of blew his very small chance of faking Micro to get outpeaked by him. Just that 1 second, and Micro played it absolutely phenomenally. So we're gonna see that, as you mentioned, best player in Micro. But yeah, I just like how he played. Very, very condensed, not overly committing to fights. Basically, the whole SBE was so what's the word here? Tactical or thoughtful with how they wanted to go about these particular rounds that they played.
Yeah, and I think that, with regards to Micro, you could just see how he didn't need to exactly pop off, although he did. He didn't need to do that because his presence was just felt all around. And, I really felt that on Icebox, as well as, on Split, of course. I just feel like for SBE, this is just them also just warming up. I didn't feel like they were overstepping or really needing to I'm gonna prove myself or something. I felt like this was them actually being a little bit chill. So with that, I'm actually wondering, as we ramp things up, as we head on closer to the playoffs and everything, the SVE that arises from this group stage is gonna be even scarier. And speaking of, the SVE, we do have them joining us on the panel. So excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me as I bring up Papi Chulo from SVE to join me for a quick little interview. Hello, Papi Chulo. I hope you didn't wait too long. I know you've been waiting there for a while. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. And congratulations, of course, to South Built Esports. First question. This was a really intense battle between you and Naos. So let's give a little bit of love to your opponents. What was the most challenging thing going up against them today?
I think yung laban namin sa Icebox kasi yung sa split masyadong malayo yung gap eh. So sa tingin ko mas challenging yung Icebox kasi medyo dikit na dikit yung laban.
So you think they have a good icebox play?
Yeah. Medyo nahirapan din yung mga teammates ko.
Awesome. And of course, you guys qualified last stage to the SEA playoffs. What did you guys take from that experience and bring into stage 2?
Tingin ko yung experience namin kasi first time lang namin mag-compete sa VCT kalaban yung APAC. So siguro next time mas lalalim kami. Goal namin is makuha namin and makalipad kami.
Oh, there you go. Hoping for that as well. And just like our previous victors from earlier this morning, which team do you think, or which hoping to face off against the most for stage 2?
Sa tingin ko yung secret, which is laban namin bukas. So, tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari bukas.
Oh, exciting! So wish fulfilled. Wish fulfilled ka agad. Tomorrow you get to have your dream match for stage 2. Last but not least, do you have any shout outs or maybe any messages you'd like to give all of the supporters of Southfield Esports?
Shout out sa SBE kay Boss Prince, Sir Lee, sa analyst namin si Nix Black and Blue. Shout out sa family namin, sa friends at sa girlfriend ko si Joanna Santa Maria.
Aw, short and sweet. Thank you so much, Papi Chulo. And congratulations to you and the rest of Southfield Esports. Can't wait for that much-awaited, hearts all around. Can't wait for that match against Team Secret tomorrow.
Thank you.
What's going on there? People reaching and clawing at the side.
Not gonna lie, because it was sideways, it looked like this. You can't see the heart.
You can't see the heart. It's there though. We felt it. Yeah. We felt it for sure.
We can make one like us, right?
Are you gonna try? Okay, they're gonna try.
Sorry.
It's the other way.
The other one.
That's why I get confused with left and right over here. It's
yeah, same.
How do we do this?
We're gonna work on it.
All right.
We're gonna work on it.
Okay, all right. This is the next time.
We'll keep at it for the next panel, but
it's not happening.
we're not coordinated enough. We only have hand-eye coordination for games, not for mirror
for Love Life
on broadcast. Yeah, for Love Life. I have that.
This is not happening. I'm just gonna say really quickly. I have tried that heart so many times on all sorts of broadcasts. It just doesn't happen. It's just not meant to be. We have to get creative if we're gonna make a heart in another way.
Yeah, that's true enough.
We'll do something towards the end of the end of the season.
We'll think about it. But there's nothing to think about, of course, with today's results because it was just easy. 2-0s all around. Obviously, this is just the first day, but Asarai, it seems like, of course, let's not forget our teams only face each other once. So there is that, there's a question of Oasis Gaming. If they broken their curse, is it all uphill from here? Or, is it also uphill for Southfield Esports? Will they continue their dominance?
That's the thing. It's so fickle. Because, again, I can always just reference stage 1, where week 1, it looked like this team would do no wrong. Like, that was a great example for Naos. I think that was also a great example for Action PH. And then, lo and behold, when week 2 came, all of what they were doing just kind of fell to the wayside, right? And all these other teams just bounced back. So that's like the beauty, I think, right now for Valorant, and at least for us specifically in the local scene, Valorant PH, is that you really can't tell if a team can get that consistency, or if another team that's not doing so well last time can outperform themselves the next time. So I really can't tell for this one, at least, Mika.
Yeah, and G10, I do find the single round robin so interesting because it's like every day, every team has to have a different playbook. And as we can see with tomorrow's schedule, these teams, again, this is the only time that you're going to see these teams facing off against each other.
Exactly. So that means that every match is going to be unique here. It is a great barometer for just being able to detect how good your team is versus other teams, just being able to play each of them once, and that really kind of separates the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. Although it would be a little bit more consistent in a double round robin, but that is such a very, very long format. But after that, the playoffs is where it does happen. But tomorrow's schedule, RRQ versus Bren. Now that's something I'm really interested to see. RRQ newly coming onto the scene, gonna match up against what is kind of the future of Valorant as well in Bren Esports.
Azurai, any spicy matches you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Ooh. Actually, Game 2 and Game 3 definitely are out for my eyes here. It's particularly because Team Secret have so much to kind of answer for the past few stages that they've played, right? They've been plagued by a lot of issues in and out of game. So this is definitely going to be a match to see if this is the same Team Secret that we all were just fanboying about when they came out of Champions. And in game number 3, Alpha Esports. The last time we saw them was way back in Stage 2 challenge. I think like Stage 3 last year. And that was when they still had a Batman. Now it's G Insanity and Jin, the new Splash Brothers of Alpha Esports. And this is the perfect matchup to start for them because relatively Alpha Esports and Action PH are teams that have incredibly, if not same style of play. So we'll definitely see a match where these two teams will just show who has the better aim.
And I think Papi Chulo got me hyped for that Team Secret and SBE match because it is going to be, a matchup of the veterans, I guess, of the Philippine FPS scene. And as for RRQ and Bren Esports as well, that is going to be spicy too. So again, it's just banger match after banger here at VCT Stage 2 and G10. Just to wrap things up, you mentioned about, how RRQ, they are relatively new, but the players, of course, very familiar names, as well as our community gets closer and closer and even more tight-knit. And as for Bren Esports, they are the future. I mean, what do you think about, these big names coming onto the scene and, just basically giving these other players, that banner that they can fly under, like as RRQ are doing?
Well, RRQ, they are kind of new. They're not actually, a team that originated in the Philippines. So just the brand, but the team itself, the players, they are Filipino. So nothing wrong there. They do have a couple of really good players that in a combo make, everything happen for their team. That's Draxi and Nexi. They're kind of, they're kind of, as Asarai said, kind of the what's it called, the dynamic duo here that we do love to see. And seeing them go up against, Bren, which has kind of players that have just kind of started in Valorant now. We've been talking about they're kind of the future. They're Valorant endemic players, but they're still very talented, very, very young. Their reflexes are incredibly sharp. I want to see how they stack up against each other. Definitely going to be an interesting one. But I will say that RRQ, they're gonna be a little bit more momentum based than Bren, at least for that matchup, in my opinion.
Oh, I hope you're on the panel then tomorrow when that match does happen. I'm actually not sure if you're going to be on the panel, but we'll check that. But that's it for us today. Tomorrow, as we mentioned, we have a really exciting day for you guys. So thank you, of course, to PPGL for making this all happen. The largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. We also want to thank all of our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G5 Only 2099 ng Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. I was gonna say it's G5, it's G10 over here. Globe at Home works well with your name. I just thought I'd say that while he was here on the panel.
Globe, please. Please, Globe.
Just giving a little subtle shout out over
Globe
there.
10, hello.
We also would like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falcon is the perfect solution for Valorant players. With a 65% form factor, up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, and the new ROG NX switches, every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Falcon NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard. Once again, the VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board. Good job today, gentlemen. It was a bit of a light and easy day with our 2-0s. I don't think that's gonna happen tomorrow because, as we mentioned, it's gonna get even spicier and even more difficult, I think, for our teams. But for now, thank you guys for watching, everybody. It is an explosive start to VCT Stage 2. We have got more to come. This is Mika Fabs with G10 and Asarai on the panel. And on behalf of everybody, the panelists, the casters, the production, stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you tomorrow for day 2.
Running in place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah.